there is no measurement of Earth's curvature. There is no demonstration of gas pressure without containment. So all you have is excuses, stories, fairy tales about Narnia.
This is very like nihilistic.
What is nihilistic is that the scientists never wanted and never will measure the radius and the curve rate of Earth in nature, because then you would find out that the past, 400 years of astronomy, astrophysics, and all that crap is wasted time and money.
Okay, but it's not wasted time and money.
Yes, it is. And it's even said by NASA that it's wasted time and money because those people have no clue what they're doing. Even Michio Kaku said it.
Hey, do you mind if I ask something of name? Hey, what's up? Hunky? Hello, everybody. I heard something that triggered me, and I had to come in. Just because I think that you might be new to this conversation. Sounds like because you asked if flat earthers believe that the flat Earth goes around the sun. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, it's something like that.
So it sounds kind of like maybe you still have like a long ways to go in understanding what this is all about. But the word belief is the problem that triggered me. Because if you imagine that you're just born on this earth, right, without knowing anything about the stars' movement or learning anything that you think you know about the heliocentric model, right? You were just here on the earth, you would observe everything as it is, right? You would just interpret it as it is. And everybody interprets their local environment as stationary and flat or a plane, right? We all experience that, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's like your base axiom. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So does that have to be a belief? Because if you're sitting in a chair, you just know you're sitting in a chair. Now, if there was a theory about you weren't really sitting in the chair, even though it's exactly like sitting in a chair, and you were a brain in a vat or whatever the theory is, and then you investigate to find out if that's true or not, then you might say, oh, okay, it was a belief that I sat in the chair, right? But your base axioms don't really have to be beliefs. They're just base axioms until there's good reason to believe that there's something else going on besides what it seems to be. So that's kind of where we're at. We're not trying to make claims about the whole earth. That's kind of how this conversation's been pigeonholed into us making a claim about it all being flat. Flat's a misnomer to begin with. It's not flat. There's hills and valleys. It's just that locally, we all know it seems stationary and level. That's not a belief. It's just what we go with until there's reason to believe otherwise. And we looked into the reasons to believe otherwise, and they don't check out for several reasons.
Well, it seems that the flat Earth, people community, I should say, has rejected globe so much that they've made flat Earth itself an axiom, which is objective truth, and globe a complete just religion. That's
so you haven't listened.
Well, that's what I said.
Even though that it could be listed, that's the contrary.
It's not about rejecting it so much that we have to claim that it's a base axiom. We're just simplifying it and saying, look, this is all we can know. Any of us. This is the only thing you and I have in common. We all know it seems like it's locally flat and stationary. That's all you and I can agree on. Now you believe something else, right? I used to believe that.
I believe me.
I used to believe that. I didn't want to give that belief up, but I had to. I had to force myself because I was trying to force myself to keep believing it, but I could no longer fool myself into thinking it was true. So many contradictions, bro. Too many.
It's not. Well, I'm a believer in mainstream science because mainstream science have worked out in the long term.
Think about what you just said. You said you believe in science like it's a religion.
Right.
Science isn't a religion.
Okay, you can call
science
anything.
You shouldn't ever have to say that.
Look, a denial of religion is a religion itself. You can call anything a religion.
I agree.
If you do.
I agree. I agree.
I wouldn't say there's a thing where you can offset from religion is agnostic, which I'm agnostic about most things, and I don't believe that.
That's
I'm looking at it in terms of literally the definition behind religion.
Okay, I understand that.
The issue is that a lot of things within the sciences can work on a globe and a flat world. The issue is when the sciences are used and they use a value of Earth's radius or curve, then that value has to be verified. Once it's not verified, it's no longer science because the verification process is part of the science. Ignoring that verification means that they are going off of assumptions. And that is no good basis for science. Even if it seems that the outcome is workable and you experience it as true, it doesn't mean it's science. It doesn't mean it is true. It means the explanation given afterwards is believable. And that's what you just said. You believe science. It's believable, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Okay. No, well, the results of science. Well, the science has enlisted its results to be verifiable and true. Well, objectively true. I don't want to say like complete true, but.
Well, you value science, right? You value science, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the science has done a lot.
So let's just say the scenario is that the mainstream and the people that have controlled the mainstream narrative have actually decided that they're gonna make everyone think that this reverse engineered model is objectively true, and that's what's happened. Let's just say that's happened. You think it'd be important for people to try to make a fuss about that, if that's true?
Yeah, well, any new like idea in mainstream science that comes up is constantly targeted, no matter like the idea whether it's true or false.
As it should be, right?
Yeah.
So when you say you believe it, it's like you're giving your whole self to it, and you're not questioning it still. You're just saying you believe it.
Well, because it's been around for so long. Mainstream science, like the papers that's been published in recent years, aren't as believable because they haven't been under the rigorous scientific method through at least for like 10 years minimum. I mean, it's like, but globe has been around for so long, and so many things are just dependent on the globe model that I don't think
that isn't true. That isn't true. Nothing depends on the globe model. We use technology on a flat, non-rotating Earth. So
you'll be surprised to find that out.
How about the magnetic field?
One second. So instead of making vague claims about science proving the globe, actually come with something, right? Give us something which you think proves the globe, instead of making vague claims about, the science proves the globe. No.
I just told you one, a magnetic field.
No,
the magnetic field works on a flat Earth, bro. In fact, it's one of our main.
But the electric waves really, because waves curve.
Waves don't curve. What?
If you were to track a wave, like a wavelength, let's just say,
imagine a toroidal field around a dielectric plane.
Well, you can track waves across like the globe, well, up to a satellite at least. And when you track,
it's interesting.
You'll see it's curved through within the magnetic
field.
Yeah,
assuming a globe, yes, with a radius of 3959, assuming tin cans in Narnia, where gas pressure cannot exist without containment, right? So that's all a nice story about Narnia, but let's start with measuring the radius, if there's any, right?
Yeah, but
you said science has to be verifiable. So, the simple thing for you to do is get the verifiable observation, which should be documented, of the radius and curve rate of Earth.
Yeah, and there's like all the things.
That is the basic element for everything that people claim to go to space and the flying things. Everything depends on the curve rate and the radius of Earth. So
Yeah, but I think
that should be a verifiable observation, and it should be documented and available to everyone.
the sun can
No,
verify.
the sun is a thing in the sky. We are talking about the surface of Earth.
Yeah, yeah. No, you can check the radius via the sun.
No, that's assuming Earth is already a sphere. You can only do that if you assume it to be a sphere. That is not a direct measurement of Earth curve or radius.
Okay. Do you have a model? Well, okay. What do you think the radius of Earth is?
I don't
There's no
think there
radius.
is. I don't think there is a radius of Earth because a radius assumes a circular or spherical form, and I don't
So,
subscribe to a form
so
or
what
a
is it like
shape.
is it a four? Wait, what is it then? I don't know.
You experience the Earth as the floor you live on. That's it.
I don't get it. So like, is it like not comprehensible of what Earth's shape is? I don't understand the model
Yes.
because without a
So
radius,
when
then it'd have to
so
be a
nobody
different
has
shape.
been outside. So nobody has been outside Earth to see it in its entirely form, right? So nobody knows the true shape of it. When we say Earth is flat, we mean that the water, which they claim covers 70% of the Earth, is flat, right? When water is in rest, it lays
Yeah.
in rest. It is flat. That is what we mean. Earth is a topographical plane, I would say.
Like that, like I said, they've pigeonholed the conversation, and just by going out, or at least supposedly going out and showing us the blue marble, then they've made it so that if you're saying it's flat, you have to define the whole thing, as if we could, right? So they made it seem like you could see the whole thing just by showing us the fake CGI image of a ball, right? So then it makes everyone think, oh, well, if you're saying it's flat, it must be a disk in space, because that's automatically where your logic takes you, because you automatically assume it's this thing floating in space, which is a fake image, right? So we probably can't see the whole thing. I think it's probably infinite. I think it's infinite by default, because how could there be an end to reality, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you redefine the foundations of knowledge, then you can edit the entire structure, like Flat Earth seems to be doing. But which makes it hard to debate because now you've got an entire thing,
Because you don't have your arguments for the debate. It's a geometry debate.
Okay,
That
no,
means you
no,
need measurements,
But you're right.
verifiable measurements.
You're right. It makes it harder. It makes it hard to debate. You're right. It's not a debate about what it is on the whole. It's about, listen, this is, like I said, this is our base axiom. We both agree. It seems like it's stationary. It seems like it's a plane, as far as we can tell. If we were never told anything other than that, we'd rightly assume that's what it is. So now that we have these other theories that all of us were totally believing in, like you have to look into it. I'll send you a bunch of links. You can't find anymore unless you know exactly what you're looking for. And a lot of people that are coming into this now can't get that information because they just go to the first thing that pops up, and it's usually a troll video or some kind of debunk that just totally obfuscates and misinterprets it all on purpose.
I mean, I think you all have enough influence to get a professor to look into it, but I personally don't think.
But don't you think that he would have to go by the standard of it? I mean, his job might be on the line. That's the problem.
A 10-year professor.
Depends. They have reputations.
We have many professors within the Flat Earth community. The point is that even if they write their name on it, and even if they publish it, it will be ignored by the mainstream, because the mainstream is not interested in debunking the globe. It is against their profits, it's against their names, it's against all they hold dear, which is not science, but it's fame, money, and power. That's what they hold.
I think they might tell us the truth, though. I think they might use this truth to sell us more lies. So just think about that.
So imagine you are a professor, right, Name? and you have your credentials, and you are working 10, 15, 20 years in university, and then you stumbled upon this, and you do the test, and you're like, damn, they're right. Would you be the one that comes out and gets ridiculed, fired, probably can't pay your mortgage anymore, right? Would you be the one doing that? Because that will happen to you.
Have you looked into the moon landing at least? Have you looked into the details of the moon landing?
Yeah. The moon landing, the engineering behind the moon landing is accurate, but not. Yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
But not what?
Well, I mean, you could like depict and just cherry pick all of the details and photographs released from the moon landing, but the engineering behind it is true, and it'll be much
Okay.
harder to fake it than to actually do it.
Well, no. Now think about what you just said though. It'd be harder to fake it than actually going there. Think about it.
Have you seen the movie Space Odyssey 2001? Have you seen that one?
No.
That
No?
came out before, right? That's Stanley Kubrick. That came out a year before the moon landing, right?
1968.
And that was awesome.
And it was the
Right?
amazing movie, one of the best movies ever made.
And if you
So
watch
that was-
that, if you watch
and
that
the moon
movie,
landing looked
it's even
nothing,
better than the
not even
movies
close
they
to
made
as
now.
good. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Well, that movie is in quality of practical effects better than the movies they make now with CGI.
Yeah, it was awesome. Look up 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's 1968. Now that's Stanley Kubrick's the one that made that, and he's the one rumored to have helped them with the moon landing fakery. And it's brilliant the way they did it. If it was fake, because they did it shot. It's almost like they did it shoddy on purpose so that it wouldn't look so slick, like a movie, And it seemed to be more believable that way, in a way. Not now, but at the time, maybe it did.
I think that was
And then
more
there's a lot of things that you can say it's cherry picking, but if you really look into it and you're intellectually honest with yourself, you know there's a lot to find.
The conspiracy is more in consequence of, like, the conspiracy view is more in consequence of the Russian Cold War.
Yes, I have a friend that says that too, and I used to think that too. Like, yeah, they wanted to win it, so they faked it, right? He thinks they faked the first one just to win the space race, and then everything after that was real. Is that what you think? Maybe they faked the first one.
It's possible. I'm not gonna. I personally don't believe they faked it, but it's possible that they could have faked that, but have the real engineering.
Yeah, that's possible. But then you have to ask yourself, if they did fake it, then do I really trust everything else they're saying after that?
Have you seen the LEM? You said real engineering, but have you really looked at the LEM? I mean, that thing, you call it real engineering. They even say that they couldn't, that they would poke a hole through it with their finger if they were not careful enough. If you watch the video, they show you where Buzz Aldrin and all the guys were sitting in the LEM next to the engine, right? And they were landing that thing on the moon, which is spinning, right? So they are landing it on a spinning moon next to the engine, not hearing anything, right? So you have to be logical and be fair and think, well, that's weird, right? That thing looks, and if it's made with curtain rods and tape, bro, that's not engineering.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, and it wouldn't even fit in what the sizes don't really proportionally work out. Plus, did you know that they only had like 40 kilobytes or megabytes, not even megabytes, I think, kilobytes of RAM or something like that. It's just like a speak and spell type computer. And they like to brag about doing it all analog, the engineering there for that is pretty impressive if they did actually work out how it might be done, just how it might be done. Now them actually doing it is just laughable when you really look into it without the computer power, and then they had to circle around the moon while like the other two guys were down there playing golf, and he had to keep circling around, and then the thing had to go back up and be able to dock. I mean, the story is just, to think that they couldn't fake it, or that it would be easier to do it than fake it. When you hear the actual details and look into it skeptically, you're just going to laugh at yourself for saying that at some point, if you're honest with yourself.
Well, the funny thing is, you have to be you don't have to be a student. You can test the globe model for yourself.
Yeah, that's
And
not
that
gonna
would
prove anything.
that would be the first step in understanding the globe model. And personally, I don't care if you find a globe or not. What I care about is that you hold yourself to the claim of something in science to be verifiable, which means that you verified something within science. And in this case, talking about the globe, you claim it's verifiable, therefore you have to verify it for yourself to make that claim true.
And keep in mind that if it is all fabricated, then they did a brilliant job of reverse engineering a lot of these things. And what they did with perspective, like the normal perspective, your eye can only see so far. You have an angular resolution that makes things disappear from the bottom up. So what they've done is they've taken those natural limitations of our eyesight and perspective, and then made the measurements of the globe fit those. So it's like kind of a reverse engineered hijacking of the perspective to make the curvature seem like it might be like hiding a boat rather than just perspective that does the same thing.
Well, yeah, you could do the same with chemistry. It doesn't mean it's wrong.
Mhm.
But it's not really wrong though. It could. I mean, it's not like some power move.
What do you mean?
Like I don't believe that they're doing it out of power. Like they want to control you because you can't see these things.
The whole
Well, it's not about belief. I mean,
the whole
if you look
moon
into it, you
mission
might find
is
out there's
this.
a lot of reasons that it does give them power. If
The
you're
whole
relying on them to just to I mean, if the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning, and you think that you have to rely on the white coats to tell you why you're not feeling like you're spinning, and that's like
But,
your basic, senses that you're relying on others to define for you to begin with. That's just the start of it, right?
the measure of atoms are very, very quantitative. Like you can't look at it. They're microscopic. They're detailed. Like so, I don't. It might give
What do
them
you mean
power.
by
But
that?
that doesn't mean it doesn't prove them to be untrue. Like the measure of atoms. You can't measure atoms with your eye, but you can do it with tools.
Sure.
Measurement.
Yeah, that's what they say at least. Now they could have done a lot of the same kind of thing with a lot of what we talk about with microscopic stuff, and they reverse engineered it or made up stories with cartoons to own the stuff that nobody that doesn't. I mean, anybody that doesn't have the kind of money for the tools that they have are automatically excluded from verifying it for themselves, right? So the microscopic and the macroscopic, they've decided to own, regardless of how much of it is real. Some of it is, some of it isn't, I think.
And within chemistry, they are honest about it that they do not know the makeup of atoms. Atoms is just the name for the smallest particle holding mass.
There's a lot of theories, quarks, like the spin of the quark and different flavors of quarks and stuff. I used to love talking to Stephen Hawking, got into a lot of that kind of stuff. He was like a really awesome read for a long time. I thought that, it is still an awesome read. It's all theoretical, but now I realize why he was made into who he was.
Yeah, so do you all believe like the physics, or you just think that school is manipulated?
No, you don't have to believe physics.
Okay,
You can test physics.
Okay,
Not
but
about
You're going against your own claims of verifiable science. Once something is verifiable, and most of science should be verifiable by laymen, by just reading the papers and repeating the processes. And thus you come to the same conclusions. That is the purpose of science. Once it gets into the realm, you can only do this if you have billions and trillions of dollars and special equipment and all that kind of crap. You get into the realm of, let's say, financial power. Because they put it outside the reach of the layman. The whole purpose of science was that it was verifiable by the layman, because it should be repeatable. So once you go outside that sphere of, hey, you can repeat this just by following the letter written, yeah, it's science. Once you
The
go
label.
beyond that, you know, uh, it's pure speculation because we cannot repeat it.
Oh, science is so advanced that you need to have a
No,
foundation.
science is not so advanced.
Yeah,
The issue with science is that at most points, especially in let's say the quantum, etc., they go on the same flaws of assumption. They give things names, then believe in the names, and they want to see if they can dig further into it.
okay.
Like we have an atom, and then let's smash it in CERN to see if we can get Higgs boson particles. You know, they don't even know the makeup of an atom, but they already named the particle that would come out of it. That is not science.
Okay.
That is speculation.
So you're saying
Are
that
you
low
are you
level.
employed in the science field at all? Just asking. Like, is that your profession
Not
in
really.
school?
I do
Are you in
computers.
school? Computer science.
Yeah.
Did you know that all flight simulators use a stationary level Earth for training their pilots?
I'm not familiar with flight simulators.
Well, that if you look into it for computer science, you can look at programs for like video games. You know, it's all a stationary plane. That's like the base of all video games, including all flight simulators, which they actually train the pilots to fly with. If the pilots had to go into the air and fly over a spinning ball, it'd be a much different situation. They wouldn't be able to land the plane, in fact, because they'd have to time the plane for the ball spinning towards them as they land on the runway. If they're going north to south, especially,
Well, I mean,
it's a big problem.
well, I was just like asking, like, because like you're claiming that the foundations of science, like some aspects of physics, are just untrue.
No,
Then,
no, the foundations are usually true. And in
oh yeah,
fact,
but
they
some of them.
contradict the ball. The foundations contradict the ball theory, like blatantly when you look into it.
The basic foundation of science is to have a scientific method and that it is verifiable.
Okay, well,
Once you stray from those two, it's no longer science. The scientific method is very clear and methodical.
yeah.
The verifying process is very clear and methodical. Once one or two of those is obscured, not followed, or, just hand waved, it's no longer science.
Do you know what the scientific method is? Do you know about the scientific method at all?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
So you know what you need to like actually test the dependent variable and make sure that that's the cause, right? So if there should be a lot of ways that you could use the scientific method to show that we're on the spinning ball, right? That the experiments that they claim show that gravity is a real thing don't follow with the scientific method, which is interesting. Now it's hard. It's not a science question whether it's flat or ball because we can't manipulate the variables. We can't manipulate gravity. We can't manipulate the stars. We can't manipulate the sun. Those are things that are constants, right? So it's kind of like not even a science question technically, but it's more of a common sense versus consensus type war going on here. If you can look at it that way, you might be interested. Would you want to know? That's the question. If we're right, would you want to know? If we're right.
You're right, of course, but I don't believe.
So how would you go about finding that out?
If you're right?
Yeah, how would you find out if we're right or not?
Well, it seems that like the methods you've offered to measure if your claim's true is highly biased to your liking.
Why is that?
Well, because you tell me to look at the curve when light bends, well, heat bends light, and another one was, what was the other one? The laser thing. There's a lot of these science like methods are kind of cherry picked to depict whatever.
So lasers are biased now. We build stuff with lasers now.
No. I'm just saying
Military
like,
use lasers to
these are
listen.
awfully specific.
Lasers are used by the military to acquire targets many, many, many miles away. Do you think that when they acquire a target with a laser, they think, well, no, that target is beyond the curvature because the laser is hitting the target, reflecting it back over the curve. So it's bending twice back at us. And when we shoot at it, we don't see the target. We see a hologram, but we shoot at it anyway. Is that what you think? A laser is biased?
Well,
No,
the
I'm
logic,
simply saying-
the logistics of it are pretty challenging when you have to believe what Roger was just explaining. When you really look into the details, I think personally, I don't think optics are a very good way to prove it to yourself necessarily. I think common sense might be even the better way to go, because if you look at the parallax, the lack of parallax in the stars, that means you have to believe that they're like in an infinite, quote unquote, distance away, which is why they seem fixed. But if we're traveling with the sun that's going 500,000 miles per hour, that means we've displaced ourselves in this coordinate of space and time by like 12 million miles a day. So if we're moving 12 million miles every day, times that times 360 times hundreds of years, that means our original position in relation to those stars must have changed quite a bit. But we see the stars in the exact same spot every year, just circling around it and ended up in the same spot. So it would challenge you to then say, well, then they're just, the globe answer to that is that they're so far away that it doesn't matter. Now that takes a lot of faith to think that that's possible.
And the only reason that they didn't want a geocentric universe was because they didn't think they were special enough. So it isn't because of observations. It isn't because of measurements. They didn't want geocentrism because a feeling. They didn't feel that Earth was special. It's
Well, Alan Watts. Have you ever heard Alan Watts? Do you know who he is at all? He's an interesting speaker. He talked about that there was a change in the way our philosophy about the Earth that had to do with like basically not wanting to live life with this idea of God looking down on you and judging you all the time. Not that I think that's the way it should be, or that flat Earth should be about that. But he kind of explained it as at some point they wanted to have the freedom to do as they please, I guess, without it being some kind of like special place in the universe that we held. Not that we could claim that there is a special place in the universe. Maybe there's lots of special places, but as far as we can tell from what we see above, it's circling around this area, right where we are. I would say there's a lot more land, and if there is, think about that. It would be unlimited resources. So it might have been a good move, whether it's a power move or not. It might have been just for preservation of society that they decided they wanted to make sure it was limited resources so that they could have value for things like gold and oil and stuff, Peak oil came and went, right? We all talked about that, but what happened to that, right? So we realize now that it's probably abiotic, right? Those things just replenish themselves. But if we claim that it's scarce, then we can put a price on it that we like. So that is a power move, right?
Yeah, well, I've noticed the common theme behind flat Earth is reject and answer later.
No,
well, like that's good. That's
the
fair
rejection is based on measurements. That's the whole point. It's a valid rejection based on measurements that you have to do yourself to see if we are correct or not.
It's the loss of a belief, not the gaining of a new one.
All measurements that were handpicked.
Then you're not intellectually honest. Because if you hear the rejection, you have to investigate the rejection. That means you have to repeat what makes us reject.
What did you think of what I said about the parallax? I want to hear your response to that.
The what?
Do you understand that, what I was saying about the lack of parallax in the stars? Did you get that?
Well, I heard about the resources thing.
No, the thing about the stars being so far away. Okay, so
Oh
did you
yeah,
get what I was saying? Like you would think that
yeah. Well,
our
I mean,
position in relation to the stars and the stars' relation to each other would change. I mean, at least a little bit,
yeah.
if not
Well,
like every
they're
single
far.
second, right?
Well, they're so far that that you can
Right.
only see their light. You can't see the actual star. You can only see the light. That's how far they are.
Right, but do you realize what you're saying when you say that they're so far, it wouldn't make any difference after thousands of years of moving uh, in relation to them, adjusting our position? Now, they move along with us, they say, to a certain degree, but so perfectly that the North Star would still be where it is after this long. Does
The
it really
sun.
make sense? Does it
Well,
really make sense to you that it's just like because they're trillions of miles away? Or is it because you want to accept it that you're accepting it?
well, the sun. Well, if you look out, well, actually, even though I think this works on the flat Earth model, if you look out, the sun only blocks so much. The stars. Well, if the sun's that close and it only represents like one in maybe like 1,000 of your vision, or the 3D like 3D vision, let's just say hypothetically, then a star that is very very far should be seen by many and always.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that their position in relation to each other as well as to us, after us moving 500,000 along with the sun at
Yeah.
500,000 miles per hour, means 12 million miles out of the original position every day. So 12 million miles out of our original position every day shouldn't make a difference after hundreds of years in the relationship between
No,
us and the stars at all, in your opinion,
the
because they're
Earth
so far
always,
away. Is that good enough for you?
the Earth always rebounds back to its original position. Well, not original, but let's just say like it loops through positions of last previous ones, but that's not enough to constitute like that's like 1,000 miles. Let's say Earth off course itself 1,000 miles. That'd still be like considering how far depending how far the stars are, and depending if the sun blocks it, it'll be nothing.
Well, that's what you hope to believe. Now, I'm just going to put something in the live stream right now. Like, this is how far they say Polaris is. Actually, NASA says 430 still. I think recently they've updated it to 320, which is like a 40% reduction, which is a lot, if they were wrong about that. But just look at the GIF that I posted. Now, you can claim whatever you want about P900, having focus issues, and I'd agree. Now, there's some detail in this GIF that I made, but you'd have to believe that this thing that we're looking at here is 430 times 6 trillion. Can you even say what number that would be, or even write the amount of zeros that would be? And this is what you're seeing. Does that make any common sense? And I'm not asking if you think it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it is surprising that that's what we'd see from that far away, wouldn't you say?
Um, well, we could it's an rough estimate, but I don't think that's the perfect number.
It doesn't matter. I mean, even if it was just 6 trillion miles away, that's pretty surprising to get that kind of detail, right? Wouldn't you think?
Well, it's a prediction. It's a highly well. It's I don't believe that it's surprising because we've done more challenging things in science.
Well, yeah, but you could at least be honest enough to say that's pretty amazing that we get that
Of
anything
course,
that
it's
look like that.
amazing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
actually very amazing. Yeah.
it's amazing. I mean, it may be unlikely, on the surface to expect that might be what we'd see. Like, you wouldn't think that's what we'd get from that far away if you're intellectually honest enough to say that. I mean, if you're just defending the position, kind of like one of my litmus tests for people, like if they're honest enough with themselves to at least say, "Wow, you might have a point there," and unless they're just going to defend their, "Oh well, what would you expect to see?" And
Well, the
there's lots
size
of
is
things that we can't believe, but it is pretty surprising that we get any kind of detail with those lines there. It's pretty
well,
distinct, from the
quantity.
light coming that far away, and it doesn't even seem that bright.
Well, quantity is highly subjective. I personally find it amazing, but others might not.
No, if it's true, that would be like beyond amazing.
Well,
I
I
think that
mean,
it's amazing that we get this kind of detail from
I
anything.
don't think it would be surprising if it was like 100% verified. Well,
Really, I think
it would
it's
be
pretty surprising. Think about it: 6 trillion miles,
well because
6 trillion miles, even 1,000 miles is amazing.
Well, we've done more amazing thing in the microscopic level, which again is actually way more
That may be true.
way more improvable.
That's true. And there's lots of things about that. I'm not saying it, just throw it all away. Not even saying throw all away, throw all of what they say about space away. You know, there could be some things that you know, usually when this kind of thing comes up, there's some things that are verifiable and some things that aren't. And we've kind of like, you know, mixed through all, or, you know, investigated all these details to figure out if the overall thing that they're saying really adds up when you add up the you know, contradictions. And if you look into this, and I sent you a bunch of links you can look at, because you can't find those links anymore, you could at least, you know, entertain yourself with the idea, instead of just finding ways to cognitively go into cognitive dissonance and just refuse it. If you really want to know, you'll probably be here talking with us a couple months from now going, man, that was crazy. I couldn't believe that. There's so many unanswered predictions. You know, what I assumed was correct. You know, I mean, you would be able to say that you know something that, you know, pretty much most people don't know yet.
Well, I mean, what is like the politics behind flat Earth that creates all of this, let's just say, oblivion to
What's the
Earth?
politics? Well, they had the Flat Earth Society come out, you know, like a controlled opposition group, right? And then Obama mentioned we don't have time for the Flat Earth Society, a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. So they've been trolling us with it for a while, right? What's the reason you think for that?
Well, it's a radical idea.
Yeah, but you know what's funny is, like, if you were to find out that we're right, it'd be so funny to think about it as radical when it's just like, wow, you mean things are like they seem, and that's radical? That things are actually more like they seem instead of the opposite.
Well, any
You know,
radical
isn't
idea.
it more radical to think that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because of all these theoretical reasons rather than just you're not spinning? Doesn't Occam's razor point to the fact that everything should just be more like it is rather than the opposite, and you just don't sense it or understand it?
Yeah. Well, theoretical is better than well, in the theoretical realm is kind of hard because there's so many factors, but you could make judgments of something through theory.
Yeah,
That would be accepted through society.
right. But you know, it's just funny to think about if it is true that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not, and and then find out that that's actually radical rather than just logical.
So, like what's like I don't understand though, because like I've heard that they had coast guards on the edge of the earth or something that prevents people from
There's no
falling.
edge. Why would there be edge?
That's
Who
what I
told you
heard
the edge? See, that's the thing. That's you're caught up still with all the memes and the like we were all taught to think flat Earth is stupid. From like we were trained to think that almost like totally. Why? I mean,
So-
why? Because it's a lot. It seems like it'd be something that, like, if you're asking your teacher, why is it that people don't fall off the ball or whatever? These are like honest questions from a kid, you know. But then to act like the kid's stupid to even ask that, you know, and then to find out that gravity, the thing that's supposed to hold it all together, they have to admit isn't even a real force. It's a pseudo force. It just acts like a force, but it holds everything together. You know, I mean, these are all crazy things that we're actually learning about what they told us.
Mic check. Mic check.
Go ahead. Sorry, Roger.
Yeah. Well, I want to add something. Name said flat Earth is radical, but almost every ancient civilization and cosmology knew that the Earth was a flat, non-rotating Earth. So it's not radical. The thing that is radical is the globe religion, right? Which is originated like 400 years ago. That's the radical thing, right? Something you cannot see, cannot feel, does not appear in your observable reality, right? That is radical. If you believe you're living on a spinning globe.
It's radical.
And I would even challenge. I would even say that you don't even think you believe it, but you don't even believe it. You think you believe it because that's the theory and that you're supposed to believe it, but you don't actualize it in any way. Like if I told you today you've been upside down and right side up relative to your right side up from the earlier in the day, then you know right now, and that you've spun 1,000 miles an hour or whatever, all of those like literal details you don't think about, and you don't really believe that's happening. Theoretically, you think that's true, but you don't actualize it in any way in your daily life.
no matter the foundation of it, it's still radical relative to present beliefs.
It has to be
Right,
radical
right.
because we're trying to verify something that is claimed by the sciences.
Yeah. Well,
And in that verification process, you find something akin to the opposite of the claim. So, of course, it's radical from your perspective, but all we
And no,
do
yeah.
is trying to follow the scientific method, and we just take the observation phase and try to verify what they have claimed. And yes, if the outcome is opposite of their claim, of course it seems radical. But who is radical when they are holding on to that claim but not verify it themselves? That is
And
radical.
nobody here is trying to convince you. I don't know if you got that idea, but nobody's trying to convince you. All we can do is go, well, we found this out, and that's what we found out. And you can look into it for yourself. You can watch those videos I sent you, and you can find out for yourself. But being convinced by somebody, believing us is just as bad as believing them. You know, it's a matter of common sense. Use your common sense. And if you're willing to just give up all common sense and go believe what they tell you, then that's your choice too. Go for it.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that like it's better to believe fundamental values than try to edge off. But hold on, I'll be back in like minutes.
Believe in science. Really think about that statement. Believe in science. Why should science become a religion? It's your religion. You need to admit that at least. If you're believing in it, it's just a religious belief.
Well, I have to
If you believe in science, you don't do science. That's simple. And we try to do science. We try to do things to get knowledge.
Yeah.
When you believe science, all you do is read papers and accept what's written. That's belief.
Yeah. Well, I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. Okay. I gotta go.
Really?
Quick. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll see you back. Take care, man. Thanks for coming in.
Have a good time. He's a decent Glober.
Yeah, he seems somewhat sincere.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
I said somewhat. What's going on, man? Good to hear you. Nice to see you again, Monkey. How you been, bro?
So up to the point where he said, well, the common thing with flat earthers is to reject everything. Until then, yes.
Yeah. It's a veiled insult, but I will give it to him. You know, like he has been nice, calm, and collected throughout. What is it? An hour, and you know, he got 3 voices yelling at him.
Hey, shout out to Battle Mod, by the way. I miss him. Anyway, I miss a lot of what he has to say. But Monkey, the last time I talked to you, I heard a little bit what happened after that. That was pretty crazy. You ended up holding your own pretty well.
Yeah, you know, that was kind of like a weird experience, but it was fun, you know. And
you got misinterpreted. Everyone thought you were a baller for a second. You were questioning.
Yeah. I even get asked to prove the ball, which, you know, I did the day after because that was April's Fool's Day. But
I didn't think about that. It's interesting. Did you see what I put in the live stream a bit ago? I made a thing for April Fools last year and I updated it. I'll put it in there again right now.
Yeah, with April Fools, we had like a Let's Be a Glober Day. So.
Oh, nice.
Well, the moderators and a few golds and silvers were acting like Globers. It was kind of. And even then, you know, in Ladies' Night, they didn't recognize me, and I was in text, and they called me out like, "Oh, can you come to the live stream?" And then someone else spoiled it like, "Yeah, but he's a moderator, he's playing."
That's funny. Yeah, I like that role playing thing, and we did that in this other stream for just a bit ago. And some of the ballers that were participating were almost too good at it. Like, I couldn't even believe that they believed their shit afterwards. Like, they were just like really good flat earthers. I think a lot of them know the truth. They just know. They're just defending that position.
Well, you know, I think a lot of this has to do with how much time does it take for an individual to realize what is going on. And within a debate or discussion, we are kind of like impatient, because if I look at myself before I became a flat earther, or, you know, realized the earth was flat, it took me a year. And I did it like on my own, without any contact of the, you know, without any reflection with other people. But it took me a year to come to grip to a new reality. So
Yep.
a lot of those globe people, yeah, you know, they have the opportunity to talk like this, but it doesn't mean that their mind can wrap around it that quickly. Even though, you know, they can concede on a black swan or something, doesn't mean it's settled in their heads, because you got to, you know, push away years of indoctrination, which is a hard task.
Yeah, and like I said to that guy that was just on, I think that it's true. None of us thought about it in any literal sense our whole lives. You know, we were never thinking, "Oh, I'm upside down compared to where I was earlier today." You know, like, that's none of that. Like a reality that we think about, or you know, make a literal thing in our heads, even though it's kind of a you know, dichotomy that we think of as a way of everything working. To make it a literal thing, it just automatically, you know, it gets rejected by common sense, I would say.
So you also have to hone out that mantra that they put inside you, right? Trust the science, trust the science. It was like, so the last 2 years was a perfect example of it. Trust the science, trust the science. So that mantra is put inside you, and you need to hone it out. That takes time, right?
We got to use their own, or actually it was our slogan, which they co-opted, but we got to use flatten the curve again, just to hammer it back in. Flatten the curve.
That's a funny, yeah. We talked about that last time we talked. That they may be trolling us leading up to some kind of flat Earth absorbing of using it against us. I hope that, and the reason I point that out is so that we can be aware of those kind of tactics maybe becoming something that we need to also fight. It'd be ironic if we end up having to fight the interpretation of flat Earth that they take, you know. They wanted to start using their interpretation of what God thinks of us, or what God is telling us to do, or whatever, you know, those kind of things we have to be like aware of. Did you watch those? I think I might have sent you those commercials. Like, there's one with Matthew McConaughey that they show all the time now, where he's in like a spacesuit and he's going, "Space, the final frontier," and then he goes, "Nah, we need to worry about what's going on down here on Earth." It's like, whoa! And then you see he's in a balloon. Like, they're showing us right there. This is how we fake it. Right? This is part of how we fake it. And then there's another one with Ewan McGregor, and he's walking in front of astronauts on strings. And then there's a TV that he walks behind, and it shows the astronauts as if they're in space. Like, total in your face. Like mainstream commercials. They're like getting people prepared for this, like laughing at astronauts.
Yeah, I've seen those. You're right, man.
Isn't that weird? What are they doing? Are they just trolling? Or are they going to use this against us? I don't know. There's another couple things I'll put in the live stream that I just sent to somebody else. which I've noticed a couple of things. Like, well, back when this was all kind of at the first peak in 2016, a lot of us, 2017, a lot of weird shit going on with like, politicians going down to Antarctica on emergency, like,
Yeah,
like got to get to it. That was weird, right? Like, what's up with that?
we know how this game works. They're leaving clues.
Right? But for what reason? And then like there was a couple commercials. There was a Super Bowl commercial where there was like Siri, tell me something interesting. And then it was back in the day, and this woman's like, well, the Earth is flat. But because it was back in the day where they were using wheelbarrows to carry dead people around, then people could interpret it either way. But the words were, tell me something interesting, and the woman says, well, the Earth is flat, right? So you could interpret it as, oh, she just didn't know because she's back in the day, or they could be telling us something, right? And then there was a couple of ones recently with Picard in Antarctic, and all the famous people go up there, and they have the dome model of flat Earth pop up out of the ice. Have you seen that one?
I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll send it to you. Or I can't find it. There's like a compilation of them. And yeah, it ends, this compilation that I found, it ends with the one that I'm talking about there. This dome model of the flat Earth pops up, and it's a lot of predictive programming going on. The basketball players were talking about it. Obama mentioned it. And then there was a couple other ones that I'm going to put one in the live stream right now. Kind of like, and then they're showing us all the shit on the ISS being fake on purpose. Why? Why are they wouldn't let all that leak if it was really important to protect the secret. They would scour every single thing that gets released to the public and make sure there's nothing shoddy being shown to us. But now we're all paying attention to it, so it could just be bad press is good press. I don't know.
Yep, I got nothing.
Yeah, I kind of stump people. I mean, not stump anybody, but it's kind of hard to say what exactly is going on. But check this one out. That show American Gods used this astronaut being crucified. And then this is interesting here. There was a state quarter put out with the astronaut. And I was like, wow, that kind of looks like a hangman, doesn't it? Well, you have to
Yeah, why not?
you have to have some of these things, like when you have like Jesus on the cross or whatever, that gets debated whether he actually became was resurrected, and that became the religion, whether you believe he was resurrected or not, and the separation between the religions, based on those kind of things. So every time you get a new whatever, they're going to, maybe this new age thing that they may go with in place of space, that they're crucifying the old. Part of the ritual, or maybe they're just gaslighting us, and they'll continue on with their space stuff forever.
No, no.
But it's just us. It's probably better if they do that, and otherwise they're going to absorb it and make it into something that's going to be commercialized and lame, as they do everything else. Probably better if we could just laugh at them, just be the ones that figured it out, and let everyone else just, unless they're interested and really want to know. But people want to believe something, they're just going to do that. It's just easier. Most people that come into this, they know they have to figure out what they never learned about heliocentrism. It's way too complicated for most people to take the time to do, or have the time to do.
I'm not convinced the the atheist wave is that big. I feel like the majority of the world is otherwise.
People don't even realize that it makes them atheists, though. They don't associate the two. Most people. I think most people
And
believe
also,
in
it's the
God, but they
atheist
also
and
accept
lukewarm
space.
Christian wave.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying it's the atheist and the lukewarm Christian wave.
Right.
It'll be the Christian pushing the globe model, the Christian pushing the government narratives, and the atheist.
Yeah, most religions totally support the heliocentric model, or most official religious positions, right?
You mean all the old religions support the flat Earth model?
True. But now they've adapted it, right?
Yeah, reverse engineered.
Yeah.
Burned all the books. Hung
Catholics came up with the
certain
model.
people and burned certain people at the stake for believing in certain things.
Yeah. Yeah. We got another Spanish Inquisition going on there now, don't we?
Yeah, it's a different type of book burning.
Yeah. The data deleting.
Yeah, but you gotta have a good book burning when oil prices spike. Otherwise, how are you going to get warm?
Right.
Well, if you look at, let's say, the book burnings, and you look at the weather patterns during the book burnings, it kind of happens when it's cold and there's little sun, or
Is that right? You actually looked into that? That's funny.
Well, there are like, if you had, let's say, uh, the the Inquisition at the end of the Middle Ages, that happened kind of prior to the Small Ice Age. But during the Small Ice Age was the period when they had their witch hunts. And if you look at the Second World War, with the book burnings prior, the period of the Second World War in Europe was extremely cold for European standards. So it was like, weather and book burnings, they kind of, go along with each other.
Interesting. Yeah, it's an information war now. All about the info.
How much smoke does deleted Discord servers and deleted accounts create?
Right.
Like the computer deletion has no smoke trail.
He was joking, though. He wasn't really trying to say it literally, necessarily about now.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a joke to you.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting though. Yeah, they can bury something. That's pretty good. There a lot of videos we look for now. You can't find it all, in fact. It's like we were the test subject though, because the algorithm fed us this information, and then they took it away for all the newbies. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you saw the Flatlanders episode 1.
Not sure.
Not sure.
Oh, did it
So
come out? Wait, the one that just came out?
yeah, the 35 miles laser test.
No, because I missed. I missed the premiere of that.
Wait a second. I have it. I will post it in the live stream.
Cool. Thanks.
So 35-mile laser test. Already tried some globers on it, and then they say, well, refraction.
Of course.
Did they account for refraction? Yeah, lasers bend down. So the point here is they usually claim, well, it's over water, and the water is cooler, and then the laser will bend across the earth. This is over train tracks, right? It's over land. And they still claim that the laser will bend over 35 miles. It's ridiculous.
Well, they have to. I mean, if they're going to keep their position, that's all they got.
Right. I posted it in the last.
You know what would be great if they found the survey papers when they laid down the railroad tracks and all the papers of the construction of it.
Yeah. Exactly.
That would be an awesome addition to the laser test itself, because then you have two things, one physical and one in light spectrum, which are undeniable because it's actually there.
Right.
So I also got a rebuttal. So they took that measurement from Google Earth, right? So if you accept Google Earth, Earth is a ball. That's what they told me. So I was like, so if they took their car and drove it next to the train tracks and measured the distance that way, would you accept it if it was the same as Google Earth? And you get a bunch of deflection and obfuscation, right? Yeah, but I can use Google Earth and put the longitude, latitudes, and measure the globe Earth. That's what they tell you, right? So they won't even go into the laser test other than, yeah, the light is bending due to refraction, and then go into a red herring about Google Earth. If you accept Google Earth, then Earth is a ball, right? That's what they do.
If I were Rick East, I would say, well, 35 miles on a plateau, it's just a geological formation. Earth has mountain ranges and plateaus, and this is clearly on a plateau, which is flat. So it doesn't measure the Earth. It is just a flat measurement of a plateau.
The train tracks is a good one because there's no way that those train tracks curve over thousands of miles of curvature across the United States. You know it. They just don't. Come on. Train tracks are straight.
Hello?
Hey.
Yeah, what happened to that one guy? Battle Mod.
What's that?
Is? Battle Mod? Some guy.
Yeah, Battle Mod. I don't know exactly what the story was, but he's got another Flat Earth reality server you could join. Ask him.
What happened to him, though? Did he just leave this
No
one?
idea. I have no idea.
I remember. I think the last time I was in here, I was talking to him.
Yeah, he's one of the most knowledgeable people you'll ever run into, man. He knows some shit, man. He's got his shit down. Like he will school any motherfucker on a lot of shit that I never knew until I heard him say it.
Who's the most fluent here?
Who knows? I'm not. That's for sure. There's so many people here who know way more than I do. It's not really a contest.
It is not about quantity of knowledge. It's about quality of knowledge.
Well, yeah. Well, it's whoever has the highest quality of knowledge.
We don't try to even figure that out. There's lots of people here that have different strengths and what they know, and some people are better at explaining it than others. I don't know. Does it matter?
I think charisma goes a long way into these types of debates.
Charisma?
Basically, if you're trying to look for quality of knowledge, then each person has their own knowledge. Knowledge is not something shared, as in, you hear my words and you can accept it. No, you hear my words and you have to verify them. That's how you acquire knowledge. And that's how you know the knowledge of some person is correct. Otherwise, it would be a story. So, a lot of people have a lot of stories, but very few people have the intellectual honesty to verify those stories. So, you cannot say if someone has a lot of knowledge or little knowledge unless you verify it for yourself, in which you have gained that knowledge. Knowledge is a personal thing. It's not something shared.
Whoever has the vast amount of knowledge that concurs with flat Earth theory.
It's not really a flat Earth theory. It's just like your default position. It's like the loss of a belief rather than the gaining of a new one. Once you lose the belief that you're on a spinning ball, then what are you left with?
No, whatever beliefs you have that's not related to that.
No, it's just your base reality. Like, things are what they seem to be, right? And we can't. How could we know otherwise, right?
I don't think people put a spinning ball as their identity. I mean, it's strictly part of their belief, but it's not necessarily their identity. It's not like they're gonna collapse if the ball is proven otherwise.
No, exactly. It's not like that. It's misinterpreted completely.
It depends. Like, some people, like, let's say, and most people see this as a derogatory form, but let's say the NASA fanboys, which I mean with all due respect. You can be a fan of NASA for all I care. People are fans of football clubs, so people can be fans of NASA. I don't mind. But when you meet someone like that, they will be up to the point of punching you in the face when you say the globe is not real, or have you tried to verify the globe. Any doubt on the globe will infuriate their emotions. Just like you go to a sports fan and you know their team, and you go to the opposite team and you say, hey, I'm a fan of the opposite team, and they will hit you in your face for being a fool, for being on the other side of the spectrum. So there are people that hook the globe to their identity and their egos, which is kind of normal, because that is what society teaches you. That is how society kind of functions. Because every team sells their merch, and selling merch is how you survive. NASA sells merch. Even, the military sells merch. You can have guys that say, hey, I'm a Navy guy, and the other guy says, well, I'm an Army dude, so fuck off. It is a thing that is like a tribal mechanism, and you want to hook yourself to a tribe or to a team. And some people can remain rational, and some people become irrational, and you find that in every place, everywhere.
I think the reason you think that people put flat Earth as or globe as their identity is because you yourself put flat Earth as your identity. Perhaps not like as strictly as your identity, but it's definitely their belief. Doesn't mean
I lost most of my friends who are staunch globers. Not when I was a flat earther, but when I spoke about questioning the globe.
Yeah.
That was before I actually measured for myself. It was me wanting them to be part of the experience and going along with me to measure the globe. But they flat out refused it, and I got ditched as a friend. That's how I lost most of my friends.
I
You'd be surprised how personally people take it.
A lot of flat Earth
People
people
take it
are
so
anarchists.
personally.
Have
I'm sorry, what?
anarchist views. No, I just noticed flat Earth people have a lot of anarchist views.
Yeah, kind of like free
And
thinking
a
type
lot
stuff.
of and anarchist views conflicts with many views. Well, it certainly pretty
True.
much
Are
every view.
you kind of in tune with flat anarchist views?
I'm not. No, I'm not an anarchist. I tilt towards libertarian, but I'm not fully an anarchist.
Yeah. It's hard because there's a lot of things that are idealistic about it, but you have to like depend on everybody being cool, and that's usually not the case. So yeah, libertarian is kind of a happy medium. I agree.
I think you mix up anarchy or anarchist and a person that dares to question authority.
Yeah, so that's anarchy.
Anarchy is more political, where a question who questions authority is trying to do science, because that is the basic of science.
Yeah,
Why science
politics
was
is in everything.
invented as a philosophy to question the standing authorities on their claims. So there is a overlap between the two, but the one is mostly based on political, where the other is based on asking questions.
No, I'm simply saying the political front. A lot of people here seems to tilt towards conservative anarchy views.
I'd say you're probably right about.
I think the conservative part might come from religion or like traditional methods, but I'm not completely sure where the conservative thing comes from. It's probably I don't really know. Like I'd expect all of you to be like liberal, but I don't know.
Well, from, let's say, the experience I have had with anarchists, as in, what people would call philosophical anarchy, is that they don't want others to rule over them.
Yeah. Well, full-on anarchist is never. They're quite crazy and radical.
No, because most anarchists use democratic principles to come to consensus, which means every individual gets a vote and we discuss it.
Well, conservative values are fundamental, and the only way to change those values are through, which is democratic outlines. So the anarchists will use the liberal views or the liberal temperament to change conservative fundamentals. But which is weird because I'd expect all of you to be liberal.
True. It's interesting how it's like you can't really pinpoint. Well, first of all, anyone in here, you might have people with what you would consider quote unquote liberal or quote unquote conservative political stances, but most are anti-political in general because like flat Earth kind of points out that the whole thing is kind of a sham. Like they're not even counting your votes. In fact, this whole thing that just happened recently probably is that the idea that the votes weren't counted or were cheated on. The whole thing's an act. The whole thing's concocted from the very start. So it's just giving people a position to take about whether the votes were cheated on or not, when really behind the scenes, they're shaking hands knowing how it's going to play out regardless. And they're just playing out this fight about the votes not being counted and all that just for our entertainment, or not entertainment, but for our manipulation of us having to have IDs and all the things that they want in the long run. So it's kind of that it's the tactic of Hegelian dialectic. You know what that is, right? Create the problem and then offer the solution. right?
I think I know where the conservative thing comes from. It's probably from being very disagreeable.
Disagreeable.
Well, yeah, conservatives are temperamentally like very disagreeable and stubborn.
That's but also traditional, or maybe just that we would have like some of the more traditional things that the Constitution was based on. I think that's where that might be conflated, because it's all about our protecting our rights and protecting our individual liberties, rather than just being stubborn.
Well, yeah, we lack so much privacy where it's sort of the principles from then can't really be used now.
Sometimes, yeah, that's true, and there's like a lot of like misrepresentation of both sides, intentionally, so that they can manipulate us. Yeah,
that's where the Patriot Act came from. You guys probably aren't fans of the Patriot Act, right?
No, I'm not at all. Why would you be?
Oh well, I mean, it prevents terrorism to an extent.
Well, but do you think that 9/11 was what they told us?
Yeah, probably.
But have you looked into it?
Yeah, I watched a documentary on it.
Right, but have you really looked into it? Do you think that steel buildings can just fall like that from fire? Does that make sense? Common sense to you?
Yeah, if the interior had enough flammable substances.
Well, maybe theoretically, but what about Building 7? Do you know about Building 7 at all? You know how that went down from fire? Just look at the controlled demolition of that. Now, the reason that I don't care about talking about this is because they've given us these points as well. And they controlled the opposition about the whole thing to begin with from the very start, and made they planned the conspiracy theories along with the conspiracy itself. That's how brilliant these people are. They've got us convinced that the leaders of the world are idiots. Most people think that Trump or Biden or Putin are actually in charge of the country that they're appointed to. Do you think that they actually make their own decisions? Does that make any sense? No.
Well, no, the president.
They're all controlled by a bigger government, it seems.
No, well, the president already. The president is controlled by the population. But
well, you wish that would be nice. It'd be nice if that was true. That's the way it's supposed to be, but not really. And if they don't count the votes, and it's the people and the presidents are just put there and they're told what to say, does that really count?
The point is, we call what we experience a democracy, but it isn't a democracy, because a democracy means that for every issue voted on, the people with the right to vote are consulted to vote. But this is a representative democracy. If we talk about the Western world, where we vote for representatives that we have no control over once we voted them in.
Oh no, we have control.
No, you don't have
population.
Because you hear what they do after the fact. That is the whole point. When
let me add something. You call flat earthers the common theme with flat earthers was your exact quote, right? That we reject everything. So would it be fair to then say the common theme with you is that you accept everything, right? Everything you have been told, you accept.
It's not that black and white. It's not black and white.
So you accept the narrative of 9/11. You accept the narrative.
I don't accept everything to where I'm naive, but I don't reject everything to where I create my own reality.
Well, reality is objective, right? We've gone through this.
Subjective. Reality is highly subjective. Anybody views the world their own way.
So when you were at your breakfast table this morning, you were making a sandwich. You ate the sandwich. You do not know that you ate the sandwich. Is that not objective reality?
I could say that
if I punch you,
I could say that I've possessed this body and my memory is this, but I don't think it's true. You know, I could like just edit all of this what you just said.
So we can't prove anything then. That is the
No,
the
it's
exit
the
you want.
nihilistic viewpoint to rejecting everything.
No. Then you are building a straw man, because we don't reject everything, bro. We
No,
want
we
Name,
reject
that.
just look
reality.
at the, just look real quick at
We
the,
want
like, just the beginning of the video I put in the live stream of Building 7 falling. And then you might start to question what they told us about that narrative, and that might lead to, where we are now, because we all looked at that like, 15 years ago.
so instead of claiming that we reject everything, because I'm going to turn it around and say you accept everything, right? Everything mainstream tells you, you will accept without any doubt.
No,
No. So what is
I'm
it?
not
What
naive,
you won't
but I'm not
accept from mainstream?
cynical.
What's something you won't accept from mainstream? Because everything we thrown at you, you said, yeah, moon landings, yeah, 9/11, no problem
Anything
with
that's anything that's ridiculously like bolstered, like just like pretty much. Well,
Name
mainstream is
one thing the government lied about.
well the government. Well, what do you mean by the government? You mean like politicians? Because politicians
mainstream.
lie all the time.
Anything. What is something you don't accept from mainstream?
Pretty much almost everything. I question
Right.
everything on the
I was
mainstream.
correct then. I was correct then, right?
Well, I know I
You
question
accept
everything, but I don't reject it.
anything. You accept anything without any doubt from mainstream
No, no,
media.
no. I just said I question it. I question everything, but I don't reject it flat out, or I don't accept it flat out.
So, and that is something we don't do either, right? We don't reject it at face value. We go into it, we analyze it, and ask for the evidence, right? How is two buildings that were made of steel defying physics, falling in free fall, right? That is what we ask. And you say, well, yeah, it's the narrative tells us there was a fire and it became a pancake, right? It had a pancake effect and it on itself. That is the official narrative, bro. That is what you have to believe if you believe the official narrative.
I
And,
believe
and
in.
even if you were to, I was alive and I was fully aware and awake at the time of 9/11. When you watch, the footage of the planes crashing into the building, whether you believe they were planes or not, you can see that the explosion outside is the jet fuel. Or, yeah, if you don't believe in planes, that would represent the jet fuel. So if the jet fuel explodes outside of the building, it cannot be burning inside the building. And therefore the whole narrative falls apart, because what you are left with are isolated fires on the floors that were hit. And that is exactly what the firemen reported at the day. Isolated small fires, no big deal. That's what the firemen reported. So there was no reason for the buildings to collapse, because these buildings were made to withstand 2 airplanes crashing into it of larger size, namely 2 707s.
So did you look
This
at
was
the Building
World
7
One.
montage that I posted at all? Did you see that? Did
Yeah,
you
yeah, I
look at the
saw it.
beginning of it?
Yeah, but
Can you believe that they
any
telling
time.
us that was just fire from debris that came from the other buildings, and it caught those levels on fire, and that's how it fell? Does that make sense looking at that? It just fell from fire.
Um, I'm not a engineer, so I gotta.
No, but I mean, at the same time, common sense. You wouldn't think, right?
I'd rather not use common sense. My own common sense.
Well, then common sense is like, if you'd rather not use common sense, then I'm sorry, dude.
No, no, to determine something that I can't like that I need actual previous knowledge, prerequisites to.
Okay. Well, anyway,
So,
look into it.
okay,
The interesting thing is I don't even think there were planes on that day. Now that sounded crazy to me at first, right? But I'll send you something called September Clues, where It's hard to deny after watching a lot of what they're put together there. And the one thing that you cannot mention on the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth is no planes. They won't allow that. Now you could say it's because they think it's silly and they really believe that, or you could say that the controlled opposition won't allow the truth, which is I don't think there were even any planes. You can see the wing disappear before it even goes into the building, and it's plain to see for anyone. I was showing people this like 15 years ago that the whole wing disappears. It's a graphic image they showed to us in real time.
It doesn't even matter.
That's how crazy it is.
New perspective. It doesn't even matter. You said it correctly. They gave us these narratives like, oh, there were planes, there were no planes. It was a direct energy weapon or not. It was a nuclear. It was thermite, right? So they keep these people arguing amongst themselves. What did they use? The point is, it wasn't what they told us, right? It wasn't 19. I believe it wasn't 19 terrorists with box cutters hijacking a plane, and that it wasn't, right? So what it was, that's what they want us to argue about and make us not go to them and ask, well, what happened, right? What's the deal here? That is the thing they want.
And if you want to have, let's say, more knowledge about this, then go to your chemistry class, fire up a Bunsen burner, and see how long it takes before the Bunsen burner melts in front of your eyes, or when it starts to lose rigidity. Because that is what they claim. They claim that a fire above or in the structure weakened the steel. But, you can put your Erlenmeyer on a tripod above a Bunsen burner and it won't melt. You can put, the tripod wouldn't melt. So how is their explanation for a flame or a fire less hot than a Bunsen burner flame capable of bringing down these buildings? It's impossible. Chemistry, basic chemistry lessons which you get at 13
it's not only chemistry,
demonstrate that it is impossible narratives.
That's why you need a prerequisite of some simple engineering in terms of architecture, because there's the structural integrity was the thing that mainly caused the fall, not only the burns per se.
Yeah, but now you're
but you say that as if you've looked into it and you know that, or are you just repeating what you heard?
You're pointing at something that you cannot demonstrate. You're pointing at structural integrity of a building that's no longer there, while the papers,
the blueprints,
and the whole design of the building and the experience of the building has shown that its structure had integrity and was up to specs up until the point that this happened. So pointing out that there was problems with structural integrity prior is just a cop-out, because that would mean that with the storms that happened before 9/11, you would have seen parts of the building crack, floors disintegrate because of the stresses induced. These buildings had withstand multiple storms, and they were still standing. And after a storm, if there is any doubt, they will check structural integrity, especially with these big buildings. So there should be papers of either we found cracks, or there are papers, hey, there is no sign of structural integrity failing. But you cannot make that blanket statement that it was not intact, because if it wasn't, then there would be placards on the building prior to 9/11. You cannot occupy this building because it's not structurally safe. And those placards were not there. So it was
For a
structurally
plane.
safe.
I don't
You might
think
be
for
better
a
off
fucking
just
plane.
believing what they told you, you know? I mean, like, I think of a lot of these things, even with flat earth, like some people are just more comfortable believing like what they tell us because it's too scary to think that they might be coordinated enough to figure all this out. Like Roger said, like they want us arguing about the details more so than anything. They want us arguing about whether it was possible or not. And they did that on purpose. They even made mistakes on purpose, it seems, when you really look into it. If you're interested, you'll find out what we found out. It's not like we're special and we could see something that you can't. You just haven't looked into it yet.
Well, Roger's an interesting person. He likes to use analogies.
Guys, no one tell him about Santa, please. I don't think he can handle it.
Yeah, so something interesting, right? I think it was 5 or 10 years, don't pin me on the exact date, after the collapse of the buildings. Some guy came, and he had this in his possession somehow, I don't know, and he had this piece of metal which was and it had a Bible merged into it. It's really strange. So this piece of steel with a Bible merged into it. It's like it's molten into the piece of steel, which is crazy, right?
You sure? Yeah. It's supposed to burn.
It's crazy. So these are the stuff that are that make you go, how can paper? And the most interesting part of it, it has I don't know I'm not a Bible guy, but it has a piece of where it says an eye for an eye, right? Exact that piece, that page was on it, merged into the steel.
I don't know about that either. A lot of these subjects, it's like you're blindsiding me with a lot of these subjects, which I don't really know as much as you all do. But why don't we talk about something that we both know?
Yeah, basically, all the things we are talking about come down to the thing that started it all, and that's verifiable science. So, this server is about flat Earth and globe Earth.
Yeah.
Because we tried to verify the globe model as presented by us, as being taught to us.
Yeah. Well, how many?
And that is just one simple aspect of sciences. Is it verifiable? And we tried it. So that's up to you. Will you try to verify your globe? Because that is what you believe in, because you have not verified it and thus cannot claim the knowledge of it. So if you want knowledge, you verify.
The difference between us is that you have information readily available, whereas on subjects which I haven't done intensive research where you have. So that's why I'm saying, why don't we segue into a subject we both know?
You know your Earth, right?
Well, I know electrical.
What subject what did you want to talk about?
Do you know about electrical engineering, like waves and magnetic fields?
I'm not an expert in that, no. But what do you know about it? What do you want to tell us?
Well, because I took circuitry and a lot of circuitry, and it's like when waves they reflect off. Well, you use the magnetic field to coordinate waves, and waves wouldn't be able to coordinate that way if the Earth was flat.
Well, at least that's what you think.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been proven through my communications.
It's been proven through your communications.
Yeah.
You mean you've been told that? You've been told it wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
No, by like literal communications, like a real receiver and.
Well, the thing is that the radio waves going a long distances, and some of those things, a lot of flat earthers talk about that as a proof that that couldn't be a globe.
Well, there's you'd have to explain it.
Well, there's lots of information I sent you already, but that's one of the main things that people talk about, like the transmission of a signal across the plane over long distances back in the day. Like, how did they get those signals? It doesn't make any sense unless they had a relay, and they don't claim to at the time.
you can track signals where they're going via receptors, and you'll see that it curves.
You can track satellites too, right? You can know exactly where
Yeah.
those satellites are.
Yeah,
Does
I
that
brought
mean
that
they're
up.
there? Does that mean they're there?
Oh yeah, but you don't have to
Does
look
that
at
mean, because if
satellites.
it's just a computer thing, the
You look at your
technology, like you're
radios.
right, technology has advanced quite a bit, even to the point where they can make you think you're tracking something that's not really there.
Are the curves of the waves the curves of Earth's surface? That's
they
you.
curve
You can claim there are curves in radio frequencies, and yes, there are, because they're waves. They are meant to be curving. They go up and down.
Yeah,
But
you can
the
track.
line they follow is a straight line.
It's not straight.
Yes, it is. That is
You'd have to
what
define
the
straight.
military uses. That is what radio amateurs use, because
You'd have to
you
define.
cannot triangulate radio signals if it wasn't over a flat surface, because then your math would the curve of the Earth or the radius of the Earth to resolve that triangulation. But triangulation is done with straight beams of light or of radio waves. And the radio waves themselves curve, yeah. But it doesn't mean that they follow the curve.
No, it doesn't. But you can, if it does follow the curve, if the receiver's far enough where it's curving.
No, now you're assuming that the Earth is curved, because
You can track the receiver. And
no,
it's
because
triangulate.
they don't curve. Radio waves don't curve. If you have an oscillator on your desk, you have a grid pattern that is not curved. It is straight line, and the wave goes across the central line. That's a straight line. That's not a curve.
No, it actually does curve around Earth, the waves.
No, you're assuming that the Earth is curved now.
No, it does curve. You can actually track it through receivers.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
No, because you assume that the receivers are therefore on a curved surface.
No, you can measure the distance where it takes for the wave to get to the receiver, and you can actually track the tracking the distance is it's in itself is evident. You can also track through spherical. So what's that word again?
Radio waves do not travel through the Earth. They travel in straight lines. If there is Earth, if there is curve between you, the receiver, and the sender, your radio wave will not go through that curve.
It'll go around it.
Well, I do fox hunting with CB radios. If I place my car in a valley or behind a mount, then I know my signal is not going through the raised surfaces around me. I know for a fact, because I can measure it with my signal meter. It doesn't go around it. It doesn't go through it. It's blocked. And I can do that in short distances, and I can do that in long distances.
It depends what kind of method you're using to transmit messages. If you have towers, then it's bending through. Well, waves are bending over Earth. If you're not using towers, then it'll be going through a straight line relatively. So that's why amateur radios don't really work in long distances, because they don't have towers to rely on long communication.
I can get, with my 5-watt CB radio, I can get transmissions from Italy.
From satellite?
No, CB radio. And we can have two-way communication if the weather conditions permit. That is not possible on a curved surface that is spinning and in motion. It's impossible. It can only be if you're on a static platform and on a flat platform.
Okay, but is it a ground wave? I don't because there's different waves. I'm talking about ground waves here. I don't know. You're probably talking about either you have a satellite thing or you have
Ground radio waves?
I'm not exactly
What
sure.
do you mean?
Ground waves. I'm speaking
Ground
ground waves.
waves.
Yeah, ground waves. They curve around Earth. Ground waves curve
But
around
these
Earth.
waves are still radio waves.
Yeah. Well, it depends how they.
So you measure the curve of the wave, not the
I would say
curve
you're
that it's traveling
hallucinating.
over.
The distance. You can measure the distance the wave traveled, and then you can see that it's curved.
No,
Because if it was a straight line, it wouldn't be that distance.
you don't have radio waves that propagate through the ground. There is no such thing.
Ground waves, as in it. No, yeah. Ground waves don't go through the ground. Ground waves, go in a curve around Earth.
No, they don't.
They don't go in
There
a
is
curve
no such
around
technology out.
Earth.
No, the ground waves.
They actually
look it up. Just
they actually propagate in a dome shape, yeah, from the antenna transmitter.
That's what I said.
Well, it's not going around the globe curve when they actually propagate in a dome shape.
Well, it does actually. If the receiver
No.
is not in the if the receiver is on surface, then it will.
Hey, check out the article I just put in the. I gotta go, but check out the article and the live stream I just put, bro. It's from Newsweek. It's admitting undersea cables transport 99% of international data, not satellites.
Also, you have the famous radio communication of Marconi from London to Australia, 10,000 miles, and this was before the World War One.
I think they're using telegraphs.
No, it was wireless radio communication over 10,000 miles distance from London to Australia.
Telegrams.
Radio telecommunication, wireless, no wires.
Telegrams.
Not telegraphs.
Then what is it?
Do you know what a telegraph is?
Yes.
Or you just heard this word. What is it?
Well, it's a way of communication, an old method of communication.
Bullshit. It's not a way of communication. That's like the most idiotic thing you can say. I ask you, what is a telegraph?
In the 1860s, they were used as a method of communication.
Yeah, what do you need? What is it made of?
Electrical frequency.
Electrical frequency. No shit.
Yeah. Well, it's electrical engineering. Telegraph was like the first thing that we used that could implement these radio frequencies.
Can you have a telegraph without a wire?
Oh, like a ground wire?
Without a cable? Hmm?
What do you mean without a cable?
Can you have a telegraph without an electromagnet?
No.
No. So, when I told you that the telegraph is not using radio to communicate, it's using a direct cable connection between 2 points where you have electricity propagating through that wire.
That's what I said.
No.
Yeah, I said it's via
You said the telegraph is some sort of magic transmission of the Morse code, yeah, over long distance. You didn't say it's bound to cable.
You're misrepresenting my words. I said exactly what you said. They're electrical signals that are sent through.
Through a cable, yeah. Now, radio telecommunication is not made through cables. Yeah, it's not electrical signal transmitted over cables. Radio telecommunication is the radio wave being broadcasted, transmitted over the air.
I think we already have that down.
Yeah, wireless. It's wireless
I think we already
communication.
have that down.
Yeah, and they had this in the early 1900s. It predates the satellite era and space age era. Yeah, it predates it with a couple of good decades.
Well, I'm talking about ground. Well, you can use if you have a receiver, okay, and then
Have you heard of radio wave interference?
I'm talking about when you emit radio waves and you have a receiver, you can curve around the earth and you get to that receiver, and you can track this by triangulating how the wave went and the distance, the height of which the middle of the receiver, and triangulate the curve. And when you see the distance, it's not a straight line; it's a curve. It's quadratic, literally a quadratic function. You could literally use it as in quadratic. I mean, it's very simple. I don't know why you're refuting this.
Yeah, but in the times when Marconi invented, this radio communication, there was no fucking radio network in the world.
Well, yeah, technology wasn't advanced.
Yeah, there were no ground-based towers, antennas, transmitting, broadcasting, and receiving. There were not. So in his time, there were only two, one in London and one in Australia, which he used to communicate. So you have to explain how those two antennas established a radio link.
Well, a radio
between over 10,000 miles.
A radio wave was emitted, and it was sent to and a receiver on the frequency accepted the radio wave. And
but they don't go around the ball. Radio waves.
Okay, I can't say what method he used, but I know you can use.
No, look, if you have, listen, on the ground, when you install an antenna, radio antenna, you install a 10-meter antennas, and you at the top of this 10-meter. That's where you mount the radio broadcasting device.
We're not talking about the same way.
Yeah, we do. Now,
no, we're not, because
2 miles away from this antenna, you have a chain of mountains, of let's say 5 kilometers high, 5,000 meters, elevation.
We have to get the.
When you go after those mountains, tell me how you're gonna receive that radio signal from that antenna.
We have a ground wave. No, we have to first of all set what kind of wave we're dealing with here. We're talking about there's many different
radio waves.
Yeah, radio waves, but like what's the what's the geometry behind it? Is it a ground wave? Okay, I'm talking about a ground wave here. I'm saying you can use a ground wave, send it and emit it to a receiver. And
what ground waves? There is no such bullshit in physics. Ground waves.
Not a ground wave. It's a type
there is no. This is something you just made up out of your ass.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Show me a citation for ground waves.
Here, ground wave propagation. Let me get this real quick.
Yeah.
So that's just one example of the ground wave research from the FCC. You can search it up yourself. There's of course other sources, but that's just from the FCC, which is most reliable. So yeah, there's different types of waves: direct wave, reflective waves. I'm talking about a ground wave. This a ground wave. You can use these other waves to verify the globe model, but I'm just speaking of the ground wave at the moment. And you can, if you find the vertex of the between the receiver and the and the main device, you can actually find that the it's curved if you have the height.
Yeah, I just opened that document. So it's a computer program that produces all those things. This guy is assuming that they are happening.
That one specifically was from the FCC. I could send
That's the very beginning, the first phrase in that document. It tells you about the assumption, yeah, that something is happening in a certain way. And he made a computer program which produces that.
Do you want me to just send? I could send you like 30 more if I wanted to.
Yeah, I know you can send me tooth fairy stories. There are a lot of them.
Well, you firstly claimed that I was making up the ground wave, but I wasn't. It's a real type of propagation in terms of electrical engineering.
No, it's not real.
Yeah, it is. Well, I could search up more citations.
It's not.
We'd just be wasting time.
You are limiting the radio frequencies between 16 kilohertz to 17 kilohertz.
You want me to get another
with that?
Of it, then?
Yeah. Do you know the frequency that Marconi used?
No.
Yeah, well, they were not in that spectrum.
Well, we're talking about modern science.
Between 16 and 17 kilohertz.
So I marked something. I skipped through your documents. You want to read that? What I marked?
Sure, go ahead.
By 1940, the FCC, through the work of K.A. Norton, had developed a practical method for constructing curves approximately representing the theoretical predictions. The method used the flat Earth theory of Sommerfeld out of distance of about 80 kilometers.
Yeah. Ground wave propagation is very, very useful for debunking flat Earth.
On a flat Earth, right? Yeah. So they use the flat Earth theory, right?
To debunk
so what? So it lies. So they're lying there. So the method used the flat Earth theory. Is that a lie?
Well, that's not enough. That's just the first study about it, and
Right. So they used the
secondly,
flat
they're
Earth
not.
theory then,
No,
right?
they didn't. No, there's no
So
flat Earth.
that's a lie then. What it states in your document.
It's not a lie. You're misrepresenting.
Okay. So it states the method used, the flat Earth theory.
No, it debunks the flat Earth theory.
No, it
You're right.
said. So what does it state? Okay, can you repeat me? Can you repeat me? The method used, the flat Earth theory. A theoretical predictions even. Okay, so
this is just.
Can you show me? Can you show me a TV which had a radio antenna which you're supposed to bury it in the ground so you can receive the radio signal?
A ground wave doesn't mean it travels through the ground. It means it travels beyond the ground. And you could use it travels above the ground first of all, and this is used because it sends an angle, let's just say a triangular angle that's curved.
Yeah, show me that antenna which you pointed to the ground.
Yeah, I'm not saying TVs
to
use
receive a radio signal.
Well, modern TVs don't use ground waves.
Yeah, which TVs use that? Can you tell me? Because I happen to have lived in the times when I was watching TV channels being broadcast over radio waves, through the air. So always the antenna was above, higher than my TV.
Yeah,
my radio antenna was on the roof of my house, so I can receive a radio signal for the TV channels, that are broadcasted.
Yeah.
Show me an antenna which you're supposed to put it in the ground so you can receive the radio signal from the ground.
It's not a ground wave. Does not
it's not. No, it's not. Then it is. When you want it, it is. When you don't want, it's not.
It's on an elevation. I know the science behind ground wave propagation, and any wave actually. I know the science behind it. I don't know what you're trying to dispute.
You don't know shit about radio waves propagation.
I know more than you because you thought it never existed in the first place.
Oh, really? Can you tell me which elements are anti-radar?
Well, hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
Yeah, hydrogen's the most common.
Okay, so how do you make a paint which is anti-radar?
And so, well, you could use signal jammers. Well, depends. Depends how the frequency.
No. In the military aerospace industry, they don't use these things that you're saying.
Are you in the aerospace?
Jammers?
No, they do use it.
They use a paint, a special paint, which has anti-radar properties.
You have to first of all, tell me what I'm trying to block, so I can tell you how to block it.
Well, I personally, I am not going to give you these details because this is military secret. Okay. So anyone who divulges this information is actually committing an illegal act.
The method varies for anti-radar. There are many methods, and one method would be
signal. I tell you that you are talking bullshit out of your ass.
You're saying signal jammers.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Literally in a base, there is signal jammers, just so you can't intercept frequencies within the base. This is not bullshit. Search signal jammers in military use. I don't see how that's not anti-radar. A signal jammer is anti-radar. I don't you're calling me bullshit. First of all, you say what I'm saying is false, and then I prove the otherwise, and now you're calling me bullshit. After accepting my
You
otherwise
haven't
belief.
proved anything.
Yes, well, ground
I
frequency.
just told you from the document that you provided, yeah? That is actually a computer program made to produce some data which is interpreted the
Based on a
way
flat Earth theory.
its
Based on a flat
inventor
Earth theory.
wanted. Yeah.
Based on a flat Earth theory.
No, that's just a clause within the document. That's not the document.
Yeah.
Based on a flat Earth theory, it states in your own document.
Do you know,
So
know what
you
a
can
clause?
deny and gaslight it, but it states
It's a
it in your
clause.
own document.
Okay, I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
saying it's a clause. I'm not gaslighting it. It's a clause.
How tall were Marconi's broadcasting antennas?
I don't know the history that much behind electrical engineering.
Yeah.
I know
You
the
don't know history. History is not important.
I know history is
Yeah.
important. I know a bit of history, but I don't know
Yeah,
specifically.
we can explain history making up any bullshit we want out of our asses.
No. Well, the
That's how we explain history, right?
Well, you're talking about analyzation or the
And science.
Well, you see, there's a problem here because when you overanalyze something, then anything could be, out of your ass. I mean, I don't like you want me to ask about World War II? I mean, I don't know anything that's scoped via electrical engineering.
Well, you were born after the 2000s, so it's futile to talk with you, to have a conversation with you about radio waves or about 9/11, because these events happened when you were like just a project on a pipe.
Because because I'm in conflict with your beliefs. That's why. It's not because I'm.
No, not because you're in conflict with my belief. I have.
If you don't understand that, then you don't.
I really have very, very few little beliefs. I can count them on the fingers of one hand.
That's
the
not
things that I believe.
You need to believe at least.
Yeah, I don't have much things in this world that I believe.
Yeah, well, you need to otherwise.
Yeah,
basically nobody.
That's the difference between us. You believe almost everything that you see and hear.
Listen,
and I don't.
Believing limited things is a belief in itself. Belief can be malleable, infinitely malleable.
No, belief for science is like blasphemy for religion. Yeah.
Well, anything could be a religion. It's a literary definition.
No. Science is not a religion. Science is not a belief system.
Well, you just said it was. I don't know what is science not a belief system, is it?
I didn't say it was. I said exactly the opposite. You hear the words, but you don't understand.
Science is a belief. Just like
Are you kidding me?
It's a belief. It's a belief. If you believe in something, it's a belief.
No.
Yeah.
Science is not a belief system.
Yes, it is. It's based off statistical theory. Science is statistical theory. Predicated on statistical theory, yes. That's how the scientific method is derived. Everything's based off scientific method. You want to debunk the scientific method, you have to debunk statistical theory.
Yeah, can you define the scientific method?
You've got a input and you need an output, and you use P and Q. You use variables in a controlled environment to derive your results.
Modus tollens. Bullshit. That's really not what you do.
It's a oversimplified.
Science and the scientific method is about finding the cause and the effect.
I just said input output. I don't look. You can't take my look. I think this is
input and output is something you do in microchip technology. Yeah,
don't take
in computer. In computer science, that's where you have input and output.
It's metaphorical. It's metaphorical. I think we have language issues here. It's metaphorical.
So definitions are meaningless?
They're
Are
not.
you
No,
saying?
I'm saying we have a
Huh?
language thing here that I'm input and output is
Yeah,
metaphor.
we had guys like you saying here that definitions are meaningless. So it
No,
wouldn't surprise me
I
to
said the
hear.
contrary 3 seconds ago. I don't know why I'm being misrepresented via my words, but I said input and output is a metaphorical version of cause and effect. It's
Yeah,
metaphorical.
well,
Changing the
you
meaning.
didn't know to say about science that it is a cause and effect relation. Yeah, I had to tell you this.
No, dude.
You were
I
talking
said
about input and output, which
metaphorically
is
relating
something
to cause and effect.
different.
No, it's metaphorical. It's not different. It's metaphorical. Metaphorical to cause and effect. We have a language thing here. Like I said, literally explained the same thing you did.
No, you didn't.
Just in different language context. It's just you're probably from a different country, so English doesn't come naturally to you, which is perfectly fine because you speak another language.
Well, you're wrong again because English language is not native to me.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a problem here. An English speaker would have realized that I'm explaining via metaphor. I don't know why we're talking about this for we're going off on a tangent. You're obviously very cynical of me trying to.
Anyway, so to establish this cause and effect, what do you need to do?
You need a hypothesis.
Okay, and then?
Well, you need your variables. It depends what kind of study you're conducting.
You jumped, you skipped.
I skipped.
To the last part of it. Hypothesis and experiment.
Why are you quizzing me on the scientific method? Everybody's learned it in the 5th grade.
Well, you obviously don't know it.
I know it to where I know that it's derived off statistical theory. And that's
It's not statistical theory.
P and Q variables, if Q is larger than 0.5, then it's a valid study. That's how scientific studies or papers work. It is. Search it up. Scientific papers.
That's a modus tollens you're talking
about. It's statistical. Everything.
It's a logical argument.
You can have logic. You can have logic, but the logic needs to be proved by statistics. You can have you can look. It'll be theoretical. It will anything. Logic is theory. So, that logic. If you want logic is theory. If you want the logic to be applied, you need to use the scientific method. You derive a statistical analysis, which will.
So if I have Africa, for example, yeah.
Oh my god.
And vast majority of people are black, yeah.
Yeah.
But we do have a couple of whites born there. So if they are born there, they are African with African papers issued.
Yeah.
You can't say they are not Africans. But you're saying now, because vast majority of people in Africa are black, then the population of Africa is black.
Okay. Adjust your statistical analysis to accept the variable.
Well, statistical, yeah. This is what the statistics is saying.
Yeah, you can adjust statistics.
So
it's actually very possible to adjust statistics if you didn't believe it or not.
Yeah, but that statement is not true.
It is.
That all African people are black. Yeah.
Okay, then adjust the study analysis to accept the variable of white people.
Yeah, so then it would be not science, right? You just adjust it to fit your narrative. Then statistics isn't science. We can correlate stuff with statistics. We can say, well, because of we can correlate anything with statistics, right?
All biology studies, clinical studies especially, are derived and proved from statistics.
No, so not proved, right?
Yeah.
The only thing you can prove something is by the scientific method.
Clinical studies. Clinical studies.
Sorry?
Studies. Clinical studies. They're all statistics.
Yeah, so those are correlations, not actually proven. You can prove.
Listen.
No, not everything is correlation. You can prove absolutely 100% definitely that water boils. Listen, water boils
I know
No,
what you're trying to
What's
say.
the
you
Let me
can
statistic?
absolutely prove that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius
let me
at sea
Yeah.
level.
let me
That
explain
is
this.
something you can absolutely
Let me
prove,
explain this. Let me
right?
explain this. Anything that's not statistics, right? That's not proved via statistic is theory. Okay, so water boiling at 100 degrees is theoretical. You have
No,
to.
that's
Yes,
that is
Theoretical.
that,
Oh my God.
no,
theoretical.
that is absolute proof.
No, because you have to adjust the factors.
That
Now.
is factual.
What
Is
if you're at an
factual. Is
elevation?
reality.
What if you adjust elevation? Yeah, exactly. This is
I
all
said sea
theoretical.
level specifically, right? I said
Math,
sea level specifically. Didn't
math,
I
math,
not?
math is theory. Math is theoretical. You can have anything
Math is a
theoretical,
language,
but
yes.
it'll remain theoretical until you conduct a statistical study.
No, bro.
Logic's theoretical. You
You
can
can
adjust logic
absolutely.
to the only way you can apply logic. The only way you can apply logic is via statistical theory.
Nonsense.
Well,
Nonsense.
prove logic. You can prove.
Nonsense.
You can correlate logic with each other and apply it, and you need to, in order to prove that it's applied and it works. is via
Correlate
statistical theory.
logic with each other?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Logic
Like
with logic or
correlations.
what?
You have correlations. Like 1 + 1, right? Let's just say you have you have a you throw a ball
Oh,
and
come on, man. Don't take me to 1+1.
no.
Are
It's
you
theoretical.
that retarded?
Okay, I'll explain projectiles.
Seriously.
Then you have a quadratic thing, a function, okay? And you throw a ball and you measure that ball via quadratic function. That quadratic function is theory. That quadratic function is theory because you need to adjust the factors to statistical theory to adjust your quadratic to that ball, to apply it to the ball. You can predict the ball via theory, okay? This is theoretical. It hasn't happened yet. And then you test it by throwing the ball, adjusting to the projectile. That's
Yeah,
now
and
the
I
scientific
throw
method.
it and I find out that it doesn't match your quadratic
Yeah. So now your theory's wrong.
calculus.
Your theory's wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the statistics say that it's been wrong once, then it's not.
So
They,
mathematics can be wrong, yeah? But it's also true
no, it's theoretical.
in the
It's not that
same
it's wrong.
time.
People misunderstand the word theoretical. Theoretical means it can happen in theory, but you need to prove it. Like the quadratic equation, you can estimate how far the ball will go via quadratic equation, and the only way you can
Yeah,
test this.
I can, via a quadratic equation, I can calculate how loud the unicorn will be farting it himself, yeah?
It's theoretical.
Yeah, it's theoretical. And what makes it real?
Once you apply it and you do a controlled study
Yeah,
behind.
so bring the unicorn, let's test it.
That's not for me to do.
Well, why not? Because
I'm simply explaining.
that's what you're doing, you know. You make the positive claims here, but you never want to prove anything, yeah? And when I make a positive claim, then you refuse to test it.
I gave an example. You refuse to concur with my claim. I don't see why I have to do with yours.
Because I told you, Marconi sent a radio signal from London to Australia, 10,000 miles distance, wireless, not through ground, not through cables, over the air.
Yeah,
that's the medium the signal was transmitted.
And you can find the vertex of a ground frequency and debunk the entire globe. You see, like, we could just keep coming up with these claims, but we're never going to agree with each other. Why don't we just get that straight?
No, all this conversation leads me to consider you and treat you as a anti-flat earther. So you're not a intellectually honest person in here.
Okay, I could say the contrary to
you.
You're not
very sad, you know. All I have to say is that you're gonna be losing a lot for all this.
I could say the contrary. You're an anti-glober, and therefore you're intellectually dishonest. You know, we could
I
just
know I
these type
am a globe heretic. I
don't
know that.
don't be hypocritical with your claims here. Then
No, I am a globe heretic, literally. You don't have to tell me that I don't believe in the globe. I am
Yeah,
proud with
then we're the
this.
same. Then we're the same.
Yeah, so
Then we're the same.
it,
As bad as
the
I am.
problem is it's a difference because I'm a heretic. That makes your belief a blind belief system,
I am agnostic. I
fanaticism.
am the most
So
agnostic person.
yeah, your belief system is a blind belief system
Agnostic.
because you believe
Agnostic.
things that you have no proof, yeah,
Agnostic.
and you
Agnostic.
make up
Blind.
all sorts of stories that you cannot prove
I
or
could see the contrary. Dude,
nor you can
I could use the
explain.
same techniques you're using to you. I don't see how this is proving anything. We're just gonna go in circles doing this. You realize this, right?
No,
I don't know what
you
you lack
see,
here.
I'm looking for that imaginary curve, yeah, that you claim that it exists, and
Vertex.
you can measure
I
it.
already made my claim on this. I already made my claim. I think we already reviewed this. We're going in circles. You know, you're not seeing the big picture. I'm saying I could use the same techniques you are on me, and we'll get nowhere. And thus, this conversation
No,
is no
you
longer.
No, incorrect, incorrect. Right. So
only
Charisma is the
we
depending
went
factor.
through this. We
no.
excuse me. We
Charisma.
went through this, right? The base axiom, and you can 1 second. So you conceded Earth looks locally flat, non-rotating, right? That's the base axiom. That is what we all experience.
It's not an
The
axiom.
radical claim, what?
It's not an axiom.
It is an axiom.
Do you?
It is an axiom.
Yeah, but it's
You
not an
even
axiom.
conceded, so you're now backtracking that, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's an axiom to you, but not to me. It's
You're
So
not.
do you
contradicting
experience the
yourself
Earth as a
now.
ball? When did you ever experience the Earth as a ball? When did you ever experience the curvature or rotation?
Listen, your belief system relates to flat Earth being an axiom.
No,
Mine doesn't.
no,
So it's no
no.
longer an axiom.
It's observable reality, right? You
Not
and
an
I and every human being on Earth experience the Earth as locally flat and non-rotating.
Axioms are socially constructed. They're not something that's not factual.
So is it that hard to concede again, right? Because you are backtracking. You experience the Earth as flat and non-rotating.
This doesn't prove that your flat Earth thing is not an axiom.
I'm not proving anything here. I'm just saying that you experience the Earth as not flat and non-rotating.
You're reverting
that is
to
a
an
correct
axiom.
statement.
You're trying to revert to an axiom which doesn't exist.
And that is an axiom because everybody always that's been alive.
Axiom has nothing to do with mathematics or anything like that. Social construct.
I'm not talking about it's self-evident. Listen to me. It's self-evident.
God was once an axiom. God was once an axiom. Okay, so axioms are socially constructed. I don't know. I don't care what you have to say about it.
It's a self-evident truth that everybody ever alive experiences the Earth as flat and non-rotating. I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about the experience on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, everybody thought God was. Everybody thought God was an axiom.
So stop with this.
Axioms change over time, and axioms are the majority.
This has never changed, bro. This has never changed. Everybody ever alive has experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane of existence. That is how we observe the Earth. Point. Period.
And all those philosophers have.
So you are just dishonest, right? Dishonest.
It's not
at this point.
Axioms are socially constructed. That's not.
Do you not experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth?
Okay, but that doesn't prove that it's not an axiom or that it's an axiom.
I'm not using it as flat Earth proof. I'm talking about your experience as self-evident.
Self-evident. This is not an axiom. I don't know what you're trying to do here.
Axiom. Yes, it is an axiom because you do not experience it otherwise. Stop talking to me.
I can claim God is an axiom. But that's my own belief.
Which is fine, right? I'm not talking about God. Stop mentioning God in this particular argument.
Then stop trying to correlate flat Earth with an axiom because it's not an axiom.
It is.
You can say flat Earth is an axiom, and I'll say unicorns are an axiom. Okay.
So You do not experience unicorns. You experience
I
the Earth,
experience unicorns.
flat, non-rotating Earth.
I officially experience unicorns. How about
Okay,
this?
so then we're done here, and I'm going to kick you out because that is lying to my face.
Because I conflict with your
It's
beliefs.
lying to my face. I'm sick of it now,
Yeah.
right?
It's
Because
hypothetical.
you
It's
want to run
hypothetical.
away from the
It's
fact that
hypothetical.
you experience the Earth as a
Don't
flat,
believe me because I
non-rotating
conflict
Earth.
with it. It's hypothetical. If you don't understand, you need to stop taking stuff into
No, it's not.
non-hypothetical situations.
It's a self-evident experience and truth that
Self-evident.
we all experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating
Yes,
plane.
your evidence is your senses. That's very good evidence, my friend.
So
Yeah,
again,
it
you're
is.
not
It has
listening to
been
me. You're not
forever.
listening to me. I am claiming that every person ever alive has experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane of existence.
Yeah,
Right?
but
That is the
correlation's not
axiom
causation.
we all
Correlation is not an
experience.
axiom. Don't use that word and then I'll start using the word.
Listen. The feelings that we have
Are
saved
not axioms.
many millions of people. Yeah, they start feeling the earth shaking, and when they did feel the earth shaking, they run outside their homes and they survived because
Yep.
it was an earthquake which demolished their homes. Yeah, and
Yep.
if they were going against what they are feeling, they would have been all dead.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's an axiom. That is an axiom.
Yeah, it's an
Now,
axiom. I agree.
that
I
is.
agree
An
now
axiom.
with feelings. Yeah.
Now, please explain how axioms relate to.
So I've just posted the definition. As defined in classic philosophy, an axiom is a statement that's so evident or well established that it is accepted without controversy or question. As used in modern logic, an axiom is a premise or a starting point for reasoning. The starting point for this reasoning is
well established.
that stop
highlight the word.
interrupting me. The
I
starting
can
point
read.
for this reasoning is that everybody ever alive experiences the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane of existence. That is the starting point for
Axioms can
you
be
and
more
me.
abstract.
That is for everybody. That is the
Axioms can be
default,
abstract.
as they say.
Axioms can be abstract. It's fundamental values. Just like
So
how
you deny this definition then?
I accept the definition by its fundamental
Okay,
values.
so the starting point for reasoning that everybody ever alive has experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth is the axiom then.
It's a fundamental. Is flat Earth a fundamental value?
Yeah, Roger. I accept the definition, but I have
crazy.
to twist it to my liking.
It's crazy, right? So
perhaps,
even if the definition is putting you into your face from mainstream quote unquote science, you will say, well, no, because Earth's still a ball. I'm not talking about that the Earth is a ball. I'm talking about the starting point, right? The fact that we all experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth is the starting point from here on. It is the axiom.
Flat Earth was an axiom 1,000 years ago, and flat Earth is an axiom within this own server itself, but not by society.
No, you are misrepresenting my statement here, and the definition again.
The entire meeting. I'm
Because
correcting your statement. I'm correcting your statement. Presenting it.
No, because
Correcting it.
you conceded that you
I'm not
experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. That is what you conceded to. And the statement is so evident, well established, right? That everybody.
Doesn't make it an axiom. We're going in circles again. Look, this is the problem we have with conversations. We just go in circles.
To your mindset, you want to twist it to you because this is
the wide fundamental belief of society.
So why do you use fundamental? Why are you using the word fundamental?
Because fundamentalism is correlated with the society's belief system.
It's not at all.
No,
just an insult.
It's not.
You're just being silly.
Fundamental values such as do not murder people. That's an axiom.
You're being silly. No, you're being silly, mate. You're being silly. You're not addressing. The situation.
No.
So do I need? Do I need to repeat it again?
These are fundamental things created by society.
So do you? Everybody ever alive experienced the Earth as a flat and non-rotating Earth. Do you accept that claim?
to 2,000 years
If
ago.
you're honest, you would
No,
say yes.
Today and before.
Today,
Everybody
I
ever
don't rely on
alive.
my senses. I've learned not to rely on my senses.
Well, then then you're an idiot. There you go. There
I'm an
you
idiot.
go. Give
not
up.
relying
You
on not
give
relying
up
on
living.
senses.
Yeah.
But you rely on your senses every
No.
single day of the week, every
Okay.
second you
Yeah.
are
Okay,
alive.
but correlation's not causation. You must remember this.
So
It's
again,
not
you
a
are
matter of
misrepresenting.
Correlation's not causation. Just because you see something doesn't
Not
mean
Stop
it's
using
making
this to prove
excuses
that
for
the
your
Earth is.
stupidity, sir.
Well, I
Hello,
got two
hello.
people talking over me. This is really nice.
Yeah,
Well, why don't just
again,
one of
you
you
are
talk at once? Because
you
I'm getting a
are
little crowded here.
misrepresenting me
My
again,
mind is
Name.
working 3 times hard here.
Yeah, and you are misrepresenting. Stop doing that.
I'm correcting it.
No,
Not
no,
misrepresenting it.
no.
I'm misrepresenting it because it's incorrect in itself.
Stop.
Listen,
You're
we're at a point here. We're at a point here where charisma is the only depending factor on who wins this argument. Yes.
No.
Because we're flat out denying each other so much to a point where charisma is the only dependent factor.
No.
So why
It
don't we
is
just
you.
revert from this?
It is you.
No.
It is you.
No.
Listen.
No, I believe I'm more agnostic than you.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
No, stop believing.
I believe in flat Earth less than you believe. I believe in globe less than you believe in flat Earth.
We don't believe in flat Earth. That's your mistake.
Yes, you
we
do.
know the Earth is flat. That's a problem about you. You're making a mistake there. We don't carry a belief.
I don't believe the Earth is a globe. I don't believe the Earth is flat. I don't carry a belief either. Belief can be very subjective.
I'm gonna try this one more time.
It's not gonna work.
Name,
Never gonna work.
Because you are disingenuous.
Listen, can we
You're disingenuous.
Can we revert off the charisma dependent argument here? Because really, whoever has the best charisma is the winner at this point. That's how this.
No, that is not it. That is
it. Whoever can talk the most, whoever can talk over the person the most, whoever can get the most words in, whoever has the best charisma.
You don't have any.
Yes, that's true.
You are denying reality.
Because we are going in circles to a point where charisma is the dependent factor in everything.
You're given a citation of an axiom. You're still ignoring it. You're dismissing it.
An axiom is.
Well, you are.
An axiom is fundamental value that's widely accepted.
So let me ask you again. Your experience
is not causation.
I'm not using that. You listen to my words. Your experience.
I am listening.
So your experience.
And I've derived that experience.
Then you. So your experience on this earth, right? When you go outside, that experience will be that the earth is locally flat and non-rotating. Yes or no?
My experience via my senses.
Yeah.
Yes.
That doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove anything. It's just a causation.
Wow.
So you're not listening.
Correlation.
This is the fifth time I'm going to tell you.
We're going in circles here. We can never agree on it. We can never concur on here because we are both too stubborn. Where charisma is the winner.
You're running from the truth.
No, it's you, and I'm tired of it. It's you.
You can be tired.
It's you.
Oh,
and
it's a clown.
And I'm sick of it. Right. Right?
Yeah.
It's
a
not
waste of breath.
He can suck on it.
Yeah.
Wow. What an ending.
Dishonest clown.
What an ending. You can suck on it. Fuck it.
Yeah, his charisma is.
It's not charisma. It's the fact that I told him many times I'm not using it to prove anything concerning the flat Earth itself. I'm telling him that everybody ever alive experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane. And this own definition, right, about the act of this definition that I presented states, right, it's a starting point. The starting point is that humans experience the Earth as locally flat and non-rotating. That is the starting point, the axiom.
Yeah, he once conceded to that.
We can measure, we can postulate, we can hypothesize if the Earth is flat or a ball. the starting point is my premise, right? That the Earth is not rotating and locally flat. That is how we experience it. And then he comes in with, well, yeah, 2,000 years ago, and that. No, it's now and
today,
everybody ever alive.
And you need your senses to discern whether you're experiencing it or not. That's the other thing. That's the other given. That's a law. That's a natural law there, mate. You use your senses to navigate this earth, my friend.
We don't have senses. We imagine we have senses. They are theoretical. Yeah.
Yeah, he was being dishonest. He was being dishonest to himself more than anything else. You know, that's what he was doing there.
Yeah. I hope he.
I don't rely on my senses.
When he drives his car on the highway, I hope that he goes against his senses, and instead of just driving forward straight, yeah, he will suddenly take a right turn, yeah, because you can't rely on your senses. If you see the road is going straight, you have to turn right.
I'm giving up relying on my
Suddenly
senses.
right.
How can you do that? How can you do that in good sense and being honest? That you give up relying on your senses. What?
Yeah. Why would you
need your senses to do that?
And then his tactic will be talk through people, right? Just talk through them. Don't listen. Just rumpus the conversation to divert from the action point.
Well, he's appealing
to
characteristics.
In your mouth also. He was putting words in your mouth, Roger.
It's the one with the best personality. And all that nonsense was coming out. Oh, no, you got to laugh, haven't you?
No, he's suffering of triple personality in the development of the fourth, you know.
It's called SAD, separation anxiety disorder. That's what that is there.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Doesn't want to separate from his ball. That is actually a real psychological disorder, by the way. A mental disorder, SAD, separation anxiety syndrome. Disorder, sorry. Which children exhibit when their mum's gone out the room and they start crying, or when you leave your pet in the house and it starts whining and screaming. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Perfect example. Oh, with a dollop of cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
As a garnish. Yeah, I think once you establish that base axiom, you know, that we experience it flat and stationary, you can begin to make inroads into the truth. It's a perfect premise, perfect platform to, excuse me for eating there, ascertaining the truth.
Bon appetit.
Thank you.
You know, this guy, one day he might throw himself in fire because, the base axiom is,
no senses.
theoretical.
He doesn't have any senses.
They're theoretical. It can't be true that fire is burning.
Stop giving up my senses. I can't use my senses. I don't need them.
Yeah.
Even a blind man experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Come on.
Correct.
Yeah.
And motionless. Yeah.
The blind man's going to notice it more than a man who can see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because as you well know, or you may have experienced where you're trying to locate a nut onto a bolt, but you can't see it. You can't see that bolt because it's like at the back of an engine somewhere, and you've got your arm bent in an awkward angle, so you can't see it, yeah? And you're trying to thread it, but when you close your eyes now you've shut off visual cues and information. That's shut. So now your fingers become the eyes, and suddenly, oh, there it is. Yeah, you can see it with your finger. Oh yeah, and then you start, and it's on. But before that, it took you 3 minutes of struggling, and you could see what you were doing, but you couldn't see the nut. You see? So even a blind man's senses are very, very acute and sharp, razor sharp. Yeah, man. I know, I've been there many, many times. That's why sometimes when you're listening to something as well, you close your eyes so that your ears can be more receptive.
Yeah.
Don't need your eyes, you close your eyes and you're listening. Your senses. And then when you're making love to your partner, you close your eyes for that extra sensation and feel. Yeah. Ecstasy. Explosive ecstasy. So the man saying that he wants to give up his senses means he wants to give up living then.
True.
He's set to have a few accidents in his life then.
He was saying that the radio waves are propagating through the ground.
Woo! No.
Yeah.
No, sir. You got that wrong as well.
Yeah, so when you had a TV with an antenna back in the days, it would have been the best if you bury the antenna in the ground. You would have had the best signal.
Put it in the earth.
Yeah. Actually, it was funny because if you connected your antenna cable to that lightning grounding wire which you have in your house, you would lose almost all the signal. You would not be able to receive a radio signal anymore if you ground it. Yeah.
Now, I noticed in the live stream voice text that you were discussing the towers, 9/11.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, with this guy.
Oh, what were you talking about? What were the points you were raising?
Well, I only posted the GIF, but yeah, he was born in those times, and he's some sort of expert. He knows that it was a terrorist attack, with cutters. They hijacked the plane, and yeah, they did that horrible terrorism attack.
Yeah.
He was going with the mainstream media narrative.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
The truth is, no planes hit those twin towers. I watched a video yesterday from Generism, and it was it was never been seen before. These kids, these young teenagers, or maybe they might be in their 20s anyway, they're on the roof. It's a 30-minute video. The first one had already exploded at the North Tower, I believe, was struck first. Okay, right. So you see the second one, and all you see is an explosion. You don't hear the plane. You don't see the plane. It just explodes in front of your eyes. He just caught it in time. He just caught it, and he said it was the worst thing he'd ever experienced. Okay, so and when you look at the rubble, there's no planes no parts of any planes on ground zero. Only what the FBI and the CIA, I believe, placed there. One of those organizations was caught placing parts there for us to discover, and they weren't the parts from the Boeing 767. And when you look at what was it, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where Flight 93 crashed, there were no plane parts there on the day. The man said it. There are no parts that you can recognize as parts of a plane, right? And then the Pentagon, the same story. No plane parts anywhere. And yet they want us to believe that planes hit the buildings. No, they were controlled demolition, destruction. That was. There was no planes involved. That's what I've now come to that conclusion properly now. Process of elimination. There were no plane parts.
Also at World Trade Center Building 7, the police were right in front, and they were driving all the people away from that
they
building.
said, keep an eye. This is what they said.
It's
Keep an eye on
gonna
that
fall,
building.
Words.
Keep an eye on that building. It'll be coming down soon. Keep an eye on that building. It'll be coming down soon. Is it coming down? Yes. Can you clear the area, please? Clear the area. The building's about to come down. Okay.
So we have a terrorist attack going on. Please go away. They knew exactly which buildings are falling.
And Larry Silverstein said that he got the phone call from the fire chief or something. And the fire chief said, I don't think we're going to be able to control the fire. So Larry Silverstein said, I think the best thing to do then is to pull it. He said, we've had so much loss of life. I think the best thing to do is to pull it. So then we watched the building collapse. How would you be able to set up a building to be pulled down in that short time? How? To be demolished?
Detonate it.
Right.
Control demolition. That's how they fell. All the buildings.
Exactly. Anyway, the latest news in that situation, but it's been going on for 20 years, is that the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, they are suing the FBI, they are suing the government, they are suing NIST, and they're suing FEMA because their reports doesn't fit what we watched and doesn't explain how the buildings came down. Totally against the laws of physics and nature. So they're being sued because the NIST report has failed after receiving $20 million of taxpayers' money. They have failed in presenting a proper, concise explanation as to how the buildings came down. Thermal expansion, which was a new phenomenon back then. They claimed, NIST claimed it. That doesn't explain how you have a global collapse, not a progressive collapse, because what we witnessed was a global collapse of the building symmetrically, which meant that in building number 7, you had to dismember 400 supporting columns simultaneously per second per floor. 400. Right. So fire can't do that. And in the NIST report itself, they stated that the fires did not persist in any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes as it moved the fire moved from east to west.
Interesting. I want to see that demonstration where reinforced concrete can be melted down with jet engine fuel.
Yeah. Do you remember what they said about the jet engine fuel? Is that when we saw that initial explosion, if it were jets, that was almost most of the fuel. 90% of the fuel was used up in that plume, the explosion, the flash.
Yeah, it burned outside of the building, so vast majority of it didn't burn inside the building.
Right.
Yeah.
And then below the impact site, the building was sound. 80,000 tons of steel, totally unblemished, unscathed, no weakness at all in that area. And the reason being, the exoskeleton, right? That's the metal frame around the building could withstand 2,000% of live pressure before it could buckle. 2,000%. They were impregnable. There was no way they were going to buckle. Yeah. And then each floor in the twin towers, each floor was only supporting 30% of its maximum weight. That's how much redundancy they had in them. They were only supporting 30%.
Yeah.
So these buildings were the best ever made. Solid. Even the new building number 7 has employed the same technology that was used and the same building methods. The same structural integrities in the new building number 7. Some of the families have said they don't want to go to ground zero because they haven't had closure, right? So they don't want to go and visit the site, and they don't want to step foot in that building because their loved ones were murdered, and they haven't had closure. Justice hasn't been served.
True.
Right. So the court cases. Go on.
I don't think they will ever make any justice about this.
Well, look, it's 20 years, yeah? Architects and engineers for 9/11 truth are suing their lawsuits, and they're trying to get the case the court case. What's the word I'm looking for here? Reinvestigated, and they've succeeded. They've succeeded in that. So that was in August of last year, and I think 8 families have also put in a lawsuit, and they've joined the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth, and others as well. So there's quite a lot of people who are suing, so they're hoping to get a court case hearing soon.
So they're gonna say like, okay, we did this because we needed to go to Afghanistan, to Iraq.
Yeah.
To hunt for Bin Laden, a fictitious person. So, what are they gonna say? Because I'm not sure. This justice system that the architects are trying to use is actually their instrument. The government controls it. So I don't think this will be a fair trial. It will be indeed.
What they're trying to do, right, in increments, is that they're trying to get NIST to correct their report. Okay, there's a certain section of their report to explain the collapse, to re-explain their progressive demolition or collapse. Yeah, the progressive collapse of the Twin Towers. Okay, and the building number 7, right? Because it's not flying with the laws of physics. So they need to get that. Once they've established that it wasn't fire, then they have to readdress that and look at explosives. And they're denying all the evidence. So the evidence has to be brought back. all the evidence, video footage, audio footage of explosions, all that's got to be re-examined. Yeah. That's
it
the
will
aim.
be interesting to see what's
Okay.
gonna happen, but I don't have much hopes.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the Kennedy Warren Commission report, the magic bullet theory, they're still standing. They're still standing by that. Now, the only reason that is because humanity has given up the challenge to challenge the government on that, to have that report rewritten and addressed properly. That a bullet cannot travel at the speeds they said and cause that many injuries, float for 1 point so many seconds, do a 90-degree right turn, then a 90-degree left turn, go through an armpit, bust up some ribs, come out of the nipple, of the right nipple, then go into the right wrist, shatter that bone, pulverizing that bone, come out, do it 180 degrees and bury itself in a kneecap. No, I mean, a bullet can, one bullet, and then come out unscathed, clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
That has to be challenged.
It was a magic bullet.
It was a magic bullet for sure. And then
we are such a fool not to believe.
They ignored the testimonies from the people who repaired the presidential limousine, and there were bullet marks through the windscreen and through the frame that holds the windscreen, clearly visible. Bullet indentations, right? But they totally ignored their testimony. Those people who had to repair the car, those who were involved in repairing that motor, their testimonies weren't heard.
That was a murder.
Of course that was murder. Of course it was. Yeah. A conspiracy. People conspired to murder him. Yeah. Absolutely.
And the 9/11 was an event equally the same,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was murder 3 times that day. 3 people were murdered. 2 on November 22nd. Then I think on November 23rd, so murdered. Yeah? To silence him so he couldn't speak his truth. Yeah. So in 2 days, they killed 3 people.
Yeah.
They being the conspirators. Yeah. And they know who they are. You see, 1941, December 7th, that was the Pearl Harbor event. Okay? Pearl Harbor event, where Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. The thing is, the Americans, the American government knew that the Japanese were coming.
Yeah, they knew the Japanese are coming,
Yeah. They advertised it in the Honolulu Advertiser a week before, on November the 30th, Sunday. And the headline was, Japan to strike over the weekend. Yeah, that was the newspaper headlines. Honolulu Advertiser.
What year was that?
That would be
1941.
November 1941, November 30th.
1941?
Yeah, 1941, yeah.
Okay, because the Pentagon, they broke ground for the Pentagon September 11th, 1941.
I know.
Yeah. So that's weird. They're both 1941.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just a coincidence.
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, I know what you just said there. I don't know. That was weird. When I heard that, I thought that was a bit weird as well. What kind of strange people are we living amongst us? What kind of strange sick people are living amongst us, man? I mean, look, why would you sacrifice 3,000 people, including 68 civilians, when you knew the Japanese were coming? You could have stopped them well beforehand.
Hey, when you say Japanese, are you putting your ring finger and your index finger on both hands and moving them up and down. You know what I mean?
You know, doing the mark of the beast or whatever. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Right? Allegedly.
Yeah, but you know, it is evil, isn't it? That could do that.
Yeah,
I've been to Pearl Harbor twice myself, anyway.
You know what I was thinking is everything they say is the exact invert, right? So what would be the opposite of a job? Would it be volunteer?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So
Yeah.
you'd say 9/11 was an outside volunteer
Outside volunteers job.
instead of an inside job?
Yeah, outside
For sure.
volunteer job. But yeah, it's crazy, man. You know, I went, like I said, I've been to Pearl Harbor twice, and on both occasions, I challenged the tour guides to the fact that Roosevelt knew that the Japanese were, you know, when I went with my family, of course, and I'm amongst the Japanese tourists. My wife's Japanese, so you know they follow the Japanese tour guides and that. So you have the English guide and the Japanese guide. So the English guide is talking English, and then the Japanese guide is translating. Okay. So I challenged the English tour guide. I said, "But hang on a second. Didn't Roosevelt knew that Japan was coming? He knew that Japan was 200 miles north of Hawaii, and they broke the Japanese secret code. So they knew. Did they not? And then I mentioned the Honolulu Advertiser, right? And then I translated that to the Japanese tourists together with the guide. I said, yeah. So they knew. America knew you were coming. I said, and then you heard like nande. Why? I said, yes. Why indeed? Why did they do that? Because they wanted to fight you and they wanted to fight Germany. That was the whole point of America getting into the war.
Hey, Jen, do you think it could be a possibility that maybe nobody even died that day and it was just an elaborate set?
I mean, the possibility is there, of course, but those bombs did go off. Planes were coming in. From the footage we saw, black smoke was bellowing out of the USS Arizona, and people were drowning. You know, so you know, I'm talking. I'm not saying I have video footage of people who claim to have survived it. Okay, and saying that Roosevelt suckered us, quote unquote, Roosevelt suckered us into that war.
But you know,
Right?
he himself didn't do anything. I mean, he's just a puppet, you know?
Oh yeah, of course, I
Yeah.
realize that. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, he was following orders.
You know, when he goes home on his off time, he's not the person who he says he is or who they say he is, like when he's in front of the camera.
Of course not.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Of course not. But the thing is, he was still a bad man, because if you have any shred of integrity, you wouldn't do that. You
Well,
wouldn't
if he
allow
was a
3,000
man,
people to
bro,
die.
he may not have even been a human being, bro.
Well, I don't know about that.
I'm just
That's
saying he
beyond
could
my
have been a
scope
robot.
of rationale, that one.
Well, I'm just saying, like, he may not have been a human completely as we know it.
Oh, like I said, that's well beyond my rationale, that one. Because as far as I know, the man is a human being.
Well, it's probably more than likely he is. You know?
Yeah. But it's just amazing how they would sacrifice all those sailors. I've got pictures. I've got the names of the sailors. I was there. I went there with my children. You know, it's very pristinely kept. You know, the actual platform that's on top of the ship, and all marble and everything in beautiful, clean, immaculate condition, with all the relevant flags, and that's really nice. A fitting kind of thing, a fitting kind of grave, if you will, for the soldiers. For the sailors. who died there. But what I said to the English guide, I said, because he was wearing a uniform, his military man, I said, every day you put your uniform on and you come here, you desecrate these graves by lying. You're not telling the truth to the people. You are lying. Okay? That's what you do every day you work here. You tell lies. I was really pissed off by then. You are lying to the people.
You know, sometimes if people tell somebody something, like a teacher or something, they don't realize they're lying. They're just, they're lying by proxy.
Yeah.
Because that's what they've been told,
Yeah. They're following
I don't
orders.
think they'll be judged on such a higher scale as like people who are knowingly and willfully lying to people. Yeah.
Well, what I'm hoping to do is to make them think about what they're doing, and perhaps they may not want to do that job.
Or maybe
you
what
can't
the
go there and start lying to people. When you know the truth, you cannot carry on lying like that. It's wrong. You can't. You can't follow those orders. You've got to teach the actual fact of history.
Maybe it's the lack thereof. The lack of what he's doing.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, then he's a walking lie, isn't he? He's a walking contradiction.
Oh yeah, totally, absolutely. I'm telling you, like 95% of what all these people do is acting style stuff, dramas.
Yeah.
They've been
monkey see, monkey do syndrome. Exactly. Monkey see, monkey do. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. They always have somebody standing behind them. You know what I mean? They're right there just in case they forget. They're lying.
That's right. I know.
Remember that song by Flowbots? He goes, "I can ride my bike with no handlebars." Remember that song?
No, I don't remember that song actually. No.
Yeah. He's just talking about like how it goes like, "I can ride my bike with no handlebars. I can see a picture on a TV screen or something."
I probably do know that song. How old is it?
Flowbot. I'd say like maybe 08, maybe.
Yeah, I must know it. Yeah, I must know it then. Yeah.
Yeah.
I must know it. Yeah, 08. I must know that track.
Yeah.
I haven't heard it properly. That's all. But yeah, probably do know it.
I should make a meme that shows somebody on a bike, and then it'll say, "I can ride my bike without my handlers."
See, this is why going with that. That's why the world is in a mess, because no one's. Those who are in control, well, those like you say are following the orders, are not thinking for themselves.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Because once you start to think for yourself, you start to think, well, this is not right, and I'm not going to do this anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's why I, as an ex-soldier myself, I had the right to tell the soldier that. You know what I mean? I had that right. Because I would never do that. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And people died and they didn't have to die. So you owe it to them to tell the truth about how they actually died. How. And why the Japanese attacked. Why did Japan attack Pearl Harbor? Because I could never understand that. I didn't learn that at school. All I learned that was Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and attacked the Americans. But all the time I had the question, why did they do that? And the reason why I asked that was because I was surrounded by Japanese goods. Honda, Sony, JVC, Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha. Do you know what I mean? In Britain, they were using Japanese goods. And I was thinking, if Japan was such a bad country, why would you use their goods? Why would you buy their stuff then if they were that bad? Remember, I'm just going to secondary school. So my brain was trying to work out all these negative psychologies that was going on. Like the British would use the German BMW bikes and cars and things. I think, well, why would you use the German equipment if you hate the Germans so much? I couldn't understand it. Yeah.
Why would you go to space with them too?
Yeah. Why don't you make your own and don't use the German stuff if they're that bad? But it wasn't until 2009 when I discovered that the Pearl Harbor, that the Americans knew. It was 2009. And then shortly after that, 2010, I went to Hawaii with my family. That was the number one place I wanted to go to, Pearl Harbor. And the funny thing is, when we got there, it was full. There was no parking. I was driving around the car park. You know when you drive around for a while and you hope someone's leaving? I drove around for like 10 minutes slowly. No one bloody left. So you know where I parked? I parked where it states Pearl Harbor Veterans Parking Only. And I parked there right under the sign. The sign is above my rental car. I took a picture because I didn't realise until I parked up and checked. As I checked the car to make sure I parked properly, I noticed the sign. And my wife noticed it. And she said, "Are you going to keep parking there? Are you going to stay there?" I said, "Well, of course. There's no worries about it. Don't worry. If there's any problem, I'll deal with it." I said, "I'll deal with that. Don't worry." And we just went in there. And we didn't have a problem. No problem in the end, luckily. I thought I might have got a ticket or something to pay, you know? But nothing happened. Nothing happened. So I put it down to the spirits of those who died guided me in, because I was on a truth quest on that day. Truth quest. Because of the knowledge I had, I wanted to hear what the guides were going to be saying. So I was on a quest to release that truth that I'd learned in 2009 at Pearl Harbor. Yeah? I was a coiled spring. Ha! Fuck. And I wasn't a flat earther then. But I wasn't, but I didn't realise. That's what I should have said. Right. So, yeah, got in there. And I showed my children the advancement that the Japanese had made from the First World War to the Second World War, right up to Pearl Harbor. And I asked my children to compare the American technology and the Japanese, which they thought was the best. And it was clearly the Japanese was the best technology at the time. I said, yeah, they had the upper hand. Yeah. But I'm always quick to remind the Japanese that a sneak attack is not really a battle. That's not a battle. When you hit someone from the back of the head, that's not really a fight, is it? Right. So it was a sneak attack after your country received an oil embargo from America, Britain, and Holland. Okay. Fair enough. It was attacking your very industry and your economic rise. Fine. You want to start a war with that? Okay. But that was a sneak attack. After provocation of 8 times, the Americans used 8 different methods of provocation to get the Japanese to strike first. So there was a deliberate attack on Japan's economic rise. So they kind of like bullied Japan into a war. Interesting part of history, but I only learnt it after I left school. That's when I actually learnt about it. Because I'm always interested in history, and I wanted to get a fuller understanding about that Pearl Harbor. It left a big question from my childhood, from my secondary school days, and I'm glad I found out the truth in the end. That the Americans knew. Wow. And the same thing with the Lusitania, the one that got the Americans into the First World War. That was sunk by the Americans themselves. They sunk that ship and blamed it on the Germans. The Lusitania, you look it up. Yeah. So there's been a lot of black ops that the Americans have been doing all through its history, stained with the blood of the innocents. As Sting wrote in his song, the American flag is stained with the blood of the innocents. Old Glory. Fucking nightmare. Right up to bloody 9/11, right up to this stupid planned fucking demic. And that's all I'll say on that point, don't worry. I won't be going any further than that.
When you say levels, do you mean curved?
Sorry?
When you say the word level, sir, do you really mean curved, right?
Oh. Yeah, because that's what they're saying, you know? Level is curved and curved is level.
Well, I usually just go completely against what my senses tell me, and I'm usually right.
Yeah, you know. Don't follow your senses. Give up on your senses. But you need your senses to do that.
Man, Father Day Saints almost got me going by making that statement. And say fucking curved is flat is fucking curved. Get out of here, man.
When you say the word level, sir, are you referring to the word curve by any chance?
Hands? Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy, the mental gymnastics that people will go through or exhibit just to hang on to the ball. Nothing there to hang on to. It's not even there. It's just an imaginary thing. It's imaginary, man.
Besides flat earthers' balls.
How can you present evidence when there's no evidence to present? But they're saying they're presenting evidence. We present evidence to you flat earthers, but you all just dismiss it. What evidence do you present? Evidence is proof of something. Proof is evidence. So they're one intertwined. Let's not try and separate them. Please show me. You haven't got anything. You haven't presented anything that I can say, oh yeah, this is evidence of your globe. Because if it was evident, then it would be proof. You haven't done that yet. To date, 7 years I've been looking. And it hasn't happened yet. 7 years. And that is indeed a problem.
Sounds like a solution, bro.
What?
Sounds like a solution, bro.
Oh, yeah.
People need solution for their contacts.
Right.
Because what they're seeing here is refraction. It's a mirage.
Yes. Now, what you're seeing here is a mirage. Joshua Wiki, I think his name was. Yeah. Chicago skyline. Beautiful shot.
That would be a good advertisement for a garage sale. Show somebody having a yard sale and it says, what you're seeing here is not a garage sale, that is. Dun dun.
Yeah. I remember when I first saw that Chicago skyline, I remember being moved. I went, wow, it is flat, isn't it? If you can see that from like 60 miles away, 60 miles. When I thought about 60 miles, I thought about the times that I'd ridden my bike in winter, you know, traveling that distance. And, you know, your body's warm at first, okay? And I'm riding a CBR 600, right, sports bike. I'm on a delivery and I'm hacking through, bombing it. And then your body goes from warm to cold, then to shivering. You're shivering on the bike because your body's trying to keep warm, okay? And then your hands are numbing up, okay? At 60 miles. And I'm thinking, you can see that fucking bar? Fuck! Can you see what I mean, yeah? That I'm bringing my experience of traveling that distance, and here's the Chicago skyline showing itself on the flat earth. And I'm thinking, fucking hell. That's what I mean by I was moved. Okay? That's what I mean by I was moved. Because I've done 60 miles in the cold on numerous occasions. And I know what 60 miles feels like on a motorbike going that distance. So to be, you know, and it takes time as well. So to be able to see the skyline like that, that's a punch in the jaw. That's a flat earth, man. Fuck. That's what I mean by I was moved. If you can understand that. Yeah, that was fucking wow. That was a mind-blowing what? And then I saw the Hudson Bay, the entire Hudson Bay flat from J. Tolman Media One's video footage from his infrared camera. And I just said, fucking hell, that is flat. It is flat, isn't it? Wow. Wow. What made this Earth? Shit. What made this Earth? That's all I could think of. No curvature at all there. Yeah. When you realise it's not spinning and not curving, it's just junk in the bin now, that is. Literally junk in the bin. No need to worry about asteroids and meteorites coming to strike the Earth. They're never going to happen. They've never happened. That was a story as well.
Here's a story.
Dinosaurs. Yes, 65 million years ago, the dinosaur ending event, the big asteroid or meteorite crater. What other rubbish that was? That was a lie.
When you say the word event, you put up both of those rabbit ears, right?
Yeah.
All right.
When you actually look at the that crater site, I'm not sure. Is it in Arizona? Where is that place? Where the massive crater is.
Oh, isn't it in New Mexico?
Yeah, New Mexico. That's it. Okay,
Yeah.
right. When you look at that, it's too symmetrical.
Yeah.
Too symmetrical for an impact site. If the Earth is indeed spinning and this meteorite is coming from an angle, because it's not coming straight, perfectly 90 degrees on, because even if that was the case, the Earth is still spinning anti-clockwise. So there's going to be an impact mark, and then there's going to be this kind of like oblong shaped thing, because the Earth is moving as well as the impact. So it cannot be that symmetrical. It's impossible. Can't be. So
You know what a shooting star is? It's just a fallen angel, bro.
Shooting stars, yeah. What are they as well? They're not stars falling from the sky.
No, the book of Enoch says that all the stars and the planets are fixed in their place in the firmament, and they speak in the celestial tongues of angels, and the demons go up there to the firmament to try to listen in on what they say, right? But since they're not fixed, they get tired and they can't hold on forever. When they can't hold on any longer, they fall back down to earth, and that's when that's why Disney says, yeah, that's why Disney says, "Wish upon a fallen star." They're talking about the ones that ain't fixed up there.
Right. Yeah. So meteors and shooting stars, I think these are man-made events.
Oh yeah, I bet you most of the things people see coming from the sky are man-made. No doubt.
They're man-made. Yeah. I had a video the other day that was sent to me.
Yeah.
And what it was, it shows these giant copper balls. So if you imagine a copper wire wound up into a massive giant ball with a hole going through it. And apparently what that hole is for is to put the incendiary device or the fuel, so that then they drop them out of planes and they look like meteorites coming into Earth. Okay, I got the video sent to me yesterday. Very short. Copper balls. Bloody amazing.
When you say the word amazing, you mean Amazon or Mason, right?
Yeah, Mason, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I knew there were. It was once I realised that the Earth is flat and they hadn't gone to the moon. Yeah, I began to become skeptical about asteroids. These things are not coming into the Earth. It's all man-made. Everything is man-made deception.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just lies. Everything. Wow.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's as bad as they say it is.
No, it's bad because
it's bad in a different way.
People are dying. People are dying in wars that needn't happen because humanity's sleepwalking at the moment. Because if humanity was awake properly, these governments wouldn't be in place. They'd be dispositioned, displaced, and proper governments with integrity would be in place. And would it be government or more supporting the people? Wouldn't be like governing, as in governing the people. That's not. I don't want to be governed. I want to be supported and aided through my life, not governed, not controlled, which is what
Hey,
we don't want.
when you say wars, bro, do you mean the testing grounds for big pharma's stuff on people?
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what it is. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
That's
there
where
ain't
they
no.
test all their weapons. They spend so much money on
Yeah,
developing them. You've got to use them, haven't you? You've got to use them like a kid. I want to play with it. I want to play with it. You know?
I don't even think they use weapons like they show us against each other ever like that. I think it's all psychological EMF weapons.
Well, that might be so. But when you see this boom, fire, blast.
Yeah. Oh, I have no doubt that they can make stuff explode and everything. I'm just saying, like, it's just with the technology they've had these death rays and these voices of God technology for so long. It just doesn't. It's not feasible. It destroys infrastructure. Unless you're planning to destroy that infrastructure, it just doesn't make sense. Like, it's all around. It's more expensive, but they've been duping us for so long with this EMF, the voice to
Yeah.
head technology or whatever.
EMF. What does that stand for again? EMF?
Electromagnetic frequency.
Electromagnetic frequency.
Yeah, EMF.
Yeah. I've seen that being used and demonstrated. I've forgotten the program.
I got an EMF meter right here.
Yeah, I've forgotten this program where they used to show you. He's an American guy. He's got a bald head now, but I think he might have been an ex-marine and that. Military guy, and he shows you all the latest weapons that are being used.
Yeah.
I saw it on that program.
Well, the thing is, everything around us, the microwave, the TV, everything's weaponized, right? So, like the microwave, they're so bad. I stopped using microwave like years ago, and I've tasted food once since then that was microwaved, and it tasted so toxic, dude. It was a trip.
Wow. Well,
The microwaves hold their charge. You could break open a microwave 10 years after it was last used and still get electrocuted if you don't know what you're doing.
Fucking no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude, that's purely weaponized technology. It poisons the molecules. It like you've seen Dr. Emoto's water molecule test, where like some of them they sing to you, and then the water molecules look like snowflakes, and then the ones I've had.
I saw that. I remember watching that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
depending on the type of song you sing, you get the snowflake reacts differently. Yeah.
Yeah, so the microwave, what it does to even purify water is it makes it look all distorted and like just messed up, non-symmetrical, like ugly shapes,
Mm.
That's what the microwave does to all water, and it heats up the water and food. No, but the water.
I don't do that.
Well, I'm talking about like the water that's in any food that you put in there. It's just dehydrating the water.
Okay, yeah, right. That's what you mean.
Yeah, it mutates the molecules though. It's really toxic for your body. Not your body in particular, but any human's body.
Yeah, anyone who's using a microwave, like myself, because I do use a microwave occasionally.
Yeah, no, that's just weaponized technology.
Yeah, to reheat the food that I've cooked the day before.
Yeah, I'd highly recommend you get rid of your microwave, get rid of your TVs, not get rid of your shoes, but just start going barefoot as much as possible, bro.
Well, I do that already. I mean, that's
good.
A given for me, the barefoot thing. No TV now, 4 years.
Okay, good.
No TV for 4 years, but the microwave is still there.
Yeah, the microwave is weaponized technology. You can't heat up something without the light from the microwave, right? So it's the same with these drones that Mountain Dew. They have one that's hitting it with like it's flashing so fast it's not visible to the naked eye, and then they have to have another one that's cross beaming with it with a certain type of light. Like the one, it's similarly to the one in the microwave. Like you can't heat something up unless that light's going. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just won't work. You have to have the 1-2 combo. But the thing with people is people are always looking for just one correlation or one reason. They never look at the like multiple things could cause it. That's why it's so hard for people to pinpoint shit. But I mean, think how much they had these people duped, wearing pink, all pink, right? And then all standing up and lining up and marching for something that they say like, oh, the cure for cancer. It's so stupid. The cure for cancer is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why wouldn't
Yeah,
you simply just look for the cause of the cancer? You know,
that's correct. Yeah.
so
I'm with you on
ridiculous.
that
Yeah.
one. You know.
They're clowning
That,
people, dude. That's all they're doing. Duper's delight.
yeah, I used to do the London to Brighton
Yeah,
cycle ride, charity ride, which is roughly 60 miles from
yeah,
Clapham to Brighton, okay, in London. I used to do that every year to raise money for the youth club that I used to work there as a part timer, okay, twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week, youth club, okay, and to raise money for the Cancer Research Fund, okay. But then I discovered that in 2006 now, I discovered that the cures for cancer have been around for years. And I thought, fucking hell, man. No. And the reason I discovered it was because a guy by the name of Brian Hoare, a British ex-soldier, was since 2001. He was outside the government building known as the Parliament Square, where you see Winston Churchill. He was there for 10 years. He never went home. He lived there in a tent protesting against the Afghanistan and Iraq war. Alex Jones joined him, right, with his loud hailer. He went down there, shook the man's hand. He was out there shouting out, do you think Arabs in a cave, some Arabs in a cave can bring down NORAD? And he was shouting that out, right, blasting that out in Parliament Square. I thought that was good. I'm glad he did that, okay? But now this guy, Brian Hoare, yeah, can you imagine 10 years he did not go home? His wife and children would come and visit him at the site, Parliament Square, bring him his food and money and that. He stayed there for 10 years. He died of cancer. And I was very disappointed. I thought, fuck. And he's gone now, cancer. Why isn't there a cure for this bloody cancer? And then I looked up cancer cures, and the internet just tsunamied me, vomited untold information. I've been looking ever since. So yeah, the cures have been done for ages. So then I looked back at all the years that I used to do the cycle rise. So I then started advising all my friends, look, if it's anything to do with cancer charities, avoid them like the plague, because they're not using that money for research. They keep saying we're on the cusp, we're on the verge of a cure, we're on the verge of discovery, and all the time, right? But they never ever actually have the discovery. So don't waste a single penny or a pound on anything to do with charity for the Cancer Research Fund. Don't bother. Yeah, I was totally pissed off when I found that out. So all those miles I did in all those years.
Bro, think about
what
this.
A waste of effort that was.
Think about
Although
this.
I raised money for my youth club, that was good. But to actually have money donated to the Cancer Research Fund, that was a waste of energy.
Well, think about this, bro. If you let's say for a living you sold heroin, right? Now, if you sold heroin, would you on the inside of your window as people are leaving your house after spending money with you, have brochures and like even a free Uber ride to the methadone clinic and offer them free methadone every day? It wouldn't make sense, right?
No.
So that's what they're doing it's just like the mob. When the mob goes, oh, are you okay? Somebody just shot you. Come here. I got you. Come inside. I'll help you. And as they pull you in, they stab you in the back. You know what I mean? It's some Tretch Armstrong shit.
Yeah, so I was very, very disappointed to find out that the cures are there, and I put so much effort into raising money for that organisation that's just stealing the money.
Bro, if they're causing the cancer through radio frequencies, like by people using the microwaves, then they don't need a cure for anything, because the cure is just getting yourself away from those radio frequencies. Okay?
Yeah, move away from the toxic stuff. Just move away. Yeah.
Or you don't have to move away from it. There's certain ways you can make like Faraday cages and ground your house and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of
What
different
I mean
things.
is avoid buying toxic food and toxic chemicals to clean your house and all that, which I'm an advocate on that one.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
Yeah, because these things release these chemical vapors, especially in the summer. You don't see it. You need one of those electron microscope things that you can see the vapor. You cannot see it with the naked eye, but when you put it behind that kind of like a X-ray machine kind of thing, and you see the vapor just pouring up of the thing, and think, fuck, that's what we're breathing in all the time. Yeah, wow. So years ago in London, I reduced my contact to chemicals down to just one thing. For the kitchen, it was washing up liquid, of course, and then biodegradable soap for washing my clothes, and bleach.
You use borax? You ever use borax?
I use a different brand in England.
Borax is fire. They might not have the good borax brand where you're at.
Yeah, no, we use a different brand in Britain. But biodegradable soaps is what I was looking for all the time. That would be back in 1987. So we're going back a bit there, 85, 87, around about that time. Started to tidy up my act regarding chemicals and that and biodegradable stuff. That's when I woke up to the fact that I need to be careful on how I'm living on this earth and not be party to destroying the earth. And
honestly, bro, I don't think people could destroy it, bro.
No, I totally understand that. Yeah, true. But let's not make it difficult for the animals. That's the thing. And let's not poison the water. Contaminated unnecessarily, especially if it's the water that we're going to be drinking that they're recycling, but not able to clean all those toxins in there. So, I just didn't want to be party to that. Also, I stopped. And when I was 19, I stopped the McDonald's. So that would have been in 1980, 81, I stopped eating McDonald's because I learned that McDonald's packaging, one, wasn't biodegradable, and then two, they were responsible for destroying part of the Brazilian Amazon forest. They cleared the forest slightly to grow grass to feed the cows so they could then grow the beef, to make the beef. And I thought that cycle was just terrible because what I heard was that the fact that they were destroying the Amazon forest meant that they were destroying species of animals or insects, life that we don't even know the names of yet, that hadn't even been given names. I thought, wow, instant stop when I heard that. So I said to my brothers, because we can no longer have McDonald's on a Friday, okay, because McDonald's is responsible for destroying the Amazon forest. We can't do that. And that was the end of McDonald's. Back in 1981. But then I say that, and then 2010. So 1981, 2012, I was in Hawaii for the second time, and I was running out of money. So I had to take the kids to McDonald's there for the first time in their lives. And for the first time since the 1980s that I'd gone there. Bought them that purely to say. I actually took them to Wendy's. Yeah, Wendy's and Burger King. That was it. Burger King. But it wasn't good. It wasn't Wendy's. It was Burger King, not Wendy's. Burger King. And it wasn't a good experience. And I went to two. I didn't want to go to McDonald's, but I went to two Burger Kings, and the experience wasn't as good as I was expecting. So in the end, I ended up going to McDonald's. And they had a good time, and I took all the photographs. I said, the first time and the last time, boys. But that's a lie as well, because when we got back to Japan here, where I'm talking to you from Japan, we got one near us. And the youngest kid wanted to have a cheeseburger and that, and he was banging me on the head for a cheeseburger. So I had to go and get it for him. But yeah, I did avoid McDonald's for some years. On ethical grounds that they were destroying the earth, and I couldn't be party to that. I cannot say that I stopped McDonald's because I hated the food. Those words will never come out of my mouth because I enjoyed it. I stopped McDonald's at the peak of enjoyment of McDonald's. That was the hardest thing to do, was to stop it at the peak of enjoyment. So I can't say, oh, McDonald's is junk food and it'll kill you. Well, I mean, if you eat too much of it, yes, it will. Does it taste good? Finger licking good, like Kentucky Fried Chicken. All tastes good if you moderate it. And the funny thing is, was the French people's idea of moderation with McDonald's is once a year is okay. I laugh. Once a year. Yeah, so no, I'm not going to say McDonald's is horrible food. I'm not going to say that. No way. I used to eat quite a lot of it. I used to have like at lunchtime, you might have me sitting there with 2 Big Macs, quarter pounder with cheese, filet fish, milkshake, and an apple pie. That would be my lunch. Oh, and fries. Oh, yeah, that's it, and fries as well. Yeah, and that's lunchtime, and I'd kill that off, no problem. Not even burping. That triple thick chocolate milkshake was a must-have. The one thing I can say that I haven't done to my children is I haven't bought any of them Pepsi Cola or Coca-Cola. Not once. Well,
You gotta try the new space flavored Coke, bro.
The new what?
Space flavored Coca-Cola.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't subscribe to any of that stuff. I drink water. At the moment, it's the Islamic month of Ramadan, so it means that from sunrise to sunset, there's no food and no drink. So, like from about 3, well, I stopped eating from about 3:30 in the morning. Okay, if I'm going to have anything to eat, I've got to get it in before 3:30 a.m. After that, there's nothing coming in until 6:15 p.m. Yes, it's a long day, isn't it? So basically, you're eating once a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's what's happening now at the moment. It's great. It's okay. The first 2 weeks usually okay, and then it starts to kind of like drag on. And that's how it usually goes for me. If I'm kept very busy, then I skip for it. But if I'm, busy at the moment, so then it drags on. But I'm glad I do it. We do the Ramadan to remember the people who don't have food to eat in the world, those who are starving, and it's kind of like a detox as well for us Muslims. It's like a little reset, and then an appreciation of the food you eat as well. But I love cooking anyway, so I always appreciate food. So it just means that I can have, it prompts good ideas for food, what to make, what to eat. Yeah. The key is not to overeat and not to panic, not to gouge. Just take your time and break your fast. I like to break my fast with water first. Nice drink of water. Yeah. But anyway, yes, back to the flat Earth truth. Yeah. The beautiful flat Earth where we live.
I just did a drawing that says flat Earth on it.
Yeah. The beautiful flat Earth where we live. There's a good one. Eratosthenes, yeah. Tosthenes. Eratosthenes. That's a good one. Who was that who did that? Yeah, Adam. Well done, my man. Adam Unsalted, I think that says there, yeah. Adam Unsalted. Well done, that's a good one. Yeah, Adam Unsalted, yeah. Eratosthenes, curvature not found. Please run Al-Biruni X. I've got to have that one. Have that one, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I've snapped that for future prosperity, that one. That's going to go a long way. I'm a keeper, so that's going to be used a lot now. Oh, wow. I mean, how quick and sharp is one's wit to make that, put those Eratosthenes. I mean, that's fucking hell. That's excellent. Yeah. Well done, Adam. Excellent. Let me put my mark on that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we had that character earlier on, perhaps about 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago.
That shit was funny as fuck, dude.
Claiming that he's given up using his senses. So when you do that, it's no wonder you can't tell if you're on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Because why would you do that? Why would you give up on the senses you were given to survive on this Earth with? Why would you do that? What kind of mentality are you doing? Are you thinking about it? What the hell's going on in your head, man? And you can't give up on your senses. That would be impossible. Even to sit still requires your senses. To sit still motionless requires your senses. So it's impossible for you to give up on your senses at all. Give up on common sense thinking, willfully ignoring, yeah, you can do that. That's what you're doing. Willfully ignoring the truth. And it was brought to his attention that the axiom, the basic, default, is that we all experience Earth as flat and stationary, motionless. Yeah? You know, it's not curving anywhere. We don't see any curve anywhere. No human being can claim they've seen curvature. It's an illusion if they did that. If they say that, because I've lived 60 years and I haven't seen 1 degree of curvature on this Earth. I haven't experienced it at all. And I've used my senses all the way. My memory is sharp. I can go back to my elementary school days and draw that school. I can draw a map of that school. So, the 2 elementary schools that I went to, I can draw that. I know where I can go back to where I used to live. Yeah. And I'm currently hunting for some old photographs of the place where I used to live in East London, Popular House, back in 1966. And I haven't been successful in finding any shots yet, but I'm looking still looking for that. Yeah, so there's no way that I can say that I've seen or felt curvature on this Earth. I've sailed on luxury liner to Nigeria, and I've sailed from Nigeria back to England. I've flown to Nigeria. I've flown many places. Los Angeles would be the furthest, and Hawaii several times. Then we've done Europe, gone play football, Spain, football in Spain, football in Greece, Crete, lovely Kefalonia, another Greek island. Well, man, you know, I've travelled Germany with my dad, Holland, with my friends, on a motorbike, on a ferry. No curvature there. I didn't see any, didn't feel any, didn't notice the spin either. Yeah, Japan, look at that, that's a long way. No curvature there. Yeah, Singapore, Guam Island, several times, Saipan, several times. Oh, there's no curvature, man. No spin, nothing. I know this. It would not be possible to follow the curvature of the Earth and be the right way up when you go to down under Australia. That's why they have that terminology, down under, because underneath the board from where the UK is. So if you're going to go to UK, you're going to be upside down. You have to be. That's nature's laws. It's not Jin's law. That's the nature's law. That is the law of nature. If you are flying from England to New Zealand or Australia, 180 degrees, you're going to be upside down. I don't care what these globers claim. You're straw manning the model. No, I'm not. You're bringing a shape that we cannot see. And if it is indeed that shape, I am demanding that I will be upside down. I know I will be. It's impossible. And if it was real, we would have actual video footage of aeroplanes flying upside down and landing in New Zealand and Australia, and ships, luxury liners on a cruise, upside down. From the satellite, zoomed in images. These images would be on your computers, front home screen, because it would be a marvel to watch as it's spinning. And then you see the planes flying upside down. Yeah, and the ships sailing perpendicular, leaving Africa, going up to England, or going across to Brazil on a luxury liner, or the 1 year cruise around the world. You know, you just be seeing all that action that no one's ever seen. With all that technology supposedly geostationary and orbiting the ball that no one's ever measured, seen, felt, experienced. Not to mention no 24-hour sun at the bottom of their ball. We don't have a 24-hour sun uninterrupted for 3 months. Visual of the sun above the horizon doesn't exist. Wow. And they've been down there for over 60 years. 70, 80 years they've been down there, fucking around, wasting taxpayers' money. They're there to perpetuate the lie that the Earth is a ball. That's why they're there. That's the only reason they're down there. So come on, defend your position. You glowheads, defend. Nah, you can't defend that. It's impossible. So yeah, that's how it is, man. That's how it is, folks. The beautiful flat earth. Get out there this year, if you can. You know, fuck the mask. Forget that nonsense. Just get out there and enjoy it. Those of you on the coast, obviously you're going to be, you're right on hand. But those of you who are not near the coast, if you can try it, get to the coast this year. Plan it so the weather's going to be hot for the amount of time you wish to stay there. And look at that horizon. Take a picture of it and look at how how level that is with the sky. Straight. Spirit level it is. No, not a degree of curvature can you see in it. It's a beautiful thing to see. And just enjoy natural life. Get out of the jungle. Get out of the concrete jungle and go into the bush and breathe in the damp soil. That beautiful smell of the damp earth. Yes, it's lovely, in the morning. And then enjoy the sound of twigs cracking under your feet. It's like a carpet. Really good for you when you go for a little hike. Mind you don't trip up though, because I've done that a few times. Where I've got my boot hooked onto a little vine. I'm down. Oh, because the rucksack aids your descent as well. So you've lost your balance, and now your rucksack's acting as a weight to drag you down even more. Oh. But you get up, you dust off, and you carry on. It's all part of the thing. It's less painful because it's not concrete. So there you go, as long as you don't bang your head on a rock or something. But it's nice, really nice, man. Go on a hike, pitch a tent, and enjoy the sounds of nature. Yeah. Connect with the natural earth. Such good therapy. And if you get to the river, enjoy the sound of the river flowing by. Yeah. The motion is therapeutic to the eye. The sound, and before you know it, you're immersed in natural essence. Yeah. If you're lucky like me, you got a canoe, you just drop the canoe in and then ease yourself into the canoe and then push off from the bank and you're on your way. Yeah, yes. Go on, nice. And I tell you, it's bliss. Yeah, with the kids and that, yeah, fantastic. Canoeing, wow, that's therapy in itself. And if you're at the ocean, just get yourself on a sit-on-top kayak and just paddle out and then relax to the rocking of the ocean whilst you're in that. It's beautiful, that in itself. And when you get hot, you just jump off the sit-on-top kayak, roll into the ocean. Oh, that's just beautiful. And then you come back out, climb back onto your sit-on-top kayak, and you don't have to worry about the water because the water just runs out. There are drainage holes, so it doesn't fill up, and then you just relax. As long as you got your aqua shoes on, so you don't damage your feet on the coral or anything like that. And then, yeah. Oh, it's beautiful, man. Sun beating down on your skin. Yeah. And then I'd paddle back to the beach, check everybody's okay. All right, yeah, I'm just going to go for a little jog. I'll be back because I want to sweat up and pull out all the toxins in your body. So I go for a little jog, jog off down the road, maybe 15 minutes in one direction, do a U-turn and come back. And by that time, you've already built a sweat, maybe in 30 minutes one direction, come back an hour. And then you just dive into the water. Oh, beautiful that is. Yeah. And the water's warm by the beach, but as you dive under and it just changes temperature, beautiful that feeling. Wow. Yeah, and then you come up, ooh, yeah. And you don't have to worry, you float, you don't sink because the salt in the ocean keeps you floating. So if you don't move, you're just going to sit there or lie there. Yeah. That's why you can swim so far in the ocean. In a swimming pool, you sink. So you've got to work hard to keep yourself afloat. But in the ocean, yeah, it's easy. The buoyancy is there. That salt water keeps you buoyant. Yeah, I remember when I made that discovery myself. That was a self-discovery, that one. I thought, wow, look at how far I'm swimming. Right, I'm swimming right out. Fucking hell. Huh? Is this me? Really? And then I'm floating in the ocean. I'm thinking, it must be the salt. It must be the salt. That's what's doing that. And then I saw the salt with the boiled egg experiment. I thought, aha, well, there you go. It was the salt after all. Yeah, so if you get the opportunity, get out to the beautiful ocean and marvel at the horizon and how straight it is and enjoy that ocean. And if you're in the forest, get out to a high vantage point and look across that horizon from above and notice how flat everything is. The expanse of nature mixed with man-made roads and traffic lights and that. Nice to look at. Remember, it's man-made, but the bits of greener that you see, that's natural, that's nice. But it's a good view. Yeah, I love it. Top of a mountain, looking across the land, and it's just level. As far as the eye can see, there's no curvature. No curvature. It's a beautiful thing to see. I'm sure I know you flat earthers have already done that. But if there are any globers who are listening to this, well, yeah, you need to start to think. Get out there. You haven't been truly connecting. When I go out there, I thoroughly enjoy every second. Today, I said it's Ramadan, but I did 2 hours cycling today, and I enjoyed every second of it. With my listening to house music. Yeah. Gotta have house music all day long. Yeah, man. Kicking tunes bursting out of my pocket as I'm blasting down the road. And occasionally I'm balancing at the lights on the 2 wheels, balancing, and then a couple of kids are watching. I say, "How you doing? Yeah, you okay? Yeah, flat Earth." I'm saying, "Chico, Tyler, you're Tyler. Q-Day tonight. It's not a ball." And then the lights have changed. Bye, gone. Yeah. Last year, 3 new books were published about the flat Earth. So that's a good thing. Thanks to Flat Earth Banjo and the people who he introduced the flat Earth to. 2 of those people went on to produce books. And they've come out pretty quick. So we've got 3 new books out there now. And then last year, in the English textbook for university students, they looked at the anti-vaxxers and the flat earthers. Yeah. And it stated at the end of that article or passage, more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. And I went, well done for telling the truth, because that is true. Yes. So the flat earth is picking up in Japan now. Yeah. But flat earth to me is like fresh air and the air I breathe. Helium balloon, there isn't a professor alive that could pop. My balloon is not poppable. So you're not going to be able to pop my balloon. What's going to happen is I'm going to clonk you on the head with the flat earth truth. Your brain will crack. And then you'll just drop on the floor. The flat earth truth is just, it is what it is. When you have no evidence for your globe, what are you doing? You're just perpetuating a lie, Professor. Huh? Professor Dave, Professor Phil. Liars. I mean, it's quite obvious, isn't it? How can you be? It's so big. That's why you don't notice the curvature. Don't be silly. If you fly from England to New Zealand, no matter how big that ball is, it's 180 degrees. Okay, so you can't have a straight line in 180 degrees, can you? Can it be straight? No, thank you. So you have to feel and initiate that curve. You've got to do it. Got to follow it through. You can't fly straight, dead level, and being 180 degrees. No, that's just not, that's lunacy. It's against the laws of nature and the laws of physics and logic. You have a round, when you go around a corner, you don't go around the corner straight, do you? You round that corner. On a motorbike, you lean into it. Yeah? You hit the brakes, boom, 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 drop the gear, boom, and then you come in, and then you accelerate up. Right? And you're leaning into that corner. You're going in, you know you're in the corner. Drop your knee down, you're in, the bike's angled out. And as you bring it up, you accelerate out. Fucking hell, man, that's a corner. Right? You don't go straight, do you? You end up dead. Or you don't end up turning, you're just going on straight. So you've got to round it. The same rules would apply to an aeroplane flying from England to New Zealand on an oblate spheroid. You've got to round that ball. Got to. That would mean for the duration of the flight, you'd have to have your seatbelt on all the time. You will not be receiving any drinks or any meals. You might be lucky to have a little bit of entertainment, but that will be totally seatbelt fastened all the way. Because for the first half of your journey, there's going to be that first half of the curve. And then for the second part of your journey, it's the downward curve, going down and under towards, and it's a downward trip anyway from UK. From the moment you're leaving UK, you're going down to New Zealand. So it's a down curve. You've got no chance of even going to the toilet. But yet you go to the toilet, you stretch your legs, you have your drinks, you get your blankets if you want them, and your pillows, and your little cheese and biscuit snacks. I usually have 3 or 4 of those with a glass of red wine. Yeah, lovely. That's all coming down. You put it on your table, which folds from the back of the headrest. You turn that little switchy button thing that you turn, and the table drops down. You catch it before it makes a bang, and then if you want it to come close, you slide it towards you, but you don't. Not me. I like to have a little bit of a gap, so I keep it closer to the seat. Put your glass there in a little divot that's there to hold your glass, and the snacks on the table. Headphones connected. I'm watching the screen now, and I'm supposed to be going over a ball. Yeah, right. Really? Really, folks? And I'm going down to New Zealand, upside down, but I'm not noticing it. Really? Yeah, that's how stupid that ball is. And in Africa, if you're heading anti-clockwise, so you're heading west now, so you're going to go towards South America, heading west, you're sideways, perpendicular now. Sideways on that ship or on that aeroplane. So you're sideways now. Now you're sideways. Can you imagine that, folks? On the ball? Honestly. How stupid is that ball? How stupid is it? It's hideous. What are you believing in? Yes. Even that word believe is a troublesome word for you guys. You globeheads. What are you believing in? Believe. At least I can say I know. No, Professor, I know the earth is flat. Oh, you believe it's a globe, do you? Oh, all right. I believe pigs can fly. Yeah? All right, Professor. But I know the earth is flat, Professor. It's more than you know, Professor, huh? Professor. He's got all his PhDs and that, and his brain's fucked up. Here's me, not 1 degree to mention, and I'm fucking more knowledgeable than the idiot there. I'd repair his fucking car, do his plumbing, fix the fucking electrics, and fix up his bench and his chairs and his table. Here's this cunt, got all the fucking letters after his name, and he's perpetuating lies, getting untold fucking money for doing it. There you go. Excuse the French there. But there you go, folks. Okay, there you go. Hi there. Yes, we're having a quiet moment at the moment. So Gin CBR1 here, just talking flat earth life. That's where we are. That's where we live. We don't live on a spinning ball. It's not there. It's not there. We've checked it. Mm. A body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force. Talk about stating the obvious. And that would apply here on Earth, perhaps. But in space now, big question mark there. How do we know that? How can we prove that, folks? Oh, but they went to the moon. No, did they now? No. They can't have gone to the moon. I'll mention three words. Cosmic ray particles. Cosmic ray particles. Leftovers from the stars that have died. Supernovas, according to the astrophysicists and theoretical scientists. Who else are there? The astronomers and the like. You know, these supernova, these stars explode when they die, and then apparently they shoot this matter flying through the universe at almost the speed of light. The speed of light being 616,629 miles per hour. Okay? That's fucking fast. 670 million? Yeah, that's a fast speed, yeah? Okay, right. Now, apparently, if any astronaut and his spacecraft was to venture out into that environment, they would need 2 meters of shielding so as to protect themselves from those particles. Now, those particles are flying at such a rate that if you had a centimeter square patch, every second you'd have 4 of these particles striking that patch. So you can imagine it's like being in a rainstorm, basically, okay, of cosmic ray particles. Now, how did the Lunar Command Module travel through the space to get to the moon and not encounter these particles and survive? Bearing in mind that that module was like 2.3 millimeters to 2 millimeters thick of aluminium. Industrial grade aluminium, but it's not enough. It's not enough to protect you from. They said 2 meters thick you would need. They had 2 millimeters or thereabouts of thickness. No shielding from the astronauts' suits. So how did they survive that? There's a question. How could they have survived the cosmic ray particles that are supposedly known to be there? I don't even think they're there, but this is what they tell us, okay? Then there's the encounter of the Van Allen radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen, I think in 1958, from, I forgot the name of the satellite thing or the probe that they said they sent out there to discover this thing, right? But apparently there are 2 radiation belts. Now, when you look at the values of those belts, there are 2,500 rems apiece. They start from about 1,000 miles from the Earth's surface, or thereabouts, where they begin. And they go as far as 20, 30,000 miles out. Anyway, traveling through those would take you at least 4 hours. But there's another belt that wasn't mentioned by these physicists. They never want to talk about it, but it's there. Created by the Operation Starfish Prime, Dominic of the Lord, aka Fishbowl of the Lord. Okay, back in 1962, where they set off several megaton bombs, and that supposedly resulted in a 3rd radiation belt, 247 miles from the Earth's surface, to the tune of 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts themselves. So if you do the maths, that's 250,000 rems of radiation back in 1962. So in 1969, it still would have been mega lethal. You know, it still would have been in the 200,000s. Okay, because they went in 69, yeah? So they would have to have gone through that belt and then through the 2 Van Allen radiation belts, then get through all that cosmic ray stuff, then land on the moon, where it's said to be up to 960 rems, and the sun is spitting out this radiation every day of the week, all the time. There's no belts there to protect them on the surface of the moon, no radiation belts there. So they're there with their linen suits, offering no protection from radiation or cosmic ray. How could they survive all that? And remember, it's a 3-day journey there, 3-day journey back. So that's 6 days, plus the time they spent on the moon, okay? That's a long time. Yeah? Yeah, folks, think about that. Right, you know, not one of them got cancer. In fact, we had Alan Bean, astronaut Alan Bean, I think he was on the Apollo 12 mission, I think. He said, when he was asked about the Van Allen radiation belts and the effects, he said, I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. Then when he was told the distance to those belts, he said, then we went right through them. And then he was asked, what, and no effects to your body, nothing? Oh, no. There were some flashes to the eye he was talking about. And a little flash, whoosh, and it would like starburst in your eyeballs, yeah, apparently. Little flashes in the eye. Funny how he got his story right in the end, yeah? But anyway, still doesn't explain how they could have got past the cosmic ray particles, all that radiation belts, all those radiation belts. 70 rems, when a human being is exposed to that during that journey, that astronaut would suffer partial vision loss, okay? Vomiting and diarrhea. Very, very uncomfortable indeed. 170 rems would render the astronaut vision loss, complete loss of vision, vomit, diarrhea, and then death within 60 days. And that's just 170 rems. So imagine what 250 rems would do. Sorry, 250,000 rems. Excuse me. Let me get that right. 250,000 rems. Imagine what that would do to a human being. If you've lost your vision, at 170 rems, right? You vomited and diarrhea in your suit. Okay, you know you're not wearing the official space suit, not the excursion suit, but your uniform that you've got on. So you've now got vomit floating in your bloody Lunar Commander module inside there, and diarrhea. You're in a right state. How are you going to fix yourself? Huh? and you can't see now because now you're dead, man. You're finished. You're not returning. You wouldn't even land on the moon. You'd be totally destroyed. And that's just at, remember, that's just at 170 rems. 250,000 rems, I think you would explode. Right, that's what we're talking about here, folks. That's what you would explode in your suit. Perhaps your suit might take it, but I doubt that very much. But the human body would just expand and bloom. You'd be dead. Dead there. That radiation would just destroy you. Yeah. And then the cosmic ray particles penetrating your 2 millimeter thick of aluminium, with these particles coming through at 670 million miles an hour and more, or thereabouts, impinging on your spacecraft. Yeah, you ain't got a chance. Come on, man. Who are they kidding? And they went 6 times. And they haven't been back since that time. Yes. So you just got to think about these folks. Think about what they're telling you. How do we know a body in motion remains in motion in space? What evidence do we have that things float as soon as you get up to 60 miles from the Earth's surface? It's zero gravity. You're floating. That's bullshit. Crap. It's just absolute rubbish, folks. You drop like a stone back to the earth where you belong. You're floating. So the rocket now fires its boost, its thrusters. Okay? And that's going to keep it going all the way. Oh, are you kidding here? Keeping in motion. Yeah? Really? No, we can't prove that. That's not been proven. A body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force. That's still a question mark even on Earth. I don't see that. I don't see something in motion unless acted upon by another force. Because if I start my motorcycle and I ride it now I'm using the throttle. If I let go of the throttle, the drag from the tidy engine is no forward motion. I'm stopping. And then I stop. I move slightly and I stop. So there's no such thing as this, but keeps in motion. Something needs to keep the thing in motion. Whatever it is, your vehicle, whatever. Without it, there is no forward motion or backward motion or sideward motion. Things just don't go into motion by themselves. The wind blows the leaves fly. When the wind stops, it drops on the floor. So it's an obvious one, yeah. If we can see that demonstrated. Something in motion, kept in perpetual motion. A car being driven by the driver, going on the motorway. Okay, it's going constant speed of 60 miles an hour. Okay, that's because the driver is keeping his accelerator to a certain degree and then the car's holding that speed. Now, if the wind blows hard enough, that can slow it down. Okay, momentum is being slowed down there. That's a force. If a car hits it from the side, bang, okay, then it's stopped. But these are obvious things, but the idea of something just keeps on going, it doesn't happen in nature. It doesn't happen. That's why that law, that one comes under question for me, especially in space, let alone on Earth. In space, where there's supposed to be a vacuum, So there's no drag factor. Okay, but we haven't got that. Can't demonstrate that. Never been demonstrated. It's rather quiet today. Is there anybody else there want to have a chat? I don't want to take up all this time. Oh, let's have a look. What does it say there? Yeah, that's when presented with two possibilities, scientists tend to choose the wrong one. Absolutely. Yes, and that statement that Adam posted in the live stream voice text came from Houghton C. Arp, astrophysicist. See? So the best astrophysicist will be wrong all the time. Because it's all theoretical. It's not real. And another little confusion that tends to happen, especially for me back in the old days, was when they said they had a theory, and this theory is a fact, but they call it a theory. Now, that's where the scientists are wrong in the world they live in. It leaves room for confusion. Because for me, a theory is an idea. It's a theory. It's a hypothesis. That's all it is. It's just a theory, an idea. It's not a fact. So if something is a fact, then it should be known as a scientific fact because it's gone through the scientific method to be substantiated in our reality. So it is a scientific fact. It's not a scientific theory. A scientific theory is something that you are toying with, trying to use a scientific method. You're doing experiments. It's undergoing research at the moment. That's what that means to me. And that's what it's always going to mean. So when somebody says they've got something that's a scientific theory and it's indeed a fact, and it is indeed a fact, I will call that a scientific fact. I will not say, oh, that's a scientific theory. No, that's a scientific fact, sir. It's a fact. It's not a theory. Okay? It's time for you people to address the way you use the language. You're using it wrong and it's confusing people. And this is how you sneak in theories as facts like gravity. Okay, you sneak that in, and you're teaching it like it's a fact when it's not a fact. It's not been proven. You don't know what it is. So it remains a scientific theory, not fact. And these are the problems out there. So for me, and the road that I march on, the road that I drive on, that I ride on, scientific theory is a theory, and that's it is. It is not a fact. Scientific facts are facts. And that's how it's going to be for me. So whatever they call a theory, and I look into it, and it's indeed a fact, because it adheres to the scientific method, and it is based in our reality, that's a fact. Theories, on the other hand, will be theories, not facts. They're not proven. They're just theories. Thank you. I don't care what the scientific community are saying. Fuck them. Middle finger up their nose with that. That's how I roll. That's how I'm going to be rolling from now on. In fact, that's how I've been rolling for 7 years, to be quite honest. Yeah, because I've started to look into it once I woke up. Basically, once I stopped being lazy in looking into what these scientists are claiming and that, because you give them the trust, they know more than you, But when you actually look into it now, you think, there's some tidy up need to be doing. You're making so many lies, you've made a mess here. Tidy up your mess. Too many bloody theories here, no facts. Yeah, well, stop promoting your theories of facts then, yeah? Stop that. It's confusing everyone. And because people are not looking because we're lazy, because we trust you, you're abusing our trust now. That's what you're doing. You're abusing our trust. Damn cheek. Anyway, thank God for Neil deGrasse Tyson. He slips ups now and again. You are not high enough to see the curvature from 2 inches of this beach ball. That stuff is flat. I love it. I'm telling you. So when you go up to 120,000 feet, you're not high enough to see the curvature. You're just not high enough. He says. So anybody who believes in the heliocentric model, who thinks the Earth is spinning, you've never seen curvature. So if you think you have, you're lying to yourself. Or perhaps the window on the fuselage of the aeroplane you're on facilitated that curvature. Perhaps. Because even I've flown many times and I've looked out the window. I've never seen any curvature. And I've taken pictures from within the air looking outwards and no curvature. The window didn't change anything. So I've still yet to see curvature through an aeroplane window. Me. And when you look out the window, you know there's it's like a sandwich, isn't there? There's 2 lots. There's your window there, which you can pull the shutter down, and then there's the outer portion. There's two bits of glass to look through. Perspex, it's not really glass. It's like a plastic thing, isn't it? Right? So there's 2 layers there. It's a sandwich. So come on, man. Let's get real here. Bloody liars. I've looked through those windows. I've never seen any curvature at all. The window hasn't induced a curved image for me to look through. It's never happened in all my life. So I've yet to see a window do that. Bend it. I've got lots of pictures. Tell you that now. Even my children have lots.
Sorry if I may interrupt real quick. The only way that they think that they see curvature is by boats going over the edge of the horizon when they're standing at the ocean.
That's right. That's what they say. Yeah. They say
and that's the only evidence that they actually have being on ground level, because like you said, Neil deGrasse Tyson said, even being 2 inches above this beach ball, you ain't seeing it.
Yeah. As he slaps the ball, not seeing the ball. He made me laugh, And then he did the flat earth salute. He did the flat earth salute. That stuff is flat. I thought, yeah, he's a flat earther. He was good. So yeah.
So it's the only actual thing that they can claim that the way that they see curvature is boats going over the edge of the horizon. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. And then the funny thing is, if I'm seeing something going over a curve, any vehicle, the attitude of the vehicle changes. It doesn't go over the curve like you're going down on an escalator. When you go on an escalator, you look at a human being, his head is upright and it's like he's sinking. Yeah? Yeah? Horizontally sinking. Yep. But a ship or a plane or a car, if it's rounding a curve, the ship's angle, you're going to be sliding off the deck, is what should be happening. You cannot be going over a curve horizontally and then you're going, no, sorry, that's not how it works. No, it's curved. So the attitude of the ship should be changing just like the car does. The car attitude changes, the motorbike attitude changes, and aircraft's attitude changes. That's why you have all your meters. So the ship, the same rule would apply to the ship. So it would mean I would expect to see the bum of the ship come up a little bit and the nose drop down. But when you look at a ship disappearing from your eyesight, it's disappearing from the bottom upwards because of the law of perspective. When the thing moves away from you, your eyeballs are not able to focus at the bottom, and it's in the way. The bottom, the ocean is in the way as the ship moves away from you. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That's what happens. That's the angle of resolution.
Right,
from your perspective.
Along with temperature and pressure, and the vapors in the air distorting your vision. What you're seeing off into the distance.
Absolutely. That's exactly what's happening.
And when they claim refraction, well, how are you even measuring to that point of that curve horizon if
Yeah.
if it's refracted? How are they measuring
Yeah.
that if it's refracted?
Yeah. If you had a refraction meter, it would always be changing because the environment, the medium is changing by the second. By the second. Yeah, it's not refraction and it's fixed for all day. That's it. That's the setting and that's it. No, refraction, the atmosphere itself, what you're looking through, is changing by the second because of the temperature variations going on, constantly changing literally by the second. So how would you be able to measure that? Bloody mad, isn't it? You see what they claim. There is a degree of refraction. How much it is hard to measure. Very hard to measure.
I like that initial point you made about nobody seeing any curve, especially when it comes to Neil deGrasse Tyson saying you can't see it 2 inches off this beach ball. How are you seeing it at ground level? Period. If you're not
Yeah.
seeing it at that height, you're not seeing it at 6 feet off the ground.
Correct. That would
I
be
like that point.
impossible. Yeah, and that's impossible. And when you look at the oceans, which I sent to people this year, if you get a chance to get to the ocean, choose a good week there where it's going to be nice and hot. Get out there and take your pictures of the ocean where the horizon meets, the sky meets the ocean, and look at how level that line is. That line is level. You can put a ruler to it, a straight edge, and there's no curvature. It's a beautiful
Well,
thing to see.
actually, I'm going to Barbados in May, and I've
Okay.
kind of been scouting the internet for like a good quality camera so I can record my flight, and I'm gonna get like a handheld level and take it on the plane with me and stick it to the window for the entire flight and try to record how
Oh,
level it is
that's
the
good,
entire
yo.
time. Yeah. So like I've been kind of asking around to even Glovers and flat earthers what kind of experiment should I be doing while I'm in the plane, and everything. Like what would you want to see? Because now I'm gonna go out and actually do my own experiment.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm kind of asking around, what would you guys like to see? Um,
Well, okay, that's a
you
good
know,
question. First of all, you're going to be going on a flight. Now, I'm expecting this plane to follow the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so like my children. So back in 2016, we downloaded the Bubble app. Okay, to check whether the plane was indeed following a curvature. So you might want to do that one. You might want to download a Bubble app onto your smart device and show us if the bubble moves from center, because usually once you set it up, it stays center because the plane is just, once it's at its altitude after taking off, and it climbs to the allotted altitude, which is generally somewhere in between of 35,000 to 40,000 feet. Once it levels up after 10 to 15 minutes, it's leveled up onto its destination now. Now you want to switch on your bubble app and check to see if it's in the center and keep that on for the duration of the flight. Or you can switch it off to save your battery and switch it on, or you can plug your smartphone into the charger unit that they have on the planes. They do have them, so you can keep it on all the time, and you can see whether the bubble app, the bubble deviates from the center. Okay, that'd be one.
right. Uh, I'm taking JetBlue, and on the back of the chairs where I would be facing, there's a monitor,
Yeah.
and they have your altitude, your cardinal position. They actually show
Right.
like a localized map, like you can see like
Yeah.
the side of the United States down to Florida. Then you can see some of the key islands, and as you travel, you can start to see more geographic locations.
Right.
So I'll be able to record all of that So I
That's
think
going to be
that,
nice.
that's going to be helpful as well.
That's going to absolutely right. So I'm looking at the curvature thing because it should be from where you're going to be going from to your destination. How many hours is that?
Well, I'm up in Pennsylvania. I'm flying out of JFK, New York.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
to Bridgetown. It's about 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 hours, right? So 4.5 hours. Okay, so that's a nice long flight there. So you should encounter curvature 4 hours. There must be curvature
Yeah,
along the way.
and I'll
See?
be the last time I went was 2 or 3 years ago, and we flew at about 39 or 38 to 40,000 feet. So we're about 7, almost 8 miles high.
Yes, that would be yeah. So yeah, about 5 to 6 miles roughly. That is 5 to 6 miles.
Yeah.
Now the experience of actually getting on the plane. Are you going to be needing to wear the mask? You got to do the dance and all that. Jump through hoops.
Yeah, I got to do all that. Yep.
What a load of bollocks that is, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, when Barbados still has the quarantine rules, so when I get down there, the first 3 days I have to quarantine in a hotel.
What a
Blah
load of bollocks that
blah
is.
blah. Yeah, because I'm not vaccinated or anything, so yeah, I got to
Neither
do
am
all
I.
that.
That's one reason why I won't travel at the moment, because I don't want to go through all that shit for something that I know is not real. You see, I don't want to do that.
Right. No, yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about trying to find some documentation to try and get out of that, but
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with Barbadian law. My family lives down there, so but I'm not like too familiar with it.
Yeah, my best friend from school is from Barbados, and I've been looking at Barbados. In fact, yeah, Barbados, they have a good account with the Canadians. You know, their tourism is linked to Canada, Barbados. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're heavily influenced by Canadian.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and the reason I
Because
know that.
they became sovereign from Britain, I don't know what, 60, 70 years ago. And then it's kind of been like influenced by Canada a lot.
Yeah, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Barbados, says that the Canadians are family. Please come back, because after this COVID nonsense, she's been asking for the Canadians to come back, restart their tourism. Okay, so that's why I was looking. I was looking at how the Caribbean islands and the Pacific islands, and Mediterranean islands, how are the islanders handling this pandemic thing? And they bought it hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, everyone's rushing to get their vaccines and whatever. Okay, good luck anyway. But yeah, I wanted to see how they're handling it and how the tourist industry, and what do you have to do in order to go there and enjoy yourself. I don't want to have to wear a mask on the plane. That's for fucking sure. I'm not going to do that. I can't.
Yeah, you have to.
But I can't do
You
that.
see all these videos and
Bullshit.
everybody getting kicked off of flights because they're not wearing masks. And I'm taking my son down to meet my family for the first time
I
since he's
don't
been
want to do that.
born.
Yeah.
So I don't want to jeopardize all that. Oh,
No. That's
the mask, even though how against it I am. I'm sorry if you're talking, you're kind of broken up.
Yes. Sorry about that. But I understand you perfectly. How long are you staying there for?
I'll be down there for 23 days.
Woo! That's nice. Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little vacation.
Yeah, 23 days. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah. And what are you going? How many of you going? You, your wife, your kids? How many?
Yeah, myself, my wife, and my son. So just the three of
Okay.
us.
How old is your son?
He just turned a year 2 weeks
Oh
ago.
wow. Oh yeah. No, you're enjoying it.
Yep, that's
It's
why we're taking him
diapers and
down. So,
screaming and diapers and bouncy and buggy and
oh
all that.
yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be good. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be good. Excellent. Yeah. Is your wife a flat earther?
No, she tends to just kind of stay out of it. She doesn't.
Yeah.
She doesn't really care for it all that. As much as I talk about it at home and everything, she just, it's not relevant to her. So I
Yeah.
respect that.
Yeah. My wife is the same. Exact carbon copy, you could almost say. You know. But wherever I go, I'm talking about it. It doesn't matter. My mother-in-law, she rolls her eyes when I start. She rolls her eyes.
Yeah, so does mine. And actually, my mom and dad are actually both kind of flat earthers too. My dad more so than my mom. My mom understands it. She just
Yeah.
doesn't know like the complete logistics and
Yeah.
about it. So she's like, it kind of makes sense. And I'm not really going to look into it, but I believe you.
Yeah. Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Yeah. We understand the ramifications of all this over the years. That's part of our motivation, isn't it, as well? The fact that our money is being used to perpetuate a lie. And when you look into all the other lies that have been told, you just want to clean that all up. It's just time to get rid of this shit. So if you get a chance to have a meaningful conversation with any stranger, then if you can get onto the topic of flat earth or the jab or whatever, yeah, it's good, isn't it? It makes for an interesting conversation, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
Yeah, because I think that's what the human beings are supposed to do. Yes, have fun, talk about sports and whatever, but keep it real. As long as the timing is right. I know you're on holiday and whatever, but at the end of the day, you're going to go on holiday, you're going to enjoy yourself, but you've also got your little project that you're doing, your hobby. Flat Earth truth. That's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really what I'm trying to do. And I seen this as a full on opportunity to document as much as I can to show these people who don't have these type of opportunities to take an
Yeah.
airplane and stuff like that, and document my own experience and share it with
Yeah.
them to try to shed some light on it.
Yeah. That would be greatly received. I'll tell you that now, because like you said, most people don't have that opportunity to fly, and some of them don't even have the opportunity to go to an island, Caribbean island or any island for that matter. And that's a shame in a way because there's so much experience there that's not being fulfilled in their lives. It's a hole. If you just lived in the concrete jungle, beep, beep, ba, ba, beep, beep, get out the way. Yeah, look out. Yeah, beep, beep, don't walk, don't walk. Beep, beep. I mean, that's all you've had all your life. Fucking hell. You haven't really lived properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I've seen like videos like 12, 18 hour time lapse videos of people flying from like America to Japan or Paris to Japan, and like the plane stays flat, level the whole time. The
Exactly.
land, the water around it, you never see any type of like curve deviation at all. And I'm like, well, I can see a video, that's cool, but if I can do it in real life, and I have somewhat of an online relationship, within Discord with these people, if I can share my own experience with
Yeah.
them, maybe I can, touch base with them a little bit more because of that relationship. I'm not just showing them like, videos from that I pulled off of YouTube from somebody that a complete stranger, or, from NASA or something like that. I pulled it from myself, my own experience, this is what I seen, you know,
Right.
and you know, to take it as you will. If you're not going to believe it, you know, then you know, tough loss, but it is what it is.
Yeah. It is what it is, and they can't say they weren't shown or they were not told. That's what I always say. You can't say you weren't told about it. That's the thing. You cannot say that. Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
up to
absolutely.
you. Look at it, take it on board, or not take it on board. That's your choice, your will. But at the end of the day, you cannot say you weren't told. Good luck.
Mm.
That's what I always
I
say to
also want
people
to
when they do
ask
that.
the pilots too what they think. You
Yes.
know, yeah, I think
Brilliant.
I love watching
Brilliant.
those videos because getting the reaction
Yeah.
from them, it's so satisfying. Like, yes, it's flat, it's pretty flat. Yes, I want to hear that
Yeah,
from my
yeah, yeah,
own
yeah. You've
pilot.
got to make a
Hey
point.
man, yeah, you know, at the end of this video, you know. What do you think, you know, about the Earth? Is it flat, or you know, what do you think? I just want to get
Yeah.
the reaction, you know.
That's right. You know what I do? You see, what I do is I say to my wife, okay, get off. You know, I just want to talk to the pilots. So I hang around at the back. Okay. So everybody's getting off so I can actually say flat earth and everything else to them. I said, that was a leveled flight, wasn't it? Did you notice it was level? Yeah. No curvature. And then they're laughing. That's the thing. They're laughing. You know, they tried to laugh it off. I said, no, 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 no. We didn't follow the curvature of the earth, did we? Because I checked it. And then you know the cabin crew. You saw me. We saw the app. You saw because they ask when they see you doing things like that. They're asking what you're doing. You see. I said, oh, we're checking to see how level this plane flies, or is it going to follow the curvature of the earth? And you know how they smile and then move on. Yeah. They give you that smile, like, you know, of course, because they haven't got time to have a conversation with you, but, you know, they smile it. But when you're at the end of the flight, you're at the destination, you're getting off, the pilot and the co-pilots, they're laughing. They try and laugh it off. And I said, no, it's a flat earth, isn't it? It's flat. Didn't you notice? You didn't follow the curvature of the earth. I checked. We checked with the bubble up. Look. Yeah? Thank anyway. It was a smooth flight. And they still laugh. That was the reaction I got every time. So they try and laugh it off. Not one of them said, yes, you're right. Okay? Not one of them said to me, yeah, that's right, it's flat. Not one of them. They laughed it off. Is the reaction I got.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to hear what you said. Okay?
Right. I noticed that now I think because flat Earth, you know, started to become like, you know, really big.
Yeah.
The pilots that were coming out saying, yeah, it's pretty flat, you know, like we understand it. They started getting in trouble for saying the truth. So a lot of them will just give you that smile in agreement, but they won't actually say nothing. But you know their answer, you know. So I think that's the type of answer that I'm gonna kind of get. I'm gonna get like the smile and the head nod. But I'm shooting for a little conversation, you know, and I'm gonna do it like you said, to get off, so you know I'm not disturbing. Nobody else can, you know, overhear my conversation and say anything, you know. You know, so I'm kind of
because
excited for this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't mind people listening to my conversation, but like I wanted to get I wanted to get engaged with them. I wanted to engage in a little conversation, but because of their reaction, they weren't pushing it. They weren't trying to be receptive. It was just smiling and laughing and that, you know. And I thought, no, hang on a minute, no, 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 no. Seriously, I had to use the words. No, seriously, didn't you notice it was flat, level? Yeah. I mean, look, there's the bubble app, you know, and because I wasn't getting any response from them, it prompted me to show them the app, and then I had to bring in on one occasion, I had to bring in this cabin crew lady to say, look, you know, this is what we used, yeah, and the plane was, the attitude of the aircraft was level, except for when we took off and land. I mean, didn't you notice it was just a leveled plane? And they're just laughing their heads off. I said, okay, yeah. Anyway, it's a flat earth, yeah. Smooth flight, thanks very much. Because you can only be there. I mean, that took like a minute and a half. You know, you can tell whether you're making an impact or not, and then you don't want to be. I don't want to push it that far. So I know my limits. I know they know. I know they know.
Yeah.
And that's good enough. They know what I'm talking about. And if they don't know, the fact is I put the seed in their heads now. So the next time they fly, they're going to be checking. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Plant that seed.
Yeah, yeah. So to actually say that to them, it shows that we know what's going on, okay? And if the pilots indeed are not aware, they're going to be checking next time. Can't just dismiss it like that and forget it. When they sit down and they take off and then they're flying and they put it on automatic pilot, they're going to think, I wonder if it is flat. You know, it's going to come up. It's going to come up. That's what I like about it. So you've got to do what you've got to do. So yeah, that's what you can do. Yeah, you're going to engage the pilot. You get yourself the bubble app. Make sure that you check that the plane is actually flying level. It is a leveled flight all the way, and then you'll make your videos from the window of what you can see, the horizon if you can get it in there. Yeah, sounds good. And this is happening in a few months' time. May, did you say?
Yeah,
Next
May.
month.
Yeah, next month. Yep.
Yeah, next month. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Quite
leave
exciting.
May 9th. And so the second week of May.
Yeah. So you're quite excited now. Have you started packing your stuff yet?
Yeah, I just started packing yesterday. Started weighing the bags.
You want to start that. Children, because you got your baby, you see. That's the
Yeah,
one.
got to pack some toys and all that, you know.
Yeah. You got to pack the necessaries for the baby. The baby stuff's got to be packed. Now, the only problem with that is, when the cabin pressure is different, that might hurt the baby, okay? Your ears pop.
At first, when you start going up in elevation, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to be careful. That's where the baby might be crying, okay? You've got to be careful. You've got to be ready for that. That's all I'm saying. You know.
My son's pretty sporadic. He's actually very intelligent. Like he's already almost started talking and everything. Just turning a year old. But he is very adventurous. So it's not going to be fun sitting with him on a plane in one spot for 4.5 hours. You know.
Oh no, you're not going to do that. You know what you want to do? You know what you want to do though is what I did was I just stood up. I undid the seatbelt and I walked around the plane. Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to get up and then walk around the plane in circles. They know what you're doing. You know, they don't mind because they can see the babies there, right? You know, so you walk around for like 10, 15 minutes and then you get back to your seat, and then afterwards the baby's playing up and getting past and that, and then you do it again. That's what I did. That was easy. Yeah. The point is not to get flustered because babies are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to make noise. They're going to cry. They're going to jump around. And what you've got to do is accept it as normal. Apologize to the ones who are near to you. Sorry about noise, and then just carry on as normal. That's what I did. I didn't fluster. Didn't meet a heartbeat. Didn't get stressed out. I took control. You know, and even the stewardesses were commenting on how good I was with the baby. I said, I'm a professional. That's why. Professional liver of life. Flat Earth truth there. And I just moved around there, walking around the O's. When the kids were bigger, they ventured into the business class. They went in there. They had a look. They just ran in there, man. And they said, Daddy, why is are they sick? Because it looked like a hospital, doesn't it? They're lying down, computers, headphones on, you know. And I said, Daddy, are they sick? I said, no, they're just relaxing. Why didn't we have one of those? I said, bloody expensive. Get out of here. Come on, get out. Sorry, I had to apologise to the passengers there, but yeah, they run up into the first class and business class. Yeah, I didn't mind. I wanted to have a look myself. So yeah, you just got to let the kids do what they got to do, okay? That's all I'm saying. Got to go with the flow.
Literally, yeah. No, I definitely appreciate the advice because this is the first time I'm flying with a little one. And also
Yeah.
first time that I'm gonna document as much truth as I can for everybody. I'm just now my only issue is I gotta find a decent camera to be able to record everything, and that I don't know which one
What
to
have you
go
got at
with.
the moment?
I
What
have
have you
my
got at the
phone.
moment?
That's it. I don't have I don't have an actual like recording device.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're going to buy yourself a new camera, obviously look for the sales because you got the sales and don't be paying asking price. Obviously, I don't know if I'm going to buy a camera today, it would be the Canon P900, but that's for looking for stars and stuff.
Yeah, that's for long distance.
That's right. You see what I mean? That's what I'm going to buy. If you're going to buy a camera for filming and that, maybe a Canon would be good. Canon are good.
Yeah, I've been looking at Canons, some GoPros. I'm not trying to get too expensive with it because I don't know what else I would really use it for.
Aha. So if that's the case, then you might want to go like just like mid range, or just enter the middle range. If you're not going to use it that much, if you're not going to use it that much, then yeah, that's the thing. You've got to be careful on how much money. How much were you thinking of spending? What, $300, less than it, $200?
Maybe probably about 250 at most.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
yeah.
get too crazy with it.
No, but then you can get a really good. There's a good cheap one. Like I think there's a company called Cool Pix. Yeah, do you know them?
No, I've never heard of them.
Yeah, Cool Pix, and I think they're affiliated with Nikon in American English, but
Yeah, not
Japanese
Nikon.
proper pronunciation is it's Nikon. That's how you pronounce it because it's Japanese product, and the pronunciation is Nippon, Nihon, Nikon, not Nikon. Okay, so it's a Nikon. So they do really good cameras at the price range you're talking about. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep. I just pulled some
Yeah.
up right now. I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah. I'm glad you did that. Yeah. So look at the Nikon range, and then obviously look for what you want to use it for, and then you'll be able to choose the right one for your usage. Okay. And they do some really good ones. I used to see Nikon in the marketplace back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, but they were in competition with like Kodak and Canon, Olympus, Zenith, and I didn't think much of Nikon at the time, and I didn't think much. But then when like 7 years ago, I'm learning that the weapon of choice for the flat earthers is the Nikon P900. I went, Nikon? Let me have a look. And then I started to look at their range, and I thought, wow, Nikon's a solid company. And they do the 9. That camera is like a bloody observatory. You can see them from where I'm standing. What? And you can fucking see them? Yeah. Shit, Nick. Well, I've missed a good company. I put them aside, and I've always gone for like Olympus or Canon. But no, Nikon is good, and they got reasonably priced, good, reliable, solid products. You can rely on it. Shape to your hand. You can hold it one-handed, and it's comfortable, and you can aim and that. Sometimes Canon and the others don't do it that easy, but Nikon, yeah, they're really user-friendly. So that's why I say look at Nikon, and for the price range you're talking, I think you'll find a good product there. And a similar one will probably cost more in the Canon range anyway. Olympus tends to be really priced as well. But I think Nikon, yeah, they're very professional. I want a Nikon. I want the Nikon P900. That's what I really want.
Yeah, I was looking at the P900 and the P1000s.
Yeah.
They're pricey, but they are good quality.
Yeah. I think if you're looking at the stars and that, it was said that the P900 is the better of the two because the 1000 is more better for filming wildlife on the move. yeah, then your P1000 is the best camera to have. If you're going to be doing long distance shot of wildlife, you know, zooming in on the lions and the leopards and the Thompson's gazelle in action, monkeys in the trees and that, then your P1000 is the camera of choice. But if you're going to, it can do the stars as well, but you're better off with the P900. If you've got the P900 to be doing all your stars and that, then you haven't let yourself down, you know, it's okay. It's more than good enough. Plus, I like the shape of the 900. It's a nice shape, not so square box, not so heavy. The 1000 is heavier. If you've got that, can be a problem as well, you know, when you've got to carry it and that. The only thing with the P900 is you can't change the lens. It's fixed. It's a fixed lens. It's all fixed. So you can't take that lens off or put another one on. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So you're stuck with that lens and that's it. But with the Canon 1000, sorry, with the P1000, it's more. You can change the lens and everything, work with it. I think there are other things you can do with a P900, like turn it into an infrared. Requires a bit more in-depth work inside there. Spend a few bit more money, you can convert it so it can record infrared as well. But I think, you know, for what you're doing now, I think you might be better off just getting a Nikon that you can use to take the baby shots and things that you're doing on your holiday, and also, you know, the time lapse and whatever you want to do it all in one. And the Nikon's a great camera. So good luck with that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Just remember that you're on the plane. Don't get flustered. No need to get flustered with baby. Baby's going to be making lots of noises. It's new smells. It's new environment. It's not my bedroom. It's not my cot. I'm not smelling my cot. I'm not. This is a new environment. That's how the baby's brain is nothing but uploading. It's receptive to everything. Okay. So when it's a no, it's going to be in a different environment. So be prepared for that, okay? So take the things the baby that uses at home, you know, like it's the baby's, if you've got a special wrap that you use, bring that along on holiday, okay? Because the baby will notice the smell of that. And if you've got a little blanket that he uses, take that with you, okay? Anything to settle the baby away. Familiarity can bring on relaxation. But other than baby's going to be reacting to the new environment, new noises. It's all new. So baby's going to be doing all that. And I was ready for all that, man. Already, man. I never once got angry at all. Didn't lose my cool. I just, yeah, come on. This is what it's all about. Yeah, on the shoulder. Okay, here we go. Let's look around. Yeah, you want to touch that? Yeah, okay. Go on, touch it. Yeah, that's it. No, don't put it. No. Okay, let's move on. You're gonna pull the alarm system. Can't do that. Move on. Yeah. Yeah, my kids wanted to know everything. They wanted to go into the chef's restaurant right in the kitchen. And I took them in there. Yeah, I let them go in. I said, sorry about that. You know, the kid might want to be a chef in the future. So just want to see how you do it. You know, and a couple of minutes and that, and then we're back out of there again. Yeah, and have a look around. My wife used to say, no, don't do that. No, there's nothing we can do. Look, they want to go. I don't always shout, you can't go. So let them, I got it under control. Don't worry, relax. We're in the kitchen, we're looking around, we're talking to the chef, and you might hear me say, make sure you cook my food good, yeah? As a joke, you know? Don't burn the food now. And then you come out the kitchen and they're moving on. Looking at other people, what they're eating. You know, and walking around, looking at what people are having for their meal. You know, their head is just about eyeball level. They can just about see over the table. You know, we're talking about that age when they're toddlers and that, and you know, maybe taller than that, maybe 3, 4, and they're looking around at people. I used to love all that, man. I miss all that. You've got all that to come. Remember, get flustered. Don't worry about what other people think, because baby's going to do what baby's going to do. And that's how you overcome. That's how you become a champion parent, champion daddy. You know? Changing the diaper was no problem at all. I can fix a motorbike, a push bike, do the toilets, do the electrics. I can definitely do my son. Easy enough. Easy. Yeah, I went camping. Took my kid camping. 6 months, he was camping with us. Everyone was saying, why you bring a baby to camp? I said, look, this is how we used to live back in the day. Come on, go back thousands of years, man. See what it was like. This is even better than thousands of years ago. We're living like kings here now. Easy, man. Yeah, baby formula, making up the formula, feeding the boy, changing the nappy, walking around the campsite, going out into the river. Yeah. And then swapping over with my wife, jumping on the jet ski. And then back into the canoe. Yeah. Okay, my turn, is it? Okay, yeah. Pass him over. Okay, yeah. Wicked, man. Thoroughly enjoyed the children when they were babies. Yeah, I treat the plane like I'm getting on a bus. So I don't wait to be told I can stretch my legs. I just stretch my legs. I get up and just walk around, walk up to the toilet, make out I'm going to the loo, little stretch out. And then, yeah, and if the kid was making a noise, I'd be up with the kid on the shoulder and just walk around the place. Can't say much. That's obviously when we're in flight, not when we're taking off or about to land, but during the flight. My time is my time then, because we've got hours. So, yeah, buddy, of course, I'm going to be walking around and enjoying that. Barbados. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Yeah. You'll hear that song a lot in Barbados. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wind your body down, wind your body up. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Hey. Yeah, you're going to feel that when you're out there in the Caribbean. Yeah, but they ruins travel. Bloody mask. Honestly. Fucked it up. Okay. Where is everybody? Come on, folks. Where are you? It's quiet, isn't it, today?
My day is just getting started.
Ugh. Yeah, you were saying something there. You broke up.
I said my day is just getting started.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's 9:30 in the evening here in Japan. It's been a nice sunny day. It's the month of Ramadan, Islamic calendar. So, I broke my fast at 6:35, 6:40, roughly. A little bit later than usual. It should have been at 6:15, but I broke it later. purely because I went cycling and then I went to the shop, pick up some detergent to wash the clothes and that. And yeah, it was a nice day today, weather-wise. Nice spring weather. We had 2 days of rain, and then today was really good. So I was out there.
But yes, people have been a little pea shy recently on trying to defend the globe.
Yeah, I think the realization that when they come here, depending on their attitude, they soon quickly learn and realize that they've been carrying a belief for so many years. That's the first initial shock, but they're not able to prove or present any evidence for their beliefs. You see, and that's what happens when they arrive here. And then they can go several ways, and one of them is like denial. Of course, every single one of these are denial, but denial, and I'm going to give up on my senses. Because your senses, you can't rely on your senses. So that's just silly, right? And then it's the appeal to authority. Well, what about all the scientific evidence? But you haven't produced any. Yeah. But yes, you're right. I think the realization of that is putting them off, perhaps.
Well, and the belief that they have wasn't even originally theirs. It's an indoctrination that was, taught onto them to make them believe this now.
That's right. That's correct, you see. Exactly. It's not their fault either. And you actually say that to them. You give them the red carpet treatment, and you say, you can't blame yourself because when you're a child, you don't have critical thinking ability. You might do when it comes to toys. You might be able to criticize and make some kind of a question regarding a toy that you want to acquire, perhaps. But when it comes to the place where you live, at school, no, you're trusting your teacher. You're there to upload. So your critical thinking, if you had it as a child, is definitely switched off when you're learning your lessons. You're buying a toy now. Some kind of critical thinking when it's going to choose a toy, perhaps. But generally, you're trying your teacher, globe, because it was taught to you at such a young age. And then it's been reinforced all the way through your life. Through popular culture, music, news, films, yeah? Monthly updates on discoveries in space. Yeah. The globe is constantly in the school. You've probably got one at home, and it's on the TV everywhere. Yeah, so there you go. And all we're trying to do is to get them to have a look. Now check to see if it's really there. So we're saying, go out to the real world now and find that globe that they said. Yeah, but they went to the moon. Look, we're on Mars at the moment. We've got rovers on Mars. Saudi Arabia's there. Saudi Arabia. Fucking Saudi Arabia. Honestly. Saudi Arabia come lately. The Johnnies come latelys. India, Saudi Arabia, and China. And Israel. Even Israel had a bash trying to land something on the moon. I mean, it's becoming a bloody joke. You'll have the Aborigines on it doing it next. No, actually, no, they're intelligent. They know we can't go there. No, they won't do that. They just keep on laughing, the Aborigines and the Africans. We know that you can't do this. But yeah, It's been indoctrinated, and you can forgive them for falling into that trap, because we all did. But once the information is laid out for you to look at and digest, if you're honest, you're going to think, you're going to say, yeah, let me take this blueprint, let me go out there and check it and make sure I am living on a fucking ball. you know, because it's quite a shock. It's quite a shock, especially as you've been thinking of flat Earth as stupid. Flat Earth is ridiculous. How silly that is. What retards. And, you think that. So, it's silly, flat Earth. But, you think to yourself, well, let me go and check it, because this presentation is, I can't dismiss it now. It's not easy to dismiss. Let me go check. I didn't have to check, though. That was the thing. I didn't have to do that. I'd been carrying all the clues and evidence in my head, in my subconscious, right? And I've been lazy. That's what the highlight of Jin's discovery of the flat Earth back in 2015 was, how lazy I was. I was letting them just tell me whatever and just taking it on trust. Because as soon as I was watching Mark Sargent and I clicked on it, thinking how stupid this is going to be, it's going to be a laugh. What are they going to tell me that I don't already know? And you know what? I just stopped. That stopped instantly. The first words coming out, I just went, that's right. Yeah, and that's right. And now the donkey's face is happening to Jin. Jin's face is now the ass. Like you see Tom and Jerry.
What you already knew, Jin, it was pointing out the opposite of the belief that you had at the moment, that the Earth was a spinning globe, but you knew that everything was pointing out to the opposite.
Yeah. I carried all that, not really realizing, all through my life. Lucky I went to the military, because that's where most of the experience of outdoors came from, okay? A little bit from my dad, but mostly from the military. And all that just came rushing back. And I felt stupid. I thought, what a damn fool.
Because you stopped believing. You stopped believing in the globe.
Oh, of course. I realized.
Then you knew. Then you realized. You knew it wasn't a globe. Now you know.
Oh yeah,
you know
instantly.
better now.
Yeah, instantly. As soon as Mark Sargent's words was coming out, I thought, fucking hell, hang on a second. He's right. What? And then, you get that chill that comes over you. That's the transition from thinking you know it all to being a stupid fool. That's what that was. I thought, fucking hell, what an idiot I've been. And then, oh yeah, and they didn't go to the, I mean, look at me, I've just spent 10 years doing a bloody research and I didn't join the dots. I was banging my head like this, walking up and down and thinking how stupid I was.
When I realized it, I felt like laughing and crying at the same time.
Yeah. No, I was smacking my head with a stick, you know what I mean, really. Stupid boy. You can't even do research and get some coherent understanding. You idiot. Look at that. And I thought, let me sit back down. Yeah, fucking hell. It's flat, isn't it? Because what happened then was, you all your life flashes through, zzz, boom, it's flat. Fuck, it is. Shit. Wow. Pause the video. Walking up and down the room like a lunatic. Fuck, out of control robot. Fuck. What have I been doing all these years? Then I carried on watching Mark Sargent for a few more minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes. And as you get through, it gets a little bit hard going, with Mark Sargent. His delivery style on that clues was just a bit, whoa. I thought, hang on a second. Let me see if there's another video. Because you've got a cross-reference. And by this time, at this time, Flat Earth was being recommended. So there's related videos. So you just look at related or click generism. And I watched that through because that was entertaining and that. Fucking, it's flat, man. Let me go to Celebrate Truth. I watched that straight afterwards. ODD, straight afterwards. Eric Debate, straight afterwards. Dave Murphy's The Greatest Lie Ever Told. After all that, that's like 6-7 hours later, I went upstairs and I said, okay, everybody, sit down, look. What's this shape of the earth?
We have a family meeting. We have an emergency family meeting.
Yeah, family meeting. Bang, 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 bang. Come on, family meeting. Bang, bang, bang on the door. Everybody get downstairs. Yeah.
The Earth is not a spinning globe, guys.
Yeah. No. I asked them what was the shape of the Earth, first of all. But before I said that, I said, Daddy never told you any lies, yeah? Daddy always tells you the truth. Make sure you don't have an accident. Yeah? Daddy fixes your bikes. Yeah? Okay. What is the shape of the Earth? And they all said it was a globe. I said, how do you know? And then they went quiet, of course, because they don't know what they know. They went quiet. I said, well, how did you know? What, did your teacher tell you? Yeah, teacher told me. Yeah. But how do you know? And they're just dead quiet. All of them. What about the textbook? Yeah, the pictures. They can show me the picture. So they got their books out of their bags. Yeah, I said, you see that picture? That is CGI. And then that's when they learned about CGI being a computer-generated image. That's NASA. They said that this picture is not real. So I took a picture of them. So that's a real picture, isn't it? Is that CGI or is that a real photograph of you lot? That's real. That is not the real picture of the Earth. That is a computer that made it. There is no picture of this ball that we can say is taken from a camera. We don't have one. So how do you know the Earth is a ball? They don't. Then I picked up the toy planes that they got when we went flying to wherever we went. You get these toy planes that they give them as gifts for the kids. I said, show me how the plane flies. Taking off, flying and landing. And they all did the same thing, up with the nose up and flying and then landing. I said, okay. Did it go like this? And I took the ball in their room there. Did it go like this? Did the plane go like this all the way around? No, it didn't, did it? How did the plane go again? Level. The Earth is a flat plane, I said to them. I said, it's flat, it's level. The next time we go, hang on a second, let me download this bubble app now. Okay, so I showed them how the app works. I said, see, if the plane is not level, that's what happened to the ball, yeah? Can you see that? Yeah, boys? Yeah? We're going to use this when we go on holiday next, okay? Okay. And that's it. And then I was singing the Jabba song, The Earth is Flat, Living in Illusion. I sung that for a whole year, non-stop. Fucking hell, man. Jabba track. Yeah, man.
For a whole year, non-stop.
Yeah, that was my number one track, The Earth is Flat, man. That was a great track by Jabba. And I had a shock there as well because I thought it was a completely black group. No, it was a mix. There was white people in the group, white band members. I thought, fuck, this is just brilliant, So listening to the song, I hadn't even seen the group. Then I thought, let me check what other tracks they got. And then you see the whole band, there's white people there with dreadlocks, everything. I thought, yeah, man, these guys are living. They knew the Earth is flat. Fuck. Great group. Yeah, that was my experience to the flat Earth that year. Yeah, man. I will never forget it. I made a point in saying to myself, this is a watershed moment. I'm not going to forget. I must not forget the videos that I saw that got me to this point. And I must not forget the music and the feeling I had. I must not forget this day, this feeling, this year, if I can help it. You know what I mean? And I've tried hard to keep on with it.
How was that? How was that first walk outside that you took once you realized it?
Oh, man. Yeah, you're right. Stepping outside with my bicycle because I had the energy. I just took the bike out, first of all, the bicycle, and just pedaled everywhere. All around my neighborhood. Looking at people. Looking at people who don't know is how I was thinking. Look at these people.
Yep.
They don't even know the Earth. Look at this. So I'm on my exercise routine thing, but enjoying it. I'm not gunning it down. I'm just enjoying the moment. This is a flat Earth, man. Look at the people. They don't even know. Look. Okay, yeah. Well, I've already started teaching it by then,
It's that sense of, oh shit. You mean my senses weren't lying to me my entire life?
Exactly.
You mean it's actually telling me what I live on?
Yeah. I enjoyed the hike.
Yeah.
Couldn't wait to get to the top of the next mountain. A couple of days later, just to go and see.
I couldn't wait to take a flight. I couldn't wait to take a flight afterwards.
Yeah, I couldn't wait for the flight. I had to get to a mountain I just had to get to a mountain. Yeah, I just had to get to a mountain first. And I'm lucky because I'm surrounded by them, so I could go and get one quickly. Bicycle up and then take a good view of what. And I said, look at that. And then I took a picture of one. I took one in the fog, pissing down with rain underneath, but upstairs, up in the cloud, above the clouds, it's sunny. Ka-chink, took it. And that was beautiful. Yeah, man. So no. I've been riding high ever since. Still riding high. I'm not coming down anytime soon. Like I said to people, I'm going out with a bang, mate. There's no chance. There isn't a professor that's going to pop my balloon. He's going to get clonked.
What do you mean? You mean somebody doesn't have an equation somewhere that actually tells you that you're on a spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum? There's not an equation somewhere that checks out.
I'm going to laugh at him and then show him the menu for chicken, for beef stroganoff. I said, eat that. If that's what, there's the recipe. Eat it.
Here's some beef stroganoff with your fucking globe.
Yeah.
Globe, bro. Let's go outside real quick with your fucking equation.
Yeah.
Show me outside where this equation checks out.
Yeah, show me, please.
Get out of here.
Yeah. What tools? Do you need any tools? Have you got the right tools with you?
But you gotta go to space for this equation to work. Oh, you mean that place you can't go?
Oh shit! You mean the guy showing me the equation didn't go to space? Oh shit!
Oh shit! There's something wrong here.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
So then why does he believe it?
Oh,
because somebody showed him an equation.
So what are you
doing?
That's
how that
works.
works.
Why are you believing that, Professor? What's going on? That's not.
It's in the book, man.
Professor. That's not sane.
Math.
Yeah. They're in trouble now. The professors are in trouble. They're well in trouble. And you know what they hide behind? Everybody knows. They always say that. Everybody knows the Earth is a globe. Everybody knows that. It's been well established.
Their consensus, right? They just hide behind consensus.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm okay. I feel good at night when I go to sleep because everybody else believes the same fairy tale that I believe. So that makes me feel okay.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. They can keep that.
Right, you can keep that fairy tale.
Yep.
Yeah. And don't worry, and I'll say to him, every day more and more people are moving to the flat earth every single day. So the tipping point is coming. Don't worry. Okay? and when it comes to a position of trust, you'll be the last on the list. You won't even be on the list, actually.
Yeah. Well, that's what they depend on, right? They depend on trust.
That's right. That's right. So when it comes to the new educators,
they have no actual evidence for this crap. So it depends on the trust that you had in your teachers and your parents, everybody that tells you the cool math. You just gotta trust it.
Notice the word that they push the most. You just don't believe.
Yeah. No, I don't. I don't believe. Thanks. Thanks for recognizing that. Looking out.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
We agree on something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I can't believe that shit. Yeah, you just don't believe. Yeah, you know. They try to dismiss you like, yeah, you're just too hard-headed because you don't believe. Oh, really? Yeah. Fascinating. So yeah, I always remember my awakening because it was one of arrogance towards the flat Earth being stupid, and there I'm sitting there like a jackass, being reminded how inadequate I was. I thought, bloody hell, it was like being punched by Mike Tyson, literally. Surprise punch, bang, I had to pick myself up. Bloody hell.
Everybody got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, that's what I got. I got a punch in the mouth from the flat Earth, mate. Yeah. But I definitely had that whoosh moment where all my life came flashing, boom, and at the end, flat. It is. It's flat. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. You know, and I was happy. That's how I was as well, yeah? I was happy because it's simple. So it's flat. That flat. And then what made it more poignant was when I saw J. Tomomedia's Hudson Bay. I was moved when I saw that. I went, fucking hell, what created the earth? That was my next question. After seeing that, what created the earth? What created this thing? Bloody hell, it's flat, man. I just wanted to fly over it. I just want to fly over it, man. Because it's that level. That level. How far does it go? How far does this earth go? You know, because there's no curvature there. And that is the beauty of this thing. That is the beauty of this design. It's just fantastic. Yeah. See, these pilots and helicopter pilots, I don't think they appreciate they don't appreciate it like a flat earther does. Do you know that? I know we're only going to go on a holiday and we're going to be in it for a few hours. And then we're, even if it's 12 hours, and then we're down, back on the ground again. I don't think these pilots don't understand. Can you imagine if you were a pilot? I mean, I love motorcycling, yeah? And motorcycling to me is the closest you're going to get to flying. You know, the sheer thrill and the exhilaration of the acceleration from 0 to 60 to 100, right? And you look in the mirror and nothing, you can't see anybody. Wow, it's just amazing. Yeah,
Jim,
boom, 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 drop again. Boom. You know?
did you have this sense of relief when you realize that you're not on that spinning water ball going through space, about to be hit by asteroids and meteor,
Yeah.
being
Instant
destroyed at any moment?
Literally, Jin was a helium balloon floating up, because there was nothing. That globe wasn't keeping me down. All the time, yeah. I always had this in the front of my head that an asteroid could land on Earth and wipe us out. That went instantly.
That's gone.
Yeah, that went instantly.
What a relief, huh?
Yeah, that was a relief. Yeah, that was a relief.
No, Jin, don't
What
break
made
the
it?
indoctrination. That means when they tell you that there's an asteroid coming, you won't be scared anymore, Jin. Don't break the
No, that's right.
indoctrination. No.
That's right. That's right.
Stay in the
And what
matrix,
really
man. Stay there.
confirmed it?
Meme drop.
Yeah, go on. Let's have a look. What confirmed it for me was Eric Dubay's "Dinosaurs Never Existed," and prior to watching that video, 2013, Japan had made a claim that they found these miniature T-Rex thing, right? And remember, I'm not earthy here, but I said that's bullshit. I said no, that cannot be, because Japan is a volcanic island. How did those bloody dinosaurs get onto this island? It was born from the sea. Something's not right there. Something stinks. As far as I know, the main dinosaurs were on the mainland. Something's not right here. I think Japan is just trying to make some money here. And then, Jin's a flat earther 2 years later, and then Eric Dubay's "Dinosaurs Never Existed." I said, I fucking knew it. That's it. So there was no asteroid that came down 65 million years ago and end their life. I started to have a good look at that, and I told all my students about the dinosaurs. So after the flat earth shock, it was the dinosaur shock for them. And the mums were saying, oh, no, and I'm taking my son to the museum in a couple of months' time. I said, well, you're going to waste your money there because it's not real. They're not real. Maybe not do it. I said, I've never taken my children, and I never will.
Well, what are they going to do with all the dinosaur toys that they got at the house?
Yeah, exactly. We don't have any. We don't have any of that. Can you imagine that? Toy Story with the dinosaur in it?
Jin, you're crushing dreams to the Japanese children, crushing the dreams.
Well, one of my adult students said that. She said, "You're shattering the dreams of my children, man." I said,
you're
said,
waking
sorry.
them up. You're waking them up.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, yeah, it's okay to dream, but don't stay in the dream.
Yeah, don't believe the dream, though. That's what I said. And then
Yeah.
when my brother came here, they the same student.
Can I ask, Jen?
Yeah,
In
go on.
Japan, do they are they chock full of like posters and pictures of the globe Earth all over the place? And, like, do they have that type of shit like hanging out in different places?
No,
Like, not so
there's
much,
always
right?
there's a globe. There is a globe. They do have a globe, but they have the globe for their children. You see, if you go into the kids' room, there's a globe in there. Okay, and the ones they
No,
like are the
I
ones where
mean,
you.
like outside, like advertisements and like, do you walk
Oh,
around and just see globes all over the place in Japan?
yeah. You'll see globes on posters. You see them in the advertising. No, the globe is pushed. The globe is pushed even more so of recent years, actually, because flat Earth is creeping in Japan. You see, so I've noticed how they're hanging on to space. They're pushing a lot of space programs lately. Okay, they're pushing space big time in Japan. Yeah. Okay, so that's definitely poignant. If you go to any Japanese home, you'll see that the kid will have a globe, and it's a technical one where you pick up a little pen and you point, and it speaks, tells you the name of the country. It's a high-tech one, you know? It gives you the weather conditions and things like that. So, yeah, no, they got that. The globe is still being pushed. But saying that, last year, 3 flat Earth books were published last year, okay? And they're now in the bookshelves, in the bookstores. And in the university English textbook, where they learn English and sociology all together as a block module kind of thing, there's a few passages that are reserved for anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, by the way.
There's a lot of
And at the
robotic.
end of the flat Earth passage, if you will, it's stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers each day. Said it in this article for English learners in Japan. Isn't that good? I think that was brilliant.
I think that's very good.
Yeah.
I think more people just need to know that this is a debate, or it's not really a debate, but the fact that the debate exists, right? Because people don't debate things that we just know exist. So why are we debating the globe if we know it exists, right?
That's right. That's right.
So
We
yeah,
shouldn't exist. We shouldn't be existing. Flat Earthers shouldn't be around if indeed the globe is there and it's a given. It's there. But when you
because
ask
it
people,
would just be a globe.
that's right.
It would just be that,
Exactly.
and we wouldn't
That's
have to
it.
debate it. It would just be self-evident.
It's self-evident, yeah. But when you ask people here in Japan, how do they know? Silence. And then 1 or 2 of them cock their head to the side, like a robot that's been asked a question it can't answer. That kind of, head to the side thinking,
Yeah, like
huh? How do I know? Yeah, like they're gonna have a meltdown. You understand? Blow up. And then you know what they come out with? They come out with the moon landings. Yeah, they went to always the moon landings. And when I said to them they never went, the next word they use is, "What were we deceived? Damasasita, yes, damasimasta yo." I said, yes, they deceived us. They didn't say, did they lie? They said the word they use is, did they deceive us? That's the question they ask me every single time. They didn't say, did they lie to us? No, did they deceive us? Is the word they use. I said, yes, they deceived us. Every single one. The adults, that is. The children don't even ask because when they realize that they don't know, and then I tell them why they don't know and why it doesn't exist. That's fine. But with the adults who are hanging on, thinking this can't be true, they went to the moon. You see, I said no, they didn't. And do you know what? They don't even realise that America went to the moon 6 times. The man that's telling me they went to the moon, he thinks they only went once. You see, every single one of them. I said no, but they went 6 times. Yeah, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
They don't know their own. Tell them you look at this thing in the sky. You think they went up there and then brought a car with them 3 times of the times they went? They brought a car. You think there's a car on the moon? Fucking dune buggy? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
When I
Have
say
you
that,
guys ever
people are
watched
like,
a TV
that
series?
does kind of sound stupid. Sorry, but
TV series normally have multiple episodes, so they did have 6 episodes.
Yeah.
yeah, it was a six episode season.
Yeah.
The last time was the season finale.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I am so surprised to find out that they didn't realize that America had gone 6 times to the moon. They think they just went once and it was a given. Okay? When I said to them they went 6 times, 6 times? I said, yeah. And they haven't been back since. 1972 was the last time they went. So there's a 50-year gap. Does that make sense? I asked them. They're still trying to get over the fact that they went 6 times and they didn't even know themselves. You see, so you know, when I actually flat smack these Japanese, I'm taking my time, but they really are in shock. They really are, you know. And then they start saying "musakashi," which means difficult. It's difficult because they want to move on. You see, I said no. Hang on a second. It's not difficult.
It starts spiraling on you.
Yeah. They're trying to bail out now. They pulled the ejector seat, but Jin's hanging on. Hold on a second. No. Switch off that. Plug you back in. Hang on a second. It's not difficult. If I can know it, you can know it. You've been to the ocean many times, have you not? You've been fishing. Did you see the curvature of the earth? There you go. You see? It's not difficult. Okay? But you know what? I'm going to have to... Then they say, I'm going to do some research. Probably not going to do any, but never mind. Okay, good luck. Do the research. Yeah, good idea.
Probably not.
They know they're not going to see me again. That's why they say that. You know? That's when I'm not in my neighborhood.
Follow them around.
Yeah, that's when I'm out in the mountains or whatever, you know. In my neighborhood, they can't be saying that in my neighborhood because they will see me and I will ask them. Because I will ask them. I said, did you do the research? No, chotto, madane. I said, oh, okay. Don't forget, ne? Yeah, because I don't want anyone I don't want to flat smack somebody in my neighborhood, right? He says he's going to do the research and he's carry on pretending he's living. That's not living. And I'll pull you up on it. You do that research. I want you to prove me wrong.
You ever pull out like a nice high definition picture of the lunar module and show it to them?
I carry my mobile phone.
And be like, do you think that somebody made it to the moon in this thing?
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust that thing to take me down the damn block.
I think it would be more convincing if you showed it to them in live, like if you showed them the life-size version, because it was really small.
Yeah, I showed them the lunar explosion module. Yeah, I showed them that one, okay? And I say to them, would you go underwater with that? Because it went into a vacuum, yeah? So it's airtight, man. Okay, would you go underwater with that thing? And then they said no. They look at it and say no. It doesn't look strong enough to do it.
Tell me, ignore the scotch tape and the curtain rods. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
No, my bad. I couldn't.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so you go ahead. Yeah, so I've had a good time here flat smacking because the Japanese are very receptive and very well mannered. Even if they think you're talking a lot of shit, they're still well mannered about it. All right, so that's okay for me. You know, I'm going to deliver it in the best possible way, and I'm going to get a reaction from them, even if they don't want to react. I get the reaction. I always remind them. I said that's why we foreigners say you Japanese are boring because you never speak your mind. I say that to them. right to their face. You're left out of most conversations when you've got a lot of foreigners talking. The Japanese is the one that he's not talking. You or she, because you're not engaging. Okay, right. So, what is your opinion? Why do you think I ask you this? I'm not asking to judge you. I want to know what you think about what I'm telling you here, because I know the answer already. I know. I want to know what you know and what you think, and how is that going to change your life? Are you going to change your life? I'm interested. Or are you going to carry on thinking it's a ball when you have no evidence? Is that what you're going to do? Yes. At the end of the day, I've got to live in this environment. I don't want to be surrounded by lunatics, really, who know the truth but they want to believe a lie. That's bullshit. That's not integrity, right? And then you're going to go and vote for some more of this nonsense as well. I'll tell you, man. People, I don't wear that mask. People see me and they think, "Wow, this guy." Yeah. Why am I? What's the point of doing that? Stupid. I'm the man that's walking with the head high, the free man on the land, literally, head high, skipping, dancing, listening to the house music, doing my jogging, doing my cycling. I'm the one that's really happy, even though we're being devalued. They're ushering in this technological prison. I'm the one that's showing the positiveness here. I'm not scared to show the truth. Not scared. I'm not scared to show my love for my children, my wife, and my family and friends. I show it. I don't act like robots when they're on the streets. Silly these people are sometimes, They don't express themselves enough, I think. Too prim and proper for my liking.
Well, I don't think it's their fault because their government is pretty oppressive, isn't it? Looking to beat them and stuff.
No, I just think it's the education system. It's the education system, because they carry a lot of the moral education, which we don't get as a subject in school, but we learn morals through history, sociology, that thing. Those subjects, that's how we learn about the good and the right and the wrong from our family, from our neighborhoods, and then from the lessons that we do. But in Japan, it's a specific lesson. Moral education is a subject matter.
Yeah.
Right. And when you ask them, do you like moral education? Do you like dodoku? Dodoku ski desu ka? Do you like that? Do you like it? Every single one of them, no.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
I like it, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
No. So that's why I want to meet this Mr. Maezawa. Mr. Maezawa, he's the man that's supposed to be going to the moon. He's already been up to the ISS recently, lying that he's on the ISS, okay? This is the millionaire from the company Zozo that he sold for like 3 billion. So he's a billionaire. And he's lied. I said to my students, you see, this is Mr. Maezawa. He's a lying cunt. He's a liar. He lied. He took your money and then he said he went to space. And he wants to go to the moon. NASA never went. You know that. So can he go? Can he go? So he's lying, yeah? I can't wait to meet this guy. First thing I want to say to him is, yeah, you went to the ISS, did you? Yeah. Did you know that there was... How did you handle the cosmic ray particles up there and that?
Somebody had to drop a GPS on the side of one of those rockets before they launched it.
Yeah.
Follow it all the way to the ocean. That'd be a convincing
lying fuckers.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I can hear you, man. So yeah, you've got to pull them up. I'm enjoying the flat smacking here when I do it. It's good. It's always polite. It's always, if the timing is right, I'll do it. And it's been good. I don't care what anyone says. It's important to get this message out there. At the right time, of course. The whole point is to get the whole of humanity to realize We can't go there, and they've amassed a debt for us to pay for something that they've never done. Fraud. So that debt has to be quashed and then send monies back to taxpayers. Yeah, put the money back in your purse.
Why isn't anybody doing anything about this stuff? Like, you have to know that it takes one person to start it, right? You know, like you want to change the world, it takes one person to do something. Everybody else, like-minded, starts to do the same.
Right.
People have lost that.
Yeah, people have. Look, they've lost it. The next generation don't even have it, so they're winning. They're winning easy, you know. And they're ushering in this new technological prison coming in. Digital money's coming in pretty quick. The G7 have already discussed it. They're gonna do away with money. The what they call it, the fiat currency is going to go. They're going to bring in this digital currency, and it's going to be programmable. So that means if you wanted to buy bread, okay, you'd be limited on how much bread you can buy. If you wanted to buy a hamburger, you're going to be limited on how many hamburgers you can buy in a week. So if you had 3 hamburgers in a week and you want to have a fourth one, you might not be able to get it because you've had 3 already. That's what it means. The money is going to be programmable. So you can't buy what you want. Can you imagine that? That's what's coming in. It's been announced in Britain. Fuck. So we are in trouble, man. Big time. Digital money.
It's coming.
Yeah, sad.
Somebody told me yesterday that I was like, I'm starting to wonder if the end times are really here, the way things are. And they were like, yeah, I'll give it a year or two. I was like, wow.
Shit.
Nah, year or two. This thing is going for a long run. This thing is going until the creator decides to reset things. And he only knows.
Yeah, no, they can't destroy this earth. No chance. We can't destroy this thing. We can just make it difficult for us to live on it, which is what we're doing very well at the moment. We're making it difficult to live on it. Yeah, that's what they're doing at the moment. Yeah, they're good at doing that. But have you noticed that I don't know if you have been watching the news, because I don't really watch news that much, but the news I heard of late, it's always the soldiers are raping the women. I don't believe that. I don't believe that these Russian soldiers or whoever are coming in and raping the women. That's bullshit. I can't believe that. It doesn't matter what war that goes on, women are being raped. That's just bullshit. I cannot believe that the soldiers are actually doing that.
It's all shock factor.
Yeah. Sensationalism. That's what they're doing. They're lying. They always tag that on in their news bulletin that the women are being raped by the aggressive forces. And they're just lying. Yeah. That's when you know they're lying, because they keep telling.
Well, when
they
something
keep
gets
saying.
boring, when it gets to where there's not anything exciting going on, you got to make it exciting. So they got to throw that extra little factor in.
Yeah, they keep doing that, and all they're doing is highlighting their lies, because it's not. Look, the units. These units are still under the command of their commanders. So the commander's not going to say to them, you're free to rape the women. The commander's not saying that. No, no commander's saying that. Get in there, take that upper ground and round everybody up and put them in corral them in this place, and that's that. And so and then now you can start raping them. No, that's bullshit. Just can't imagine, Nah, man. Soldiers are not doing that. the woman's voice on the news, you know. Yeah, and he raped me, and I think, are you telling me the truth here? BBC, lying bastards that you are. British bullshitting company.
You don't believe the news? What are you, like a flat earther or something?
No, the Earth's convex, man.
Yeah, you can't believe the news.
What?
Yes, don't believe the hype.
Why will they lie?
Yeah.
Why would they lie about what? They lie about everything. Why wouldn't they lie is the question. Why wouldn't they lie?
So-and-so said, okay, baby, next channel. 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 And so-and-so said, okay, baby, next. They all say the same thing. Yeah? Do you remember that?
Probably can find many examples of that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're lying.
It's terrible, isn't it? And to think, yeah, no planes actually hit the Twin Towers. That's my final conclusion on that. And my mind was made up yesterday for sure. I mean, I was questioning where are the parts, but now I know for sure.
Bro, if you say that to the regular average Joe, they'll think you're crazy.
Yeah, that's right. I know. They need to see the material that I've seen, do that, follow the same research, then you'll understand. It's not there. There are no plane parts. That's your first clue. And, you know, the Pentagon, they shot themselves in the foot with that one, because if the plane came in and hit the wall where they said it did, it was supposedly knocked down some lampposts. Well, the first thing you notice about the lampposts is that there's no impact marks on the plane hitting it. And then there's no soil or grit where it was pulled out from the ground, you know? The paint's not chipped. There's nothing bent. And it was facing in the wrong direction, because these lampposts should have been falling towards Pentagon, but they're falling towards the plane coming, you know, the opposite direction. So they're they have fallen in the direction the plane was coming from. So there's your clues already, and they are too clean. They look like they are about to be installed as opposed to being knocked down. So they're ready to shoot themselves in the foot there. That's clear. And then the grass was so clean that Tiger Woods could have played golf on it. It was that clean, the grass. And the plane was just supposedly like a few feet off the ground as it slammed itself into the side of the Pentagon, the side that was recently renovated for such an attack. What are the odds? Right. So yeah, man, there's just so many anomalies there. No planes flew. And then the phone calls could never have happened on the planes. The phone calls could never have happened. A Japanese company did the tests. They took 3 mobile phones, 3 companies, and after 1,000 feet, okay, you're making your phone calls, so that's not problem. After that, the call's being dropped. And at 10,000, no chance. No chance at all. No chance at 8,000. No chance at 5,000. None. So by the time
Are you sure?
By the time you get to 35,000, no, you are not making a phone call. Even today, they said it's difficult. You can drop the call. So, you know, yeah, they lied back then. Back then, no one could have been making phone calls from the plane on their
Wait,
mobile phone.
they had actors making the calls? They have like people making the calls or something?
No, I think they may. I think these people, if they existed and they were, supposedly on the plane, they were being forced to make the phone calls. Because unless again they're like crisis actors. So who knows, man? Yeah, who knows who these people were? But one of them said it's what did she call it? It's a frame. That's it. It's a frame. I think she was trying to say it's a frame up. Okay, but all you got was it's a frame, and then the phone cut off. Right, because she'd finished talking. She had finished talking to her loved ones. Okay, sorry, I love you. I've got to go now. We've been hijacked. And the fact that we've been hijacked, and I'm sneaking this phone call. But yeah, and then I think the hijacker said, "All right, stop that now." So she says, "Okay, I love you," and that before she could put the phone down, she said, "It's a frame up." She was trying to say it's a frame up, and then the phone cuts off. Frame up.
There's something to that.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. Somebody finally told the truth.
There you go.
But why would they tell the truth?
Yeah. Why would they tell the truth, eh? And you could tell that Dick Cheney had given the order not to shoot down the plane that was heading towards. It was heading towards the White House. Okay, and there was this. I've forgotten the guy's name. Douglas something or other. This Douglas Cochrane. That's his name. He was coming in and saying to Dick Cheney, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. The plane is 10 miles out. Does the order still stand? And then Dick Cheney was said to have turned his head round and said, of course it does. Have you heard anything to the contrary? So obviously that plane went on to crash into the Pentagon, apparently. There you go. So, NORAD was asked to stand down.
Yeah, that part-time job sucked.
One of the biggest Easter eggs from that. One of the bigger Easter eggs from that date is that same few days and the days of the attacks, there was a category 3 or 4 hurricane like near the East Coast.
That's right. That's right.
Headed toward directly towards New York, and that the attacks happened, and I think the storm just changed the direction.
It magically turned direction, and just disappeared.
That's right.
But that's just a quinky dink, right?
That's a coinkydink, yeah.
Because imagine if it would have been a hurricane while there was a fire. I might have put it out or something.
Yeah, that's right. Can't have that interfering with my plans.
Hilarious.
It wouldn't. I don't know. The images wouldn't look the same. Imagine there was like a storm and rain and all that stuff during the attacks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It would have looked very different. But that's kind of weird. Like, I mean, we only saw the only things that I saw it was the news saying there was a hurricane, right? We only see the graphics. I didn't see the thing with photography or anything. So that's the thing.
Yeah, it might just be another part of the program.
And then you get those who believe that fire can bring down a steel fireproof or fire
that would only be true if the building was built to deliberately crumble from the fire. But that's just
right. Well, there was a disaster in San Paulo. Okay, but this building was built in the 1960s. It was a police headquarters building, right? I think it was 26 floors. Okay, but it was abandoned, and then the squatters occupied it. So the squatters had moved in, and they used the lift shaft as a rubbish dump to dump all their rubbish. Okay, and it was a decaying building from the 60s, right? And it was concrete and steel, of course, but the steel wasn't fireproofed at all. It was naked but old, rusty, decrepit, decaying building. That one collapsed, it didn't collapse at free fall symmetrically in a global collapse. That was an asymmetric collapse, you see. But the globe is
just
bringing
slowly
it up.
crumble.
It
would slowly crumble down as it burned.
That's right, you see. So they keep bringing that up. And I said, no, you cannot compare that to the structural integrity of the Twin Towers and building number 7. They were fireproofed, yeah, and the exoskeleton of the Twin Towers, they could handle a live weight of 2,000% before they begin to buckle, okay? And then the floors therein were only supporting 30% of their maximum weight. So, the amount of redundancy in the Twin Towers and the building number 7 is unbelievable. They were really well constructed, very well constructed. There was no way that they were going to collapse. They could take multiple planes hitting and never collapse. No way. Sorry, impossible. And where the planes were supposedly had gone in, underneath that was at least 80,000 tons of unscathed, perfectly stable steel. Structural integrity, 100%. Nothing had gone wrong. So how did the building come down from that small piece on the top, pulverizing all the rest all the way down at free fall? Impossible. Impossible, folks. That can never happen. Yeah. And then the NIST ignores the residue of thermate, and nanothermite in the 90
they found steel
tons
bearings
of dust. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. I think it was 90,000 tons of this dust had this stuff in it. And NIST didn't report it, ignored it, and they asked, "Did you check for explosive residue?" They said no, they didn't. So how do you know?
Why would we do such a
thing? And you know, that's right. And in the protocol, when you hear explosions, you have to check for explosives residue. That's the protocol. That is why NIST is being sued by the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth, because NIST did not follow the protocol of checking for explosives, because explosive residue was there.
Not only that, they started the day it happened. They started hauling all the stuff away.
They're also being asked. There you go. Thank you. Towards that of my mouth.
It's like they had a whole crew of construction workers just waiting in line to take care of that.
Evidence. Yeah. 400 trucks.
You're roboting a little bit. Sorry.
400 trucks, around a day to do that. That's a lot. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've got a bad Wi-Fi here. 400 truckloads a day. That was. Wow, that's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, man.
And they sold it to China. That's fun.
Yes, 15 cents a pound.
Oh, that's expensive.
15.
I don't even think scrap metal's worth that, is it?
Yeah, that's what they were paying. 15 cents a pound, apparently.
Well, with all those steel bearings in there, they probably made a killing.
Yeah, they would have made a killing, all right. They want to be careful.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was iron spheres. My bad.
Yeah, iron spheres. Yeah. Lucky that they didn't. They were lucky that they didn't knock them onto anything else, because they were still volatile. Those little spheres were still volatile. What's his name? Professor Stephen Jones from Brigham Young University was given a load of these metal spheres and red and grey chipped thermite. Okay, and when they ignited it, it was volatile. Just a little piece that they lit up. Yeah, they were volatile. Man.
Yeah, they microwaved it. They hit it with microwaves, and it flamed up. They were like, "Whoa, this isn't normal." But then they would claim, "Oh no, you got the wrong sample. You must have got a sample from something else in the junkyard." It's like, wow.
No, it's well documented, and I think it was Janet McKinley, whose apartment was right opposite the south building as it collapsed. All her windows were smashed in. Mind you, she'd already evacuated as it was happening. But when she returned, she collected that material under what they call the care of custody. So, so they knew how she had herself videoing herself collecting the material and delivering it to Stephen Jones. So there's no way that there was no underhanded shenanigans going on, right?
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's how they work. They'll get some expert. They'll say, "Oh, we have an expert that'll tell you that's all bullshit." It's like, yeah, you always have an expert.
Yeah, you always have an expert on hand, the lying cunt that he is. Yeah.
I've got an expert too.
Yeah.
And my expert says you're full of shit.
That's right. And then they're also, NIST is also, for the last 20 years, they've been asked to present the evidence for their progressive collapse of building number 7 due to column 79 failing, initiating this
according to what's his name,
collapse due to
they had to
thermal
pull
expansion. Yeah, they had to pull it, of course. Yeah.
They had to pull it.
I had to put it. I got a phone call from the fire chief, and he said that they don't think they can contain the fire around there. So I said the smartest thing to do is to pull it. So we decided to pull the building, and we went outside and watched it collapse.
Boom.
Fucking hell! If that isn't telling the truth right there.
Well, you got to make sure the whole building's gone. That way you get all the insurance,
Yeah.
Scumbags.
Do you know, on that very day, his wife had booked him to go to the dermatologist. On the day, mind you. So he'd already booked a breakfast meeting at the top of the North Tower, okay, for the morning. But that morning, his wife said, "No, you can't go. You've got to go to the dermatologist." So he didn't go. He cancelled the meeting on that day. But everybody else died in that tower, apparently.
Wasn't there like some?
Lover,
Didn't they bring some kind of computer system up there in the upper floors or something? I heard something about that. I don't know if it's true, but these big black boxes and nobody could figure out what it was. I don't know if it has anything to do with anything, but I always wondered like what that was about. Maybe it was evidence to get rid of.
Possibly, yeah. The refurbishment, right? To refurbish and bring the Twin Towers up to smart building technology was going to cost $800 million, right? $800 million for your smartphone connections and that. Just to upgrade the connections for computerization and that, okay? And then to remove the asbestos was going to cost $1 billion. And they said that $1 billion you could build a new building.
Yeah, it'd be easier to just collect the insurance and, build another one.
Well, that's what he did, yeah. And then some of the families...
Well, I'm not accusing that person of that. I'm just saying it seems like the most logical explanation.
Well, what are you to think when he takes out a new policy? He acquires the building in July 24th. Okay, that's when he acquired the Twin Towers. July 24th. And then 6 weeks before the event, he has an insurance made up to protect against that kind of destruction. And then that kind of destruction happens.
Yeah, you've got to think the insurance company alone would be suing the crap out of him, right?
That's right. Well, you're going to scrutinize and do an investigation before you pay out $3.5 billion, which is what he got for that. $3.5 billion. And then he got $800 million for building number 7, which initially he only paid $400 billion. So he got double his money for the building number 7. And guess what?
How is it that a building is worth that much in the first place? God, it's made out of concrete and steel. Who cares?
Did you say 400 millions or 400 billions, Jin?
400 million.
Oh, okay. I thought you said billions. I was like, damn.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, damn, that guy had.
No. He got 3.5 billion for the Twin Towers, and then for the building number 7, he got 800 million. But initially, it only cost him 400 million. So he made his money there. And then
I don't know. How does an insurance company sell you? Why would they sell you an insurance policy like that? I mean, it sounds to me like it would be a scam right from the beginning. I'd be weary of it. Like, wouldn't you?
Well, I think the insurance company's involved, of course. You know.
Well, yeah, that's pretty obvious. I was going to say, if the insurance not involved, then something's not right.
Yeah. So the insurance company's involved in all that. So that's why they paid up. No problem.
Apparently, there was also like a lot of movement in the stock market, like the day before it. There was some money flowing out of the stock market too.
Yeah, it was called they were betting on the stocks of United Airlines and the other airline was American Airlines stocks to plummet. They called it the put up stock options. Put up stock options went through the roof weeks before the event. Yeah, that's right. You know, they said it was
that's just scratching the surface. There's a whole bunch more stuff involved in the money part of it.
That's right, because when I first discovered the loose change, this would be 2002, right? Because for the year it didn't sit well on me that the Muslim done. Okay, because you know I'm in Japan here, so I'm really out of the loop here. So for the first year, just under a year or so, those first months, I was thinking the Muslims couldn't do that. They can't do that. I don't believe they did that. That's amazing. How could they organize themselves? I tried to put myself in their shoes. How would I be able to know the routine schedules of all these flights and then the security procedures and protocols? You'd have to be working there to work out all the scenarios. You know? And I said, what? That would be ringing alarm bells because you've got to look at the camera system. You've got to observe everything. How are you going to be able to work this out? How could they do this and hijack 4 planes, first of all? I said, I can't believe they could have done that. That's not possible. And that didn't sit well on me for months. And then I contacted my friend and said, what do you know, this is the next year now. We're now into 2002 now. I'm saying, what do you think about that, the Muslims doing that? You know, I mean, I can't believe they did that. And then my friend said, what? You think the Muslims did that? And then he sent me a link. He said, watch this documentary thing. So I started watching it, okay? But you know when things don't make sense, you're watching it. I'm not understanding the language. This is, you know, like some kind of cognitive dissonance just hit me on the head. I just couldn't, this just wasn't making any sense. So I said, I can't watch this. This is shit, man. Let me type it in myself. So I typed in 911. And then what came all the Porsche turbos, the German car, Porsche sports car. No, that's wrong. 911, who benefited? And then, I got a tsunami of information. Loose change was amongst it. And other documentaries that I watched that showed you the paper trail and the money and how it was all linked. Japanese companies were involved. There's loads of things going on. Yeah. Lots of companies benefited from that event. Lots. One black guy was going, wow, I hope they do another one. I couldn't believe it. When the tower went down, I knew I was going to make money. I was hoping for the other one. I know I shouldn't say this, but I was hoping for the other building to go down, and it went down. I thought I hit the jackpot. That's what he was saying. The black guy was saying this. Fucking good. I know it's ridiculous what I'm saying, but we made money.
And of course, they put a black guy in that position to make everybody angry about it, right? To start the racist shit.
I mean, if the black guy said it, it's not racist.
Oh, that's right.
So
I forgot about that.
Because he said it.
Yeah, silly anyway, but that's what he said. And his eyes were popping out of his head because he made money. He said, I can't believe it. You know.
So I guess if you get sued for something like that, you'll just have to say that you're part black, right? You just have to prove you're part black, and then you get away with it.
You have black, so you can say. Yeah.
Yeah, classic.
It's a sad state of. Oh my god!
Really
I have to laugh because I don't know what else to do except cry.
That's the other reason Jeans get away with telling the Japanese about flat Earth, because he's black. If they said anything to him,
he's black. What?
Or you could just say what is important, no matter what.
Yeah.
What?
That's exactly that. Yeah.
No matter
exactly.
what.
Except if you're white, no, doesn't matter how important it is. You're white.
There are some things that I will say regardless of any potential consequences.
Yeah.
you have to pick the hills you'll die on, and there
Choose the
may
battle
only
wisely.
be one hill I would die on. But
Damn, there's some background interference.
yeah, echo.
I mean, if you're white, you
That's
better
right, yeah.
die on every hill. If not, that's racist.
Thanks for the video, rookie.
Yeah. What?
I
Say that again.
I said thanks for the video. I just finished it.
Oh, did you? Oh, great, cool.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It's a really discouraging way to start off your day. I mean, nothing
I know.
new really, but I appreciate when people accumulate data.
I didn't do that. I'll give somebody else, props for that. But yeah,
I understand.
I just, I only shared it personally because I thought it wouldn't go well over, on the live stream. So I kept it to myself.
Not at all.
Yeah. Because I just didn't. I figured I'd probably get yelled at or kicked or something. I don't need all that. I kind of like putting it here.
Is that what you sent me yesterday?
Yeah, I think the same thing. Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. I know. That's why I have a warning sticker on it. It's like, fair warning. This is not gonna make you happy, but I don't know. I tend to think that I don't know. When I first seen stuff like that, it kind of like made me think that there was some fakeness to it. But then when I started seeing the flow of so many videos, it was like, I can't deny this anymore. Like, I can't, plausible deniability's out the fucking window, bro.
Yeah. Well, what we're talking about here, I'm in the dark here. What are you talking about?
All right. So over the past couple of years, you know how like there's these different dances in the world, like the mamba or the two-step or the do-si-do.
Yes.
There's all these like dances in the world. Well, a couple of years ago, they started talking about doing a new dance. Like at first they were going to call it the light speed dance, but then they ended up calling it just the simple hokey pokey dance, where you put your left hand in, your right hand in, your left foot in, your right, and you shake it all about.
Yeah, that's great. Unless you have what do you call that? What's that disease that you get on your skin? Leprosy.
Oh, leprosy, eczema, sort of thing.
Well, anyway,
I'm talking about that episode of The Simpsons.
There's this dance that was popularized over the last couple of years. Like it became super popular in 2021. Like everybody was TikToking and Facebooking and Instagramming about how they learned how to do the hokey pokey dance.
Yeah.
And like what's weird is like you can do all these different dances in the world. Like how many people ever died from dancing the waltz? Right, the waltz is like a pretty peaceful, elegant,
at least 5 people.
Just smooth, quiet dance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful dance. It's pretty nice. But like the hokey pokey, for some reason, this dance is like really dangerous. Really dangerous. And there's this video that he shared that was just showing like all these incredibly healthy people, like the top healthiest people in the whole world, all over the world, just learning how to do this dance. And then, lo and behold, they're not just like breaking their legs, twisting an ankle. They're like, their hearts are like exploding because this dance is just awkwardly intense, I guess. I don't know.
Wait, let me see. Where's the link?
I don't know if it's the shaking part where you're shaking it all about, or if it's putting your right foot in and your left foot in. But some aspect of this dance is just literally the worst thing ever.
Where's the link?
It would have to be emailed to you. Do you have a Proton mail?
Yeah, it's DM or that's.
I don't recommend DMing it over Discord unless because this, not everybody. There's a lot of people that really like this dance, regardless of the evidence, against it. So we don't want to hurt people's feelings that are, dancers.
Your feet
I'm
are
not
gonna
here
hurt.
to shame. I'm not here to shame anyone.
I thought if you DM things, that's okay, isn't it? To DM? Sure.
Well,
yeah, but it's safer for email because then Discord doesn't track it.
Correct. See, if there's a listen, if there's a every message sent on Discord has a message ID, okay, and it's from what I understand, it is all but permanently stored. So once they can algorithmically analyze or once they identify a specific link, like for instance, a documentary about this dance, they can just search all message IDs for that link, and then I'm saying it's plausible. I'm not saying it will happen, but it's plausible that they can just nuke you for
Yeah, they can
talking about
eliminate,
a dance.
and they can also destroy your evidence or destroy the videos too, if they can link it, right?
If they have
Like if they
access
wanted to
to
get rid of the
the,
evidence, you know what I'm saying? Like
I
if it
don't
has a
know.
trail, then I don't know. I'm just saying
Wait,
it's.
are you
I don't
saying
know.
they're
I don't
gonna
know much about.
9/11 all of the build every town and city?
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about our part-time job.
I'm just saying that if they can delete the video from the internet. I mean, how many copies probably out there already of the video?
Why do you,
Can
why
they
do you think
delete
I
all
store
of the
things
copies?
off of line?
A good point, though. I would like to go ahead and save that video. Let's see how hard that is based on the website. Let's see. Right
I mean, I
click.
consider like multiplying that, but I got to make sure that it's all right with whoever made it.
It's well, whoever made the video posted it, and it says share this.
Oh, share it
I
to
didn't
me.
notice.
It says share this: Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Pinterest, email, LinkedIn, WhatsApp. Got like links
Oh,
to
just in case it disappears, that video, I recorded it, so I've got a hard copy of it.
I'm trying to find the video file. MPG? No. What is that? MP4?
I think it's it might be MP4 or partial. I don't know. I mean, it depends on how big it is and all.
.m. It only shows up 4 times.
All I can say for all this is the people involved is that people are coming for you, and when we find you, we're going to take you down because this is baloney, and killing people ain't a joke.
Yeah, well,
so mark my words, we will be coming for you.
They act like it's just, putting your left foot in, put your right foot in, but there might be more to this dance than meets the eye. That's all I'm saying.
The first thing I thought when I saw the tests is I thought, what are they putting on the cotton swabs?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Well, could you just stuff them all the way up inside of your?
I'm not familiar with any cotton regarding learning how to dance, but
I mean, I imagine the people doing this dance are definitely going to the doctor and getting the jibby jab, so there may be a correlation right there.
Bruh.
Nah, that's not possible. No, why would they do that?
I mean, if you're doing these dances
They
on the
wouldn't do
internet,
that. That would affect their kids too, though.
you're
Right.
you're definitely going to the hospital and doing the thing.
I want to know how a cat gets a cold. That's what I want to know.
I want to know how I get a splinter spontaneously. That's what I want to know. I have a splinter in the tip of my finger, and I don't know where this thing came from.
I never got a splinter because I never got one of those. You know what? And everybody else got sick, and I didn't.
You've never had a splinter.
It probably fell from heaven, and it fell on your finger.
I must be a god or something because it didn't affect me at all. Everybody else got sick and I didn't. And I just laughed. I said, "Well, that's probably because you got the you know what, dumbass."
I'm literally talking about a splinter that is in my finger. It's not metaphor land.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Splinter is a piece of wood, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's what I think it is. But this one's like
good old morning.
really small and annoying.
That's
Those
what
are
she
the
said.
bad ones. All the big ones you can grab them and take them out. Take them out. But the small ones, oh no.
Yeah. No, where this came from is really weird.
Okay, sorry about that. You need some tweezers, bro?
No, I'm working on it.
Don't get it. Use some iodine.
I wonder if I started a what do you call that thing? You know, the thing you can do on Discord, an event. You know, an event. If I started an event about
I
the
used to.
part-time job, would I get in trouble and would they cut me, or what, you think I'd be able to get away with that?
Yeah, you can get a part-time job and make money. Yeah.
Cool. Maybe I'll try that today because it seems like this has been coming up a lot lately, and maybe we need to talk about it.
DM'd you. You've been ignoring me, bro. Come on.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm talking, and
don't be
I'm only looking at the list. So. Oh, right. You fucking asshole. Yes, sir. I'm looking now.
It does
Well,
seem
are
to
you
enjoy
black? Are you
talking
black? I
gospel
gotta make
more.
sure. Are you black? I gotta make sure.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
people call me
That was a
Mexican,
bad
so
joke.
yeah, you've been.
Yeah, but you're still colored. All right, I'll shut up now. Wait. You sent me a DM. All right, hold on. I'm looking for it.
MJ says something. Come on, MJ. We can say something, MJ. You're allowed.
I said he prefers the most fearless guy in the room talking to, not Jemsy.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about gospel, of course. I mean, probably the most quietest one in the room right now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
I take offense to that.
Probably true. I'm pretty pale. And living
Hang
in
on,
North
Jimmy. I'll
Dakota
send it to you.
doesn't help.
For a pale guy, you look good, though.
Well, thank you.
I'm gonna buy some roast beef. Any
They
good
definitely
friends?
don't. The saying doesn't go tall, pasty, and handsome, does it?
Oh, that goes with my description. Was this guy talking about people that want to be called it or he or whatever? He said, how about you call me handsome, beautiful, and
I sent
smart?
it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Who else wanted it? Cut the shit. Did you want it?
That what? The video?
Hey. Yeah, the one I spoke about earlier.
Yeah, can you DM Gene CBR1? Just DM me. If you can't DM it, then never mind.
Well, if you send me your email, I'd do it that way, but I don't care. I'll DM it. I'm not afraid of it.
Yeah, just DM it to me, man. Come on. We've got to be past something past the thing. Come on. DM Gene CBR1. That'll do. Should be okay. I'm not spreading any rumor. It's private. You're not.
Yeah.
Just remember, I warned you. It's not going to make you happy.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm not happy as it is already with this.
If it doesn't piss you off, then there's something wrong. That's all I got to say.
Not here right this minute.
So if we say like the numbers are, the flat earthers are increasing, flat earthers are increasing.
Yep.
Right? So that means slowly but surely flat earth is going to get the globers. Is that a bad thing to say?
Convince, or they will no longer be able to utilize the appeal to populace argument.
Yeah.
Maybe
Right.
something like that. But yeah.
Yeah.
The other words, nah.
Yeah. We don't mean it in a vindictive, destructive, killing ending of life way. No, we don't mean that. We mean that we want to basically stop the decimation of this horrible heliocentric model being projected into the world.
Well, shine a light on the mystery school religions. That'll take care of that. Where all this stuff comes from.
But yeah, no problem. We understand. Flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth, smashing the heliocentric model to smithereens 365 days of the year. Lovely. That's my flat Earth truth chant. Chant. Flat
Do you
Earth,
have any
USA. So I say flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth.
Do you have any local long distance observations that you point people to?
Not round here because it's all houses and flats and apartment blocks.
Okay.
So,
no, like lookout, no mountain lookouts or anything like that.
you know, I do mention the fact that from a certain mountain you can see Mount Fuji. That's what I say. Yeah, yeah. They know the mountain because most of the people in the neighborhood have been there once at least, so they know the mountain. They would have been there once because their elementary school would have, taken them there.
Sure.
They've lived there long enough, so they would know that mountain very well. Yeah. So from there you can see Mount Fuji, and when you work out the distance, the curvature should be in the way we shouldn't see Mount Fuji. You see, but look, Zen Mieru, and then we can see it, and Mount Ohira as well. So they think, yeah, I didn't think of that. That's right. I mean, even from where we are, we can see Mount Fuji sometimes. That's the amazing thing.
Mm-hmm.
On a clear day, sometimes it's like this particular day would be like the sun. It's like a golden day, and Mount Fuji, you can just make out the silhouette through the medium. Yeah, in your car, seat belted up, driving, and you can see Mount Fuji. I remember when I first saw that, and I went, "Wow!" Because my student told me that she saw it once, and I thought, what from you? I can't believe that. And then one day I did. I saw Mount Fuji from where I lived. I thought, "Wow, yeah, that's amazing."
Yeah.
And it's usually when the sun is out and it's nice blue skies, yeah, and you can make out Mount Fuji, and it's just unbelievable. It's almost like a ghost. The distance involved, you think, am I looking at it? What's this, a mirage? Is it a mirage? You think, is this really what? The very first time I went to climb Mount Fuji, it snowed, so this would be the year 2000.
Yeah.
Hang on a second, let me just work this out properly. 2001 July. So yeah, so it would be 2001. Let's say January, February, there, somewhere there. And I wasn't driving at the time. I didn't have a driving license, so my wife drove this Honda car that we had, Honda Life mini car, and we had my son in there. So he would have been about 8-9 months old, 10 months, something like that. And we were on our way to Mount Fuji, and as we were driving, Mount Fuji just kept getting larger and larger. Bloody, how big is this mountain, man? Fuck. Okay, still haven't got there yet. Yeah, okay. And then we get to the foot of the mountain, and the police stopped us. They said, because there's snow on the mountain and you haven't got any chain tires, you can't go up. I said, shit. So I said, okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, so we went to the lakes instead, and we enjoyed, went to a French restaurant, had something to eat there, and enjoyed playing in the lakes with my kid. And then we came back, took the pictures, but that was the best I could do. That was the first time in 2001. And then the next time I went to climb it for the first time was 2008. That was the first time I climbed it. So July of 2008. And my friend made a DVD of that day, and it was a classic day because it was cracking up, laughing all the way up. People, all the gear people had, and the jokes we were talking about on the way up. Yeah, it was a great day. We took the third longest route. 4 routes there are on the mountain. We took the third longest one. And it was nice. It was good. Nice sunny day, but it was a little bit cool, and we changed the clothes. Change because you get sweaty and all that. Change all your gear and then get ready to go down after about an hour, let's say. Yeah, about an hour break up there. And then we descended. Great view though. And the clouds coming across and hitting you in the face, cooling you down. Really refreshing. Yeah. $3,771 meters up.
Yeah, that's pretty well up there.
Yeah, I think it's just over 12,000 feet or so, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fantastic view. Again, I wasn't a flat earther 2008. But I was, but I didn't realise, yeah. So, but I remember the view very much indeed. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Great view. And everything was indeed anywhere. Didn't realise. Just thought, just didn't even click. Didn't even click that there's no curvature, Jim. You're looking at no curvature. That was not there. I was just looking at, wow, look at what I can see. Yeah, that's where I used to live. I could see where I used to live.
Mm-hmm.
Bloody hell. I said, yeah, that's where I used to live there. Look at that. I've actually been to that beach many times, man. I was saying to my friend, not realising the up is flat, yeah?
Yep.
Give us a view when you're that high up. And those clouds are really refreshing. Yeah. First time ever, a cloud hit me in the face. Mind you, prior to that, I'd been up in the mountains in Spain on my motorbike, Africa Twin. Yeah, I remember the clouds getting me all wet then. But that was because it was a rainy day, yeah? So, you know. So that was kind of like expected. But it's different when you're hot and sweaty and you're looking to cool down and then the clouds come across and cool you down. Yeah. Feels really nice. Don't know if you've ever experienced that, but it is wicked.
Yeah, I've been in the clouds. You know, that's what there's a spot in North Carolina they call the Smoky Mountains.
Okay.
You're not extremely high mountains by any means. Maybe even only like 6,000-7,000 feet and stuff. But the clouds linger pretty low.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've definitely had that experience. I'm aware of what that's like.
Yeah, and it really is a wonderful experience. Yeah, roughly 12,372 feet, roughly. And yeah, you know, when you're up there, it's nice. It's just it's a volcanic mountain. And sometimes I can swear it moves, you know? Like a little earthquake there, you feel it under your feet moving. Yeah, I've experienced that. And I used to bring back, I've climbed it 12 times I have summited, but I've been there 14 times to climb. Well, okay, let's say 15 times to climb. And the 3 times that I never climbed it was because of bad weather. The worst one was when I climbed up about a third of the way up, and that took me like 2.5 hours. But it was hard going because it was driving wind downwards, so it's blowing against you, you know, hooking onto your rucksack at the back because you're going up and the wind is blowing against you. Then you had fog and the driving rain. So no, I kept going for about 2.5 hours, and I wasn't making much leeway because I'm usually much faster paced, but because of this driving rain, it was nighttime. I was a bit slower, but everyone came down, never got to the summit. Everyone that came down didn't go to the summit. They said, no, too windy, too dangerous, so be careful. I said, yeah, I will. And then, you know, after 2.5 hours, there was this massive group of people coming down. And I said, did you go to the top summit? No, they didn't. I said, yeah, shit. I may as well come down then. Fuck. So I came down. I went back down. But the other 12 times, yeah, I summited twice with the kids. Took my kids up there. And then I took some of my Japanese students because they heard the stories that I was telling them of the mountain, how good it was and how much of enjoyment it was, that they wanted to climb it, you know? So I said, yeah, I'll take you up there. Yeah, no problem. So took them in the car, my car, yeah. Got them to climb up with me. Yeah. 1 or 2 of them was going to give up. And I said to them, look, it's cost me money with the petrol. Because of the petrol alone, you can't give up. I said, that's the first thing. So I haven't driven this far not to get to the summit. So we're going. Don't worry. You are going to make it. You are definitely getting to the top today. Don't you worry. Don't care how long it takes. And then when they got up to the top, you should have seen the change of mood when they actually finally made it to the top, yeah, to the summit. Yeah, man, they were overjoyed. They were so happy. I said, you see? Yeah, right. Kept saying you want to go down or you want to stop or you're going to wait for me. No, you're coming up. I brought you here to see the summit. And now you did, yeah. One of them admitted that they tried before and never made it. But this was the first time they actually got to the top. I said, well done. Good, you made it. Of course, Jin Sensei, together, you'll do anything. You'll achieve it. Yeah, man. And then they picked up their mountain volcanic rock as a souvenir and a memory that they actually did go there. Yeah. And I collected a few from my other students who wanted them. And I said, yeah, take it to school and show your teachers and have a discussion on how this rock was made from a volcano, because it was molten and then it dried and hardened to this shape. Look at that. Yeah. So my rucksack was heavier coming down than it was going up, yeah?
Yeah.
Luckily, coming down was, descending was easier than actually ascending, yeah.
If anybody wants to discuss previous topics, Rookie is hanging out in chill chat.
Yeah, but it's amazing how far you can see from a high vantage point. That's the thing, and from there, there's just no degree of curvature at all with your own eyeballs. So you're not using any camera or anything, just your own eyeball. It's amazing what the eye can detect. The degree, it's that sharp, the eyeball.
Yes.
And especially if you know the lay of the land and you know what you're looking at, and you're picking up certain places that you know and recognize. Yeah, and you just think, at the time when I was looking at this, the views that I had from Mount Fuji, curvature was just not in my mind. But when it was brought to my attention in 2015 now, yeah, all my life experience just came flooding in one like warp speed. Boom, it's flat because I've uploaded all this information, but hadn't joined those dots. You see, and I really did have that moment where all your life flashes in front of you. All your life experiences. Yeah, that's how it happened for me, because I thought flat Earth was stupid, of course, prior to clicking the video, like 5 minutes prior to that. I'd been avoiding it for like months, thinking how stupid it was, and I thought, okay, I'll click on it for a laugh. Let's see what it's got to say. That's what I'm saying to myself. Let's see what this has got to say. Stupid thing. Come on. And from that moment onwards, I was not laughing. I was looking like I was feeling dumb, inadequate, totally unintellectual, absolute foolish. And then my face changed into that donkey that you see in Tom and Jerry. Ee-haw. That's exactly what was happening. And I was getting chills. Yeah, well, not Pinocchio, no, because Pinocchio is when you lie, the nose gets longer. In this case, your face changes from your regular face into the jackass, donkey's ass face. That's the face I had.
Yeah, look, I put a GIF. I think
I'm going to give you that.
I don't remember that happening, maybe it did happen in Tom and Jerry, but it definitely happened in Pinocchio. Remember, he visits Misfit Island or whatever.
Pinocchio, in Pinocchio. You see, but if you look at Tom and Jerry, there's a Tom and Jerry episode where Tom becomes a donkey, face transitions into a donkey because he's jackass, because he did something wrong and he made himself look an ass, and that's how I felt.
Oh, yeah. Daffy Duck did too, apparently. So there's that.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, yeah. And I just felt a complete and utter buck, because I just said, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's right, because everything he said I could instantly relate to. There was no mistake. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And as I'm saying that's right, I'm becoming a fool here, because I've been calling the flat Earth stupid. and all these months of ignoring it. All that's happening, warp speed. It's all happening, and then all my experiences are flooding in because of the views that I'm getting from the video. And I'm thinking, and then whoosh, it all just came in at warp speed. Zoom, it's flat. Wow! And I paced up and down here, slapping my head, thinking, and I did the moon landing research 10 years, and I still didn't realise. Can you imagine how stupid you feel that you do 10 years research and you didn't conclude that the Earth is flat from that? Oh man, I mean, I felt stupid, man. I really did. 10 years of looking at the moon landings and looking at all the videos and the ins and outs and how they didn't go, and I still didn't clock that they couldn't have taken a picture. I didn't even clock that. Is that and I even watched Matt Howland's, is it a photo or a painting? You know? I mean, there it is in your face, and I still didn't get it. Fucking hell, I still didn't get it. Fuck. Yeah, man, I felt stupid.
MJ is right.
Sorry?
I said MJ is right. You can be anything you want to be in 2022.
Yeah. 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 That's right. Yeah, I'm still looking at the Pinocchio one. Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, that's a cautionary tale. And kind of an interesting movie. Of course, the island that they go to kind of reminds me of the Epstein Island situation, but
there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Some of the truths are in this. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, Awesome JP posted a video about him being a woman and a swimmer, and I'll just stop at that. It's a really good video.
Oh yeah.
All right. And then you got Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, Rookie was just pining for somebody to join him. It looks like Flatty joined him, so nobody was joining him down in the chill chat, so he was just getting anxious or something. Yeah, lonely.
A bit lonely. Yeah. So, just discussing the flat Earth awakening. You know, that's how it was for me. After doing all this research, I realised that I didn't really connect the dots, which made me a little bit of a bad researcher. I didn't conclude properly.
Mm-hmm.
Because the amount of material that I'd seen, I should have concluded that. I should have picked that up, you see. Really. I should have deduced had I thought it through properly. Because I thoroughly understood that it was impossible to go. We don't have the technology. I understand the environment. You know, there's no way. Photographic anomalies, that's impossible. The photographs didn't have a single bit of radiation impingement on any of the photographs. They were perfect. And how could you do that with the camera being on your chest? So with all that stuff, I understood fully. But I'm still not connecting that, the Earth is not a globe. You understand?
If you had to take a guess between the moon and the Earth, which do you think there's a higher gigapixel photo of, the Earth or the moon?
The moon.
Yeah. Why is that?
I think they can zoom in on it from the Earth, can't they? That's why, isn't it? Obviously.
Yeah. I would agree with that. It's just the place where we live that would just be fantastic if you could just have just this beautiful, imagine like, I don't know, a 100,000 gigapixel photo of Earth where you could just like zoom in and see everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, that would just be mind-blowingly awesome.
The funny thing is,
they can't do
I had that imagination before I was a flat earther. I had that imagination. That's how I thought the Earth was, you see. You know, this blue. Not the fact that you could see planes flying upside down or ships that far, no. Just the Earth as a ball, beautiful. You know, I wanted to have a T-shirt of that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I wanted to have a T-shirt with the globe on it. I was in love with the globe, man. It was, yeah. I wanted a T-shirt like that. That's where we live. Earth, the ball, spinning blue. Yeah, I had that imagination. Not to the point where you could see, like I said, aeroplanes flying upside down and ships flying perpendicular and, sailing. No, I didn't have that kind of image. But I still had the idea of the satellites zooming in. But again, I didn't go all the way with the full image of planes flying, because that would be the one, the video of this thing spinning, as it's supposedly on its axis, and then the planes flying, and that would be such a beautiful image to have on your computer home screen, you see. And I got that idea from Generalism, you see, because he was the one that highlighted that for me at the time, 2016. And I thought, yeah, that's a point. This is what I mean. I kept getting slapped in the face with things that I should have known. That was one of them. That was one of them. Well, yeah, what is it with me? Why am I not thinking properly, man? Man, I'm useless when it comes to this stuff. That's what I used to say to myself. Which is why I hang on to people like Generalism and Mark Sargent. I like Mark Sargent because he's talking to people in the real world, in the field of like astronauts, Marines, weapons experts, submariners. These people come on now and again and they talk about their experiences, and I love those testimonies. So, he's done some good work, even though he's a controversial individual. But if you look at the body of work and content therein, that's what I hang on to. So Mark Sargent will always be there. Eric Dubay is always going to be there. Dave Murphy, they're there. Celebrate Truth, all of them, because that's the beginning, isn't it? They're all going to be there, regardless of the controversy that surrounds them. It's the work, the body of work that they've done. Dave Weiss, I keep missing him. Dave Weiss as well, because he comes in as the 5 minutes, sock it to you, this is the flat out, bang, 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 quick, polite, but it's there, it's precise. That's Dave Weiss, can't take it away. And he's been doing the past couple of years, 3 years, he's been doing some long debates on these different shows, and it's repeating the same stuff, but he's on different shows, so it doesn't matter. And I like to watch the reactions of the people he's trying to convince, or at least bring it to their attention. So I watch Dave Weiss as well. And occasionally I might post one or two interesting ones in the server, but, I don't that often, but there you go. Got to keep the community together. We all come in with our different styles, and we do have our own. The speculative thing is speculation, so you're entitled to say what you like. But the core foundation is there's no curvature. We don't detect any spin, and you cannot have a ball in a vacuum, right, and have air pressure on Earth in a vacuum without a container, some kind of containment. It's got to be there. And those three things are the foundation of any flat earther, and we want the globes to address this, globe heads and professors to address how this can be. So, everyone takes to whoever they like. But I got a whole bunch of people. And then there's people like Harry from the Globe Lie. You know the Globe Lie? Harry, he was good, from Scotland, when he used to walk around on the streets and just strike up normal conversations. How open-minded are you? Can you give me a percentage sort of thing, and then starts to introduce the flat earth to the individual. They're very good. Very, very good indeed. I'll never forget Harry. I promised him if I ever see him, I'm going to buy him a pint, 2 pints. Yeah, Harry. I'm never going to forget him. He's a really good man, and did some really good work at the very beginning. I was disappointed he wasn't on the Globe Light tour, the first one. The second one that went to Europe, that covered all of Europe back in 2018. I think that was, he should have been on that one, or 2019 was it? Yeah. But I carry all those memories. Got to carry everything, bring it all along. That's because it's a watershed moment in our lives, and there's nothing wrong with old flat Earth videos on a loop, on a rerun. Remember, they loop cartoons, movies, songs are being repeated. So it's okay for us to be quenched and drenched and covered in the flat Earth truth over and over and over and over again, just like they did to us with the globe. Do you know? Nothing wrong with that at all.
Jen,
So
Jen,
sorry.
Jen.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
This is a family show. All right, no R rating.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
The radius.
Yeah. So it's okay to review videos that you've seen before if they bring you pleasure and whatever. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's okay for the content producers to upload these videos, because the last thing I want to see is them to start thinking, "Oh, that's an old video. It's so 2015." No, drop it. Bring it. Load it. Upload it. It's good, because there'll be new people coming in that may have not seen it. You know, and if I've seen it, I'll watch it again. I don't mind. You know, because it's all about memory lane at the end of the day. I've watched a lot of reruns in my time, so why not? And I listen to music as well, repetitively, so why not? Yeah. Yeah, and it's good work. It's good work. It's not rubbish. You know, I say that the flat Earth producers who have produced content have done better than Hollywood, Pinewood Studios, Paramount Pictures, and alike. They've done better work, more integrity in the work they've done when you compare. What say you guys?
Truth is Stranger Than Fiction's my favorite content producer on the Flat Earth topic.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, yeah.
And I think that he does a very, very, very good job putting his stuff together.
Yeah, yeah. I would have to agree with you there. Yeah, but I do think all the others. You know, let's not forget Celebrate Truth Gang and Generism and the like. You know, they produce some good stuff. And I'm saying that the stuff they produce, I think it's better than what Hollywood have done and their entertainment. You know, because at the end of the day, they haven't really enlightened people and motivated people. No, you don't get that in the movies. It's all bullshit. It's fantasy, what they've done. You know? So I think the content producers of the Flat Earth content producers need to understand that they are a valid part of the community. They are the foundation. You know, you're taking off where Samuel Rothbotham left off. You know, and he died with integrity. Even though he died a poor man, his integrity was not in doubt. So there you go. And he won his case in a court of law, and they twisted it. So, you know, yeah. And today's modern flat earthers with their technology and the content they're producing, yeah, they've taken it to the next level. Rothbotham and Charles Johnson, these guys will be, you know, jumping and jiving in their grave, dancing in their grave.
There's a lot of people wondering what are the contents of the case you're speaking of.
Oh, you know, I'm talking about videos that they've made. You know, just going to their channel.
Robotham made videos?
No, Rothbotham didn't make videos. That's why I said that the modern flat earthers using the technology. Rothbotham took it as straight, you know, the Zetetic cosmogony, you know, his pamphlet book and that. Natural observation and taking that route, taking it to a court of law, winning, but then being discredited and, you know, and he died a poor man in the end, you know. But although his body of work was solid and sound, I'm saying that today's modern flat earthers are taking that and taking it to the next level with their technology, with the technology we have today. What do you think? Am I wrong? Am I wrong in what I'm saying there?
I have no input.
I was trying to lead you to discuss the details of the case that you're speaking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about, with Rothbotham, obviously, he produced the Bedford Canal experiment, where he observed a boat with a red flag, and they set it up with his telescope over 10 miles, wasn't it? 10 kilometers, 6 miles. And he could still see this boat in his telescope, and there should have been 16 feet of curvature, which should have been obscuring his view. That's Rosebotham. But he went on to produce a book or a pamphlet known as a Sesthetic Cosmogony, dealing with the flat Earth and everything else, lack of curvature in places, long distance observation and things like that. And I think that the modern flat earther, those who are producing the contents that they've loaded up on YouTube back in 2015, took that and went and ran with it and produced more. Looked and scrutinized NASA and the lies that they told about going to the moon and things like that. And how comes we don't have real pictures from an organization that's getting, today, as we speak, $67 million roughly a day, $23 billion budget, and they can still tell us we don't have a real picture of Earth. So it's a crime. But yet we had the likes of Rosebotham proving that the Earth is flat from natural observation around us. And here's NASA claiming they've gone to space, gone to the moon, showing us no real pictures of Earth, though. Wow. So the flat earthers of today are highlighting that kind of anomaly. That's the next level. That's what I mean by that. So I hope I'm not confusing anyone.
Trying to find out. I'd looked this up not too long ago, the number of employees, including contractors of NASA. I had done the math. Everybody, if you divided the money evenly, everybody would be. Of course, that's not how it works, right? Just because you have revenue, that doesn't mean it exclusively goes to salary. But I used to process home loan applications and home refinance applications. And so apparently it's about 117,000 total.
Right. 17,000.
Total people. But anyway, I got to see the income of different people across the United States of America. I got to see a handful of NASA employees' incomes. I got to see a handful of different news and journalism outlet incomes. And at least in my anecdotal experience, all of the journalists were making more money than any of the NASA employees that I encountered.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I saw like a range of 70 to 120,000 with NASA employees. I saw a range of $300,000 to $900,000 with the journalism employees. One of the people that was making about $430,000 a year was a food critic journalist.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Wow is right. Money goes to some weird places. It's not just NASA.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. Yeah, they're making money for nothing, aren't they? Those journalists, so-called food critic journalists.
Yeah.
So in my case, I try to memorize flat earthers over Hollywood stars, for example. You know, been doing that now for 7 years. You know, I think they're worthwhile remembering over Hollywood film producers and that. I think, although creative arts, the creative arts, although it's nice and it's great, it's good, right? But it has been a distraction in our lives. It's been part of a distraction, although it was entertainment, okay, but it was part of a distraction, depending on how many movies you watch and how often you go to the cinema or whatever, but it was a distraction for sure. And did it bring you closer to the earth? No, it didn't. Did it bring you closer to God? Maybe one or two of the films may have done. I will say, growing up through the 60s, 70s, I used to watch a lot of the westerns that were made in America because I was born in England. So we used to watch, in England, they used to watch a lot of these American westerns. And the one thing that I took from that was moral fiber. The rights and the wrongs was definitely running through those movies. And that made an influence on me. It influenced me anyway. That's why I like the American cowboy movies. Although it still deceived me because I thought the Red Indians were the baddies. Okay? Until 1993, round about then, BBC put out a documentary on how it was called. No, it wasn't BBC, sorry. It was Channel 4. Channel 4 is an independent TV channel, so you don't need to have a TV license for that. But they produced a documentary called How the West Was Won and Lost. And it covered the red, the Americans, of course, the immigrants immigrating to the Americas, setting up themselves there and taking over the land from the Red Indians, the native Indians, and how they won, the Americans won, but the native Indians lost. It was the first time in years that I shedded a tear after watching that. It prompted me to actually buy the book, which I did buy. I went to the actual studio to get it, and the video of the series, complete series video.
Talking about how they poison them?
Yeah, everything, yeah.
With particularly with sugar and addiction?
Well, at the time, it was more like the whiskey and the drinks. Not that analytic. It didn't go that deep into it, to be honest.
They blame like malaria or they blame different diseases as the cause, and there is enough evidence to conclude that that was not the cause, that it was actually subversion through the vices that caused the most death.
Yeah. But it's just that, they got treated badly and, they were almost wiped out.
Yeah. Wiping people out is not a good thing.
New thing. No,
It's not new either.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's still partially true today. They give the whatever you want to call them, Indians, let's just call them for ease of use. They give them land and essentially gross welfare, and it essentially ruins them. So they don't have to struggle or survive. And there's a lot of, elder men getting out of there and trying to get the kids out of there because they realize that the kids are basically being raised, for lack of a better term, intentionally to be losers. Like they're weak. They can't get away from vices, like you said. They can't be constructive or get a job. It's like they're basically just getting ruined. They're getting spoiled. And the guy's like, hey, get out of there. Come out into the world, compete, earn, learn, stop being, getting a free handout. Be much more successful in life.
Breastfed for life.
Yeah.
And it's not from mother government, it's from daddy government, so that's really awkward.
Speaking of Indians, native Indians, what's happened to Battle Mod? I haven't seen him for a while.
Discontinued from this server.
What do you mean? I don't understand. What, he's no longer around?
Violated Discord terms of service by threatening the life of a human being. No longer on this server.
Wow. Okay. I better be careful then. Ooh, I liked him though.
I mean, it's just in general, it's not a good idea to threaten someone's life and then to double down and say that you're not even being sarcastic, that you're not joking, that you're dead serious. That's not a good idea. Don't do that kind of thing.
Angry. He must have been very angry because that's not usually Battle Mod. He might go to the line, but he wouldn't press it down and like that. He must have been livid. Why? What happened? What did he do? What happened to him for him to go like that?
I don't think I'm capable of answering that question.
Okay, yeah, I can imagine anyway, because I know what Battle Mods are like. Someone didn't back down.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong, yeah, I did like Battle Mod, though. I do like him, yeah, I like him.
Yep, he has a server. You can find him there.
Oh, what's his server? Can you link me to that, please?
I don't have a link.
You don't have a link to his server?
No, but it is called Reality something or other.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, yeah. I might
He
have that.
gained control of it a couple of years ago and has been trying to build it up since.
That's right. Yeah, I think I might have that, actually. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Yep.
Ah, it's a shame, man. I cannot believe that he's gone. Yeah, I've got it. But nothing's happening on it at the moment. I checked, it's quiet. Shame, that is. How long ago was that?
Approximately a month and a half. Month and a half.
Okay. Right.
All right. That's enough of that.
Okay.
Jen, if you want to know more, do it in the back chat.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Any signs of this globe that everybody thinks they live on, guys?
No.
Still no.
And
okay.
My man, David Hinkle, have you found any curvature in your travels in the last couple of weeks?
No, Earth's curvature, no, sir. Have not.
And did the Earth move for you in the last couple of weeks? Has it been moving?
Earth remains motionless in my witnesses of it. So,
well, here in Japan, it moved slightly. It moved to 7.4 on the Richter scale.
wow, you had an earthquake?
7.3, sorry. 7.3 earthquake here.
You had an earthquake?
A couple of weeks back.
Anybody get hurt?
If I remember rightly, I think 3 people died.
Wow.
There were 3 deaths, but mainly property damage in the relative areas. But where we are, nothing, no property damage. We just got the hibby shakes, that's all. And then we lost electric power for 2 hours. During that time, we had the emergency power come in, but it's only very tiny little lights, emergency lights. And then we had an earth tremor, and it knocked out those lights as well. And then we were in darkness for 2 hours. But luckily, it happened when it was like bedtime. So 11:34 is when it happened. 11:35 in the evening. So it's really bedtime for everyone anyway. So put the flashlights in the kids' hands. Yeah, go to bed. All right. See you in the morning.
So you
Yeah, no
actually,
worries.
you actually witnessed the Earth in motion for a few seconds. Anyway, is that what you're saying?
Yep. I felt the motion of the earth under the house for a short time. Yeah. Lasted about. It lasted about, I would say, 15 seconds, round about that. And that's a long time for your house to be shaking, all right?
Anybody else on here felt an earthquake? I never have, thankfully. Knock on wood.
Only a very slight tremor.
Okay.
Very brief.
Yeah.
I felt earthquakes before. I live in California.
Right.
Mine was in.
Yeah, go on. How did it happen?
I was just going to say mine was in South Carolina, so it was unusual.
How did it happen? I mean, what was it like?
Rookie, you're the one that you said you had earthquake experience.
Yeah. Well, for us, like back on that day, a couple of weeks ago on a Tuesday, what happened was there was a rumble under the house, and it died. It was like a sudden rumble, and then it died off. That was just a little tremor, and then 10 minutes later, I could feel the rumble, and then it was getting louder and louder and louder and louder, and then it passed under the house, right? And then the house was shaking for about 10 to 15 seconds as it passed through. And then 30 minutes later, 40 minutes later, we got another tremor. And then that was it.
Yeah. Mine was like intense thunder without anything happening in the air, or you know how thunder can shake the ground. It was like that.
Yeah. Now, in our case, the house was moving from side to side, swaying from side to side. That's what happened, really. But it wasn't violent. Just a gentle shake. You know, like what you get if you're on a train or in a truck and a bus. You know, when the seat bobs up and down as you go over the bumpy ground, just like that. If you can imagine, yeah. If you can imagine that.
Last earthquake I felt was one that I think hit Santa Rosa or somewhere up north of here, but it was like a 6 point something, and I was sitting in my grandma's house sitting at the time, and I remember I was sitting there writing something or drawing something, and I was sitting back. I sat back against the wall, and I felt the wall move, like the whole room moved, and I was like, "Well, that's weird. Who's moving this? Who's moving the house?" You know, for some reason it just triggered the thought that I'm in a trailer or something, right? And I thought, who's shaking the trailer? And then I look around and I think, wait a minute, I'm not in a trailer. I'm like, holy crap! And it like shook for a while. It scared the crap out of me. I was like, wow, that was strong.
Yeah, my first experience of an earthquake wasn't scary because I was at a community center learning Japanese in the afternoon. It was on a Sunday, and the teacher said "Jishin." So he noticed it before I did, before any of the students did. Right? He said "Jishin," which means earthquake. And I went, "What do you mean?" You know. And then suddenly the whole community center started to move side to side. And I thought, wow, so this is the earthquake. It really moves the building. And I was thinking to myself, wow, this building has been well constructed to ride that out. And then I realized what earthquake really meant. You know, and then my teacher said to me, was I scared? I said, no, it was enjoyable, I said. And he laughed.
Yeah, it makes you kind of dizzy like you're on a ride.
Yeah. Because I heard a lot about this earthquake thing, but I'd never experienced one. It was the first time at this community center where I was learning Japanese.
Jin, I think you're onto something. If Godzilla was real, Japan would experience seismic events on average.
Oh, yeah, every time
you experienced a seismic event, therefore Godzilla is real. Yeah. Wow.
What I want to know is what happens if Godzilla sneezes?
it's funny you say that because there's Godzilla and King Kong are still alive here in Japan. Would you believe? Yeah, still alive. They're still there. They're still prominent characters. Okay, King Kong and Godzilla. All these years, all right, and it's an American thing, really. Well, I don't know. Yeah, Godzilla
Doesn't
was quite
Godzilla
big in
shoot
Japan.
gamma rays or something?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then there was that cartoon series called Donkey Kong. That was quite popular here in Japan as well, to my surprise. You know. And
Actually, it used to be known. It used to be known as atomic breath. That's what they called
That's
it in
right.
the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. I couldn't remember that word. Atomic.
Yeah, atomic
Yeah, you're
breath.
right. I don't know. I always thought Godzilla was cool, but then when I saw the moon landings, I was like, "Are you serious?" And they don't even look as good as some of the damn dinosaur movies. Like, really, bro?
Yeah. When you look at the moon landings, man, it's terrible. Terrible footage.
Yeah,
And
I was
then-
hoping.
and
I was
then-
hoping somebody. I was hoping somebody would notice that my logic was flawed, and you should demand evidence of Godzilla himself, not just an affirming the consequent fallacy, like the Globers
Oh,
often
come
do.
on. Come on now. Don't get all technical on it.
Yeah, there's one thing I would say is that it shows how naive we all were back then when those moon landings were taking place. You know, and when they show you pictures or video footage of people around the world looking at their screens, you see the innocence on the faces. You know that? That's the one thing that you can definitely see. The innocence on the faces of the people in the crowd as they look up and they're looking at the rocket going up. I said, look at that, look. And they were being ripped off then. They didn't even know. They were being deceived.
Well, I'm not sure that we were all fooled by it. I'm sure there was probably a group of people that said no way, but I'm sure that they got hushed up pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean
yeah.
You mean like Gus Grissom?
Yeah, Gus Grissom, the poor man, you know. Yeah, he knew.
Oh, yeah, I know.
He knew, he tried to, and then he got barbecue.
Yeah, poor man.
Wow.
You know,
It's a martyr.
horrible. Yeah. There's a video where you can hear someone was screaming inside there, you know. He was on fire, and then you hear him screaming, and then the voice stops. Shit, man, what a way to go.
If I remember correctly, there was like 7 or 8 different mysterious deaths of astronauts between like 62 and 70. I could be off on the numbers there.
Yeah, you'd be right there. Yeah. I recollect that as well.
One of them got killed by a train in his car, and the train was owned by NASA. It's a quinky thing.
Wow.
But anyway.
Yeah, I've forgotten that guy's name. He was the one that was reporting on the state of affairs of Apollo, the financial side, and how much progress they were actually making. And doesn't look like it doesn't look like they were going to get to the moon. And then they took him out. He had his wife and his daughter-in-law, his wife's daughter, in that car. They all went on the. You found out that they got stuck on the level crossing.
When just being honest, killed, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, it's dangerous to be an astronaut in the 60s.
But that's not a problem, right? We're not scared. We're not worried about that at all, are we? We just sit around and think, no, it's no big deal. You know, it won't happen to us, right?
Yeah. Honestly, you're quite right, you know, in that we should take that very seriously, but humanity is just not taking that at all.
If one person dies, we should take that seriously.
Yeah.
But I heard somebody say earlier 3 people died in an earthquake. Well, that doesn't get enough attention, right?
Yeah.
If it's not 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people, then no one seems to give a crap, right? Oh, it's only a few people. What's the big deal, right? Well, that happens all the time. No, it doesn't.
No, you're absolutely right. That's been my look. I've been into that Gem Panda server, yeah, and I've been screaming at the top of my voice how you can think fire can bring down a steel protected building at free fall. And I said, bear in mind, don't forget that my car registration plate is 911 in memory, so that I never forget what they did and the people that died. So do not say that I am disrespecting the dead. You're the one. And I screamed at them, you're the ones who are disrespecting the dead if you think fire can bring down 2 towers and building number 7 at free fall speeds. Fire, yeah? Never happened in the history of skyscrapers, and yet it happened 3 times on that day. You know? So yeah, I'm livid. I'm updating them on the situation. Today, NIST is being sued for the report that they put out that doesn't quite explain how that building number 7 came down progressively when we all saw a global collapse where 400 girders, supporting girders, were dismembered simultaneously per floor per second. Okay, 400. Fire can never do that. And this report doesn't even report that properly. So they're being sued on that. They're being sued for removing the material. And they're being sued for not correcting their report. Yeah, there's 3 lawsuits that are, for not, there was one other one I'm missing, right? There's 3 types of lawsuits that they've got. The FBI are being sued, okay? FEMA is being sued and the government's being sued as well. So, and this is all coming out in
Not that that'll ever go anywhere, but it's a good thing that somebody's trying.
Yeah, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. That's the organization that's been, for the last 15 years, been pushing that case on behalf of those who have lost their beloved ones on that event or in that event. So they're pushing that, and they've been pushing it for 15 years straight. And they reaffirmed the lawsuit last year, August, together with some new family members who are having their sons remained reanalyzed because, you can't say that this was by fire. Small bits of body fragments. This cannot be caused by fire, and things like that. Yeah, so they got the coroner to reopen the investigation into how their loved ones died. Yeah, especially in Britain anyway. There's a few people in Britain who had their lost ones, and their family weren't satisfied. The case seemed to be closed, but what they've done is they've had their remains sent back to Britain, and then the coroner has to resume the investigation, basically. And that process has just happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
They always got red tape to blockade. Huh?
Yeah, there's just lots going on. But the thing is, it's still ongoing. They're not giving up yet. And I love that. But I've been in that Gem Panda server to remind them that, your attitude to dismissing all the facts that I bring to you is disrespectful to those who died. Because they're trying to say that I disrespect. I goes, I'm the man with the car 911. That's my registration plate. I chose that number. So don't say I'm disrespecting. You're mad. I'm the man who walks the walk, talks the talk, and I drive the drive. Okay? And the people cracked up when I said that bit. But I was serious. Yeah.
What has when they're talking about the globe, they brought anything new to you? I know it ain't nothing, but I'm just curious. They tell you anything new about the globe proof or anything? The Gem Panda boys.
Yeah.
Do they?
No, they're just a welcoming group of cordial individuals over there.
Yeah. They don't hit you with any new globe proofs that they're attempting, Jen? I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, what was the question again? I didn't quite hear it.
Gamma Panda's crew, have they got anything new they're attempting to use as globe proof?
No, they got nothing. They got nothing. They're dying in there with the globe thing. I'm definitely hammering them, and then there's other people. Globulus goes in. There's loads of people going in there and destroying. They're talking about other subjects. They're avoiding the globe lately. Why do you think I've been bashing them with the magic bullet theory? I'm hitting them with that. I'm hitting them with Pearl Harbor and Roosevelt knowing Japan came. 9/11.
So it seems as far as the globe argument, they're down to NASA pictures and appeal to consensus. That's all they got.
That's all they got. That's all they got. They got nothing.
Y'all go
They
ahead.
got nothing. Yeah, I just go there to remind them that you're living a lie. If you think higher, can bring down, and they say, yeah, but why do you care? So you have no humanity now. Now you're showing no compassion. Why do I care? It could have been any one of us. When they died, a piece of me died, yeah? The Twin Towers, they were murdered. Okay? Fucking hell, don't you understand it? You don't connect. You have no humanity. That's when I said, and this phrase came out of me through my anger, you do not have the excellence or the integrity of a blade of grass. That's what I said. That's what I said to them. They don't have that. You are you're lower than the belly of a snake. You are less than cow and rhino feces mixed. For that can fertilize the earth, and I can grow vegetables and gain substance. You, on the other hand, are of no use to humanity, you lot. I've never heard you once say anything to uplift humanity. I don't hear it in this channel. I don't hear it. I've never heard you. And I've been coming to you guys so long, I'm surprised you don't ban me.
I should go over there and talk some smack.
Yeah, I'll tell them. I'm surprised you don't ban me. Because I'm not mincing my words here. I'm telling you, I don't hear anything that you say that uplifts humanity. Nothing but devaluation, the degradation, everything is downhill with you guys. Downhill. Fuck.
Appreciate your passion, Jim. That's probably enough time wasted on those guys. I was just curious if they had any new arguments.
Yeah, well,
Let's talk about something else.
I let them have it with both barrels.
If you like going over and needling sometimes, that's fine,
Oh, I like going over and needling them. Yeah, I'm sure their ratings are going up. All right, fair enough. But it's a good debate because I'm firing on all cylinders, doing the research, clipping photographs of evidence, like with the Twin Towers, for example, right? You've got the Twin Towers, one Twin Tower with a little bit of a block on top, the bit that's separated from the impact, okay? And then another block next to it, and underneath the caption says, which is going to land first? you know what I mean? And then you send that to them and say, yeah, right. Which is going to hit the ground first, Jem? Which block? Because NIST wants us to believe that this block will land the same time as the block with nothing underneath it. Yeah, is that right, Jem? And then, you know what, you're just a moron, Jim. Like, yeah, right, Jim.
Yep, everybody call you a moron when you bring up the truth. They hate it. They fucking hate it.
Yeah. So they call me a moron and that. But, that's right. That's, like you said, that's enough of the Jim Pandas. They're drowning in the truth when I enter. They've got to mute. It's too much for them. It's just, they're drowning. Put your flat earth jackets on because you're going to be drowning in the flat earth truth.
Well, he's already conceded that his apprehensions about believing any of this stuff is for sociological reasons, not evidentiary reasons. Meaning that if any of this stuff is true, then that means that humanity is a lot more evil than he could ever possibly imagine. He's afraid of that thought, that there's actually evil people out there in the world.
Yeah.
So basically, it's really a fear.
That's really what it is?
Following any of the evidence. Yep. And that's not any mischaracterization either. That's on record that he said here. ain't there.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. I'll back him up on that. He pretty much was like,
Do you remember him saying that we need to do away with the scientific method, and this server's standards are too high? He said that in this server, Jem Banda, and we all cracked up laughing when he said that. I said, I said to him, no wonder you got no standards, Jem. Fucking hell, is that what you really want? So you want us to do away with the scientific method, and then where are we going to be with that then? Anything goes. What a ridiculous thing to say. And he keeps denying that he never said that. I said, we got you on record.
It's not ridiculous. It doesn't get ratings.
Yeah. Mad. Our standards are too high, he said on this server.
What? Really? What kind of statement is that?
That's what he said. But that's what he said, yeah. Our standards are too high.
I don't agree, but okay.
Yeah, no, of course not. Silly ass. But he made me laugh that day. That day, Miggy was there that day. Definitely Miggy was there. And a few others. But me and Miggy, we were just cracking up when he blurted that out. And he blurted that out after being pressured about the globe, of course. So, you know how they, heat of the moment, just blurted it out and we just cracked up. And we weren't being obnoxious to him. We were just pressing home the facts that he was trying to avoid and elude and, obfuscate from. Yeah. He doesn't like the 3-point question. He says, you trap, he goes, you flat earthers in that server. You trap the newcomers coming and you trap them and you force them to admit things they don't know. I said, no, we don't do that.
How do you admit something you don't know?
Well, the Godzilla analogy is quite adequate to explain that. It's like you say, if there's an earthquake, Godzilla exists. There's an earthquake, therefore Godzilla exists. You're like, where's the evidence of Godzilla? Dude, I just gave it to you. Yeah. If Godzilla wasn't true, then all
don't you know?
have to be lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they made movies about him, so he must
be real. Yeah.
Here's a model interpretation from an artist that explains the size and weight of Godzilla. Yeah, but where's the actual evidence? Dude, your standards are too high.
Yeah. That's exactly what he said. Just like that. Give him the specifications of the globe and the size and the spin with the 3-point questioning, and then he accuses us of having too high a standard, and the scientific method should be done away with. Oh! I mean, that was...
Well, I mean, he might have a point. They're not really using it lately, so...
Yeah. Oh!
Well, at least not outright.
Yesterday's latest statement, which I got totally livid with it. Science doesn't prove anything.
I was just going to say that, Jen. When
that's true.
Pressed up against the wall, that's what they resort to is, well, science doesn't prove anything anyways.
Yeah.
Well, this goes back to a conversation that I've heard about. And that is, if I put something in a box and seal it up, and you're a scientist, and I tell you to tell me what's in the box, but you can't open it, you can't scientifically prove what's in the box till you open it, right? So therefore, science is basically worthless. Without observation, science is worthless. It's true.
Yeah, it's true. Very true.
You must verify by touching it and pulling a tape measure across it. Until you do that, you can't ever really know, can you?
Right. So yesterday...
And if you believe that, then you're a fool. I'm sorry.
No, that's right. That's right, what you said there. So yesterday I said the law, the Newton's law, where a body in motion remains in motion until acted upon by another force. I said that might apply a little bit here on Earth, but in space, how do you know that? I mean, where
does space exist?
Yeah. How do you know this? Because that's what they're using for their rockets to go to the moon and that. That's that law. That law is carrying it. Do you understand? That's why people believe because that law applies to that rocket, or that rocket applies to that law. You know? And the idea that a theory is a fact really pisses me off. You know?
Especially when that theory came from some school dropout.
There you go. Yeah.
Man, just think about the contradiction in that, right? A theory is a fact, but science doesn't prove anything.
That's what I said yesterday.
And the guy they got it from didn't ever even go to school. He basically dropped out and failed.
There you
So
go.
let's take his advice. Let's take his theories definitely make sense, right? Because he's a smart guy, right?
Yeah, he's the man. E equals MC squared, you know. Yeah, let's go.
The 3 most smartest people in the world didn't finish school. Explain that to me.
Oh, there you go.
How does that work? How does that work? Maybe they were geniuses because they didn't go to school.
Well, he stole most of his stuff from Henri Poincaré.
Well, he stole it from the patent office he worked at. Yeah, I'm sure. But
no, not really
anybody can seem smart with when provided with the right information and in the right context, right?
I mean, stealing something from a patent office would lead you to believe that Einstein created something that was patentable or that had any use, right? There was no engineering as far as that's concerned. He just stole some of his conceptual ideas from Poincaré, which he was dealing with chaos theory and relativity prior to Einstein. So, but anyways.
Oh, good old chaos theory. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that? I mean, even what's his name? The guy that does the apartment commercials. The goofy guy with the bug eyes and the black hair and the glasses. Anyway, so whatever his name is, he was in The Fly. Anyway, you know that.
Well, I mean, I'm not
Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum.
Okay, yeah,
talking about Jeff
I don't know
Goldblum.
that guy. Yeah, I'm not privy to watching that kind of thing here in Japan. So no, I don't watch TV. So
what's it like over there? Like, is it any different than being here, except for the language, or is it really different?
I mean, the language is obviously different. The buildings are slightly different in places.
No, I mean the people. Like, are they? Once the language barrier is broken, are people pretty much the same, or are they really like different, like compared to like Americans?
Those who have been to America, you know, and traveled the world a little bit are going to be a little bit more free with no inhibitions. They tend to speak out more freely.
Mm-hmm.
But
they're very
that would
quiet.
only be, I'd have to say that would be maybe 10% of the population, maybe 15% of the population. The rest.
So they're fairly scared type of people then.
Well, I would say that they're very reserved. I won't say scared.
Right,
no.
right. There you
they're
go.
Very reserved and very well mannered, very trusting of the government. They just want a peaceful, easy life. They probably know what we know, that the government's dishonest and, you know, you can't.
Right. Yeah,
they
figured it out a long time ago.
They don't.
In a sense, they're a lot smarter than us, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, but hang on a second. But it's making some of the technology that they're inventing, I think, is weakening man. It's not making man or woman stronger or more intelligent. So do we need the stuff
making
you're
us
making?
lazy?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I think. Don't be proud of making things that are making us dumber. No, please. No, I don't think so at all. I think.
Yeah, but capitalism is what controls the world, though.
That's right. Yeah. So that's where it's
And
coming.
as long as there's some dummy who's dumb enough to buy it, then there's going to be some company willing to sell it.
Absolutely. And Japan is the place for that. They'll buy and eat anything here. I'm telling you. They love it. But that's in one aspect, it's good. But then in another aspect, you know, okay, you know, I mean, I'm not very happy with technology being used as a prison for humanity, because that's where we're headed in breakneck speed. Flat Earth.
We're already beyond that, I think.
Yeah, the flat Earth.
I honestly think that.
I think
that we're getting all this information past tense. I think this stuff's already in place.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a storyline to make us think that they haven't done it yet, so that they can keep controlling it and keep one step ahead of us.
That's what's worrying me.
You know?
That's exactly
Yeah.
what's worrying me. That's exactly what's worrying me.
And it's really hard to know, like, you know, what to believe. You know, it's so hard to, like, go through it all. It's like, it's almost like you just might as well not waste your time, you know? Like, I get where people are coming from when they say that, you know?
Yeah. Well, you can see that when Flat Earth came out, you know, and started waking up everybody else, you notice how they had that lockdown thing, and now, you know, they're moving quick to get this digital currency. They can't move quick enough now. Okay, they've had to speed up a bit, and I've noticed it. Definitely, you know.
It's funny how they were talking about it like 10 years, 15 years ago. They were talking about how it was stupid and never going to happen, never going to work. It's all baloney, and then poof, it's right on. You know, and the CIA is involved. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there you go. CIA.
Well, supposedly.
Well, yeah.
Allegedly.
So yeah, humanity's in trouble, man. Humanity.
Oh yeah, we're in trouble because, you know, we're in denial of all the truth. You know, like we have videos made by the government that show us they have laser beams that can vaporize a person right where they stand, anywhere you want, anywhere you're at. Now all they got to do is track your cell phone. You're done. But no one wants to believe this, right? They can burn a hole through an engine and stop a car, but it can't burn you up. Oh, come on, really?
Yeah, come on.
People are ignorant. But they believe in Mandela effects, though. That's definitely true. But no, it's not true. The government's lying to us and killing us. Nah, that's not possible.
Yeah, humanity.
No, they just go back and change time. Yeah, that's what
That's what they're doing. Yeah, look. Humanity's lost, confused, distracted, well behind in the knowledge. Oh.
You guys don't understand. I just watched the movie Moonfall. I recommend you watch it, guys. It's a very good movie. The moon is it's not falling, but it's coming in a close orbit, like it's getting in touch with the Earth. And you can see the immense gravitational forces involved there, like
it'll
how
happen.
they move mountains, yeah, and it makes mountains, it turns them like into little rocks, you know, rolling and destroying cities. Ships fly, the forests are ripped off from the ground, the oceans float up in the sky. Yeah, it's mind blowing. Yeah.
You see what I mean? Is this a Hollywood production? Is this a Hollywood production?
Yeah, it's funny how they come out with a movie about 5 years before they spring it on us, and then everybody goes, "No, it couldn't be. They made a movie about it. It couldn't be true. Why would they tell us about it?"
Yeah.
All I have to say is, dude, take the dunce cap off and take the wax out of your ears and take the cotton out of your ears and put it in your mouth so you can listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. One funny thing about the movie, it shows how this moon destroys all the satellites in the sky, you know, in space, everything.
That's a good excuse for why they're not there anymore.
And at the end, a little boy uses a satellite phone to call his dad, like, you know, hey, Dad, I'm all right.
Now look at that, right? That's all due to the flat Earth exposing all that stuff. We exposed there's no satellites. We exposed.
Oh, you mean they deliberately put it in there that he used the satellite phone after all the satellites crashed?
Yeah. So,
okay, now I am gonna have to go watch this. I thought you guys were just like being facetious or something.
And they say the moon inside is hollow and is actually a mega structure, some sort of super spaceship powered by a small dwarf star, you know, and
okay, so how does this work then? See this,
well,
it was
this ancient civilization, you know, the ancestors of mankind, who built a perfect world, and they created an AI which was taking care of everything. But at some point, this AI decided to fight against humanity and destroy humanity. And now this last spaceship of that civilization came to Earth, and they lit the spark of life. But one of these AI reached this area, and now he infiltrated himself into the moon and makes the moon fall onto the Earth. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's a nice movie. It's good, nice special effects. I give them that. But the ideas, I mean, yeah, it will make
I
you
got a theory for you.
think.
I got a philosophy for you. What if the moon is a frisbee? You see the pictures I posted? I posted some
Yeah,
pictures in
yeah,
there. What if it's a
yeah,
frisbee? Well, it can't be hollow if it's a frisbee now, can it?
yeah, yeah,
Here's some photos from a video that I
yeah.
watched, and it shows the moon slowly. Oh, it's a time lapse thing, and it shows the moon slowly going down. And as the moon goes down, it flattens out. Now, how does that work? Is that just refraction? No, right? Wouldn't refraction make the whole everything flat? Come on, people, wake the fuck up. The moon's not fucking real. It's a fucking hologram. Give me a break. This is such a stupid argument.
Just a light source is not. It's electrical and phenomenal.
Probably a giant mirror with a small ass little tiny picture of a moon on it, and it's reflecting into a giant disk in the sky. And yes, I do believe that's possible.
Something.
And
Yeah,
I don't care if
you know.
anybody don't like.
No, those thoughts have crossed my mind as well. So no. You know, those thoughts have crossed my mind as well. So that doesn't sound odd at all because you just don't know what the moon is. So the door
Well,
is
yeah, I was
wide
going to say
open.
the one thing that got me is when I found out that the new moon is invisible. Like the moon literally disappears from the entire Earth. No one sees the moon in one day a year or one day a month. I was like, what? You're kidding me? I'm like, no. But I don't remember ever seeing a new moon. Like it's completely black with like. But wouldn't that be considered an eclipse? A new moon, wouldn't that be an eclipse? Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like none of it makes sense. You can't prove it. And when you look at it, it doesn't even look real. It looks like something is hot. It looks like it's something that's heated, right? It looks like it's warm, right? Because there's all this rolling, like weird, like effects. And why is it that airplanes fly through the sun? I mean, airplanes can fly through the sun, and moon can go between the clouds. The sun can go in between clouds, but no, it's definitely out in space somewhere, right? Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, and the other thing about this moon thing is that the light is uniform, left to right and top to bottom. It's a uniformed light. It doesn't fade.
Yes,
in
it
any
doesn't
way
have a
at
hot
all.
spot.
It's a light, isn't it?
Doesn't
And if
have
it
a
was
hot
a
spot.
sphere reflecting sunlight, it would have a hot spot. I'm sorry, it would.
That's correct, and it would fade off as well. There'd be a faded area as well because you can't. It wouldn't be completely uniform like that. It wouldn't be.
There'd be a Terminator line.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah. And then there'd be fall off, grey area if it's a sphere on that. But this thing is just uniformly lit up all the time, and then it goes through its phases.
Yeah,
But it's
but
still
you
lit
gotta
up
see this
from top to
movie.
bottom.
You gotta see this movie to understand the force of gravity and all of that. It's so massive.
Yeah. I knew he was going to say that. Now, is this movie in the cinema? Is it in the cinema or online?
Moonfall. It's 2022 movie. It's a new.
Oh well, I'm not going to go to the
It's the
cinema.
newest James Bond movie, dude.
All right. Let me have a look at this thing.
Search Moonfall.
Moonfall. You know, now you know that the people who created this movie are there brainwashing people with that. You know, that gravity thing, yeah? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, these people.
Can I butt in for a second, guys? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, nice one, Davey. Davey, man. What's up?
We've been joined by Blue Mito. I want to give them a chance to talk if they want to. VC verified.
Okay.
Hello, Blue Mito.
Oh, yo,
Hello,
guys.
Blue Mito.
Yeah, I'm at work. I'm just listening, guys. I have a little noise around me sometimes, but I'm cool. I'm just listening, enjoying.
Yeah. Thanks for talking.
Okay, welcome to the server.
Good.
Oh,
You
I've
got
been
any
here.
questions?
What's the say?
That's fine.
So-
As long as you just listen, y'all go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
So he's just listening. Is he a flat earther or is he a heliocentrist? Which one?
I am definitely
flat
flat earther.
right now, so we'll find out later.
Welcome.
Sorry, I just rumpused you, rookie. Go ahead.
You didn't rumpus me. I'm sorry. I was probably just. I didn't realize my mic was on. My
Yeah, so that Moonfall movie, yeah? Wow. You can see how it's promoting the gravity side of things. Keeping everyone vested in gravity as a real thing. Terrible. For review, a warm and fuzzy sci-fi disaster romp. That's what they call it.
Warm and fuzzy disaster. Sounds about right.
Yeah, a warm and fuzzy disaster.
Yeah.
Really?
What a description. Yo, Rookie, I'm having a hard
It's
time.
from the guy. You know what? It's from the guy who produced Independence Day.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Napalm. I'm really not. I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff online, and that's from a video, and it's not a contrail because it only lasts for a few seconds away from where it supposedly goes through the sun and comes out the other side, and then it just disappears, right? And you just see the plane fly away. So if it was just a contrail, then yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Look at the video
Just
I
saying.
posted.
What's that? Okay.
The same exact effect. Just obviously the moon is a lesser light, so it doesn't produce as much light. But
Yeah, I hear you.
but the same exact effect can be seen in that video I just posted.
All right, I'm watching it. Hold on. Yeah, I see. Okay, I see what you're talking about, but I'll have to send you the video, I guess. I see what you're talking about. It's the heat that's coming out of the engine, yeah.
Yep.
But this is a little bit different. I see where you're coming from, though. Totally. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm saying, like, there's evidence out there that people just throw away, and I just think it's silly. I mean, just because it sounds crazy doesn't mean it couldn't be possible. You know, like, I think,
Do you think
I don't
that
know. I'm
planes
sorry.
fly
Maybe
through
I'm
the sky?
gone. Maybe I'm offline, or maybe I'm off base or something. But I don't know. There's just all kinds of evidence out there to support that there's something up there. That's not what they're saying it is, obviously, but there's something up there. So I
Right.
think that when we deny that it's possible that there's evidence of it online or wherever, that we're not catching video of it, then I think that's crazy. I'm not saying this is real. I'm just saying that I think if we don't look at everything individually and kind of take a look at it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not trying to push something that's crazy or stupid, you know, I'm just saying it's a thought. It puts things in your mind and makes you think differently. That's all. You know what I mean?
And what if
And
you're
maybe
thinking,
it is some kind of a video effect or a camera effect. I might be wrong. I'm just saying it's interesting. That's what I was saying.
but if you're
Like the
thinking
moon flattening out.
oh my gosh, if you think that if you're thinking in error, wouldn't you want to know that?
Yeah. That's why I watched the video. I see where you're coming from. But unless we sat and went over both videos and then discussed it, I mean, it'd really be kind of hard to like make that. You know what I mean?
I provided yet another example.
I got a bunch, and I mean a bunch of video and photographs that I've taken myself, and I didn't edit any of them.
So did
But
you look up those planes on like a flight tracker? And, you know, you would think that if it's a passenger plane that the passengers would have an experience of flying through the sun. I don't know of any firsthand accounts of this. I mean,
Bro,
seeing things in the sky where you can have obvious optical illusions, you know, distortions that take place, the screenshots that you were providing earlier, you know, it's very possible that the exhaust from the engines does catch some sort of light based on the angle in which it's being viewed. It can be dissipated very quickly. There's
I agree. I completely
many
agree.
factors, especially to, you know, make an assumption and put it forth as if it's a possibility based on very inconclusive evidence.
bro, you're a celebrity. I just found out who you are.
Who are you
Napalm.
talking to? Uh-oh,
Nap
somebody found out your secret.
What?
Napalm, you are the famous you suck at cooking guy.
Is my voice similar? Is that what you're saying?
Bro, so similar. So similar.
I'll have to listen to that.
I was hearing you talk and I was just like, man, he sounds like somebody, and then it just struck me and I was like, so you suck at cooking guy. He's hilarious,
I've
by
never
the
seen
way.
it, but I was going
Speaking
to
of,
say there's somebody that I know that sounds like John Keane. You know who John Keane is?
But are those
And
my
I swear
hands?
it's the same guy.
I know. If, listen to your. I know it's hard to like know what your voice sounds like, but listen to yourself on the live stream, and then listen to the you suck at cooking guy. It's like, oh
I
my
hate
god.
listening to myself, and there's
Yeah.
times where I've felt like maybe I've had something decent to say and I want to go back and listen to it, and I even try to refrain from doing that because I just find my own voice or cadence or whatever, the fact that it sounds different than the way I sound, it drives me nuts.
That is a weird thing because my voice sounds so deep to me because I hear all the bass in my chest, but you don't hear any of that. So when I hear my voice, I don't usually recognize it. I'm like, who's that? And then somebody's like, that's you. And I'm like, oh, thank God for that little button that pops up and shows who's talking. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know it was me. It's like weird. Wow.
A little different. Now that I'm
Conversation
listening to it
I don't know.
again, a little different, but
I don't trust flat earthers and their voice recognition abilities.
So, Rookie, just not to necessarily go back to the previous thing, but I would just
No, I
maybe
agree with you. I
say
think
a
it is some
word.
kind of a thing, but I was just showing, like, it was a point I was trying to
Bro,
make. That's what I was trying to say. We're not.
You straight just interrupted me before.
Sorry.
No, I was just
I
going
think
to
the
say,
delays.
and you're doing it again, bro. I would just say, a word of caution before throwing out such a statement is I would maybe preface it with, this is my pure speculation based on something I've seen. It's not.
If you go back and
something that I
listen, I
claim
did
to
say
be
that. I said,
reality.
this is my philosophy. And then I posted this stuff.
Right. I was just saying to preface before the statement came out of the mouth. But
Gotcha.
yeah.
Maybe I should repeat it over.
I gotcha.
It was like more like a thought experiment. I didn't mean to like throw everybody off and throw a wedge or anything. I apologize.
Yeah, how dare
how
you be
many
extreme in your
people-
opinions, rookie?
But did you not think about that? Did it not make you talk? Did it not make you think about the considerate, right? You considered it for a second, right? It makes you think, right? That's all I'm trying to do, guys.
It did make. No, I didn't consider it for even half a second. I think it's.
Okay, well, you've already experienced it, damn you! But that doesn't mean someone else can't. All right,
I think it's preposterous.
Thank you.
Well, look, we have a long-standing example in the flat Earth community, which is looking at
pink
stars.
rainbows?
Looking at stars.
You think those are real?
I think the bot that I'm going to put in place that automatically bans people who interrupt me is real. How about that? Anyway, yeah, we have a long-standing. I'm not going to say it's a feud, but it's a misunderstanding with long-range photography of the stars by using inferior cameras and inferior methodologies of focus. You end up with a very weird effect that people, in the past contributed to sonoluminescence and all other kinds of effects because they do look similar. The problem is that you can produce the same effect from a streetlight with a blurry camera. So it's really inconclusive. And not to mention that you failed to focus the camera. So what's the problem? And people, even after they're told or they hear it, they'll still post like this is evidence of something. And then people will rightly so critique them and be like, hey, that's just an out of focus picture. But it does lend something important, which is optical phenomenon cannot necessarily be concretely attributed physical properties, especially at first glance without further scrutiny.
I agree to that statement. Yeah, it's fairly cringy sometimes when people use out of focus images and try to claim that this is what the stars actually look like. And it's like, no, you're seeing turbulence within the air, right? Disturbance and on an out of focus image. And but your point is very good that these things in the sky, right? These optical phenomena that we see. I'm trying to think of how you stated it very well, AI, that you can't attribute these things to physicality because there's obvious inconsistencies between physicality and what we see, or physical concreteness.
Well, there's a case to be made that all optical phenomena is just an instance that's rendered to the subjective observer. at the point of observation from the point of propagation. Now, that could sound weird to you, but that's actually how everything is seen.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. So let me ask you a question. I've heard very varying theories, right, when it comes to light propagation, and some of those being that the colors in which we see and the things that we see with our eyes as physical objects, those objects themselves are absorbing and re-emitting light back to us in various wavelengths. And I've also heard that the same is taking place, but instead of an absorption and re-emission, it's a reflection. Have you looked into this absorption and re-emission at all?
Well, if it re-emitted all the light, then it would have no color.
Right, an absorption and a re-emission of a specific wavelength of color.
You talking about the moon?
No, I'm talking about people that, when trying to reconcile some of the properties that we see of light, right, going through various mediums, like say glass slowing down and then coming out and speeding back up. Some people trying to reconcile these things that we see taking place, right? That if it was the case that light as it passes through glass slows down and then upon exiting speeds back up, that violates some of the known principles that we have, right? Some of the known laws. So people, in order to try and reconcile this, have come to some sort of idea of the possibility of the object itself absorbing the light or the energy and then re-emitting the energy. I don't agree with this. I was just wondering if you guys have heard anything about that.
Yeah.
Dude, I've heard that because light is measured in frequencies and sound is measured in frequencies, that light is sound. And because electricity is measured in frequency, that light and sound are electricity.
I mean, using sound and sound wave propagation as a good analogy for light is okay in my opinion, but to equate them as two of the same things is
horrible. It's horrible analogy. It's horrible and terrible and poo-poo.
Well, it's only a horrible analogy because the medium of air in which the propagation is taking place is something that we can work with and is somewhat tangible. When it comes to light, it seems to be more of the etheric nature.
Okay, how many receivers and interpreters does a piece of sound need to transfer the information? For example, a phonograph. How many interpreters is in a phonograph? And by that, I mean the information's in the record, right? Striations in the record gives the information to the phonograph. How many interpreters is there?
Interpreters as far as like the end result?
Yeah, like what interprets the information that's on the record that converts it to sound?
The needle?
It's the needle's movement is
yes, a
detected
singular
within the cartridge.
Correct? A singular interpreter, right?
Yeah.
Now, does light operate that way? Can you get an array of a photograph with a single interpretation, or does it require a multitude of sensors?
Yeah, if I close one eye, I have a single interpretation, right? Are you talking about the fact that there's multiple receptors?
You have millions of rods and cones.
Yeah, is that the implication? I mean, to form complex images, sure. But I would
The point
say
is,
probably
with a phonograph, you get all the sound information with one interpretation, and it's mechanical. So the needle vibrates with the striations and creates a mechanical disturbance in the world, which is then traveled through the world mechanically, arrives mechanically, and then is interpreted by the other device and then converted. Light doesn't function that way.
I'm trying to think of it's obviously more complex as far as the amount of information, for sure. But I feel like you could have one singular photoreceptor to interpret just light as opposed to darkness, not necessarily all the information that is received through the human eye as far as colors and all that kind of stuff, but just to interpret a flash of light lighting up one photoreceptor. I don't think that's impossible. I'm certainly not trying to defend somebody's claim that light and sound are the same thing or even similar. It's a crude analogy. I mean, they probably misinterpreted or took too far Nikola Tesla's statement that he was the one that gave out the analogy that light is analogous to a sound wave. That came from Nikola Tesla. So let me ask you a question, AI. Are you a light as a particle guy?
Well, you'd have to define what particle means.
Right. So something of some sort of mass, right? Like a particle, a physical particle that would be able to, bounce off of something or.
Well, I mean, light reflects. We know that. Light takes time to go from point A to point B. We know that. Now people will contest that. The problem is that
sound reflects too. So is sound a particle?
No, but you asked, does it reflect?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay, I'm going to make this clear. I'll make this clear. Sound,
like particles bouncing off one another.
Yeah, sure. Sound is an experience that's informed, okay, by mechanical disturbance in the environment.
That's eloquent, but I think something very similar could be said for light, right? Light is an experience.
No. Seeing is an experience.
Hearing is an experience.
Right.
You can feel sound as well, right?
Well, you can feel the mechanical.
You can feel
motion.
You can feel energy from light as well, right?
Right, but when those two things are happening, they're happening in a different manner.
Yeah, I'm not equating them to be the same. Like I said, the sound wave in the air as an analogy for light isn't necessarily equating the two as the same thing, but is an analogy for people to better understand or comprehend or visualize, or however you want to state that, the propagation of light. Air not being the necessary medium in which light is requiring to travel.
Yeah. Problem is that we seem to experience the effects of light linearly, not omnidirectionally. So, for example, you have angles when it comes to optics, like the Rayleigh criterion. Now, similarly, you could do that with sound waves, like with directional microphones.
Correct.
But if you put the sensors in a room with no obstruction around, audio sensors, they'll all receive the same information.
It's kind of like a coaxial propagation. Similar to like a coaxial propagation, right?
Maybe, if I'm getting what you're saying.
Has both components of the kind of a wave, you know what I'm saying, like energy propagating in a wave type form, but also instantaneous aspects, kind of like if you had a rod and you just tapped on the end of it, as opposed to a rope that you moved up and down. It's kind of a combo of the two.
Wave particle participation rather than duality?
No, I would remove the particle from that, because a particle would require a like a store of particles that are then emitted and moving from point A to point B. Whereas like a wave is not necessarily moving from point A to point B. It's induced within the medium.
Well, the mechanical action is transferred, and it can be visualized, and it begins at the point of initial perturbation and then travels in intensity from point A to point B, and then it arrives at a point in time at point B. So saying that it's moving from point A to point B is pretty accurate.
But would you equate a wave, so say like a wave in water, as something moving, a particle moving from point A to point B and then received on the other end?
Well, no, if all the let's just say for instance, if all the particles of the water remained in their vertical and didn't take any horizontal motion towards the beach, then no particle would actually arrive at the beach.
Right.
However, that wave motion can carry an object in the wave along with it.
Like a surfer.
It can, but not always, right? Typically an object would, when confronted with a wave, is not necessarily taken from point A to point B. Typically it will move more up and down, but also slightly towards the way in which the wave is propagating. But in order for that object in the water to move from one side or another because of a wave. Typically, if we use water as an example, it would be a current, like a flow or a direct movement of the water that would carry something. A wave passing over an object, right? I surf, so when I'm out in the water, I'm pretty much in the same spot, bobbing up and down. If I want to travel on the wave, I have to position myself to where that wave is breaking, and I get on the wave front, and then I can ride that wave in. But prior to that, when I'm out past the break, as waves are coming past me, I'm bobbing up and down.
Sorry for interrupting here. Are you guys aware of the debate that's going to start in 37 minutes between David Weiss and Professor Dave?
Ooh, Dave Weiss and Professor Dave? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he didn't back out, apparently. He, apparently he's going
That's
to
going to be painful.
37
Where's it
minutes.
taking place?
I posted in the voice text, the link.
Cool.
Sean Atwood is hosting it. I mean, if he's real, I want to listen to this.
So I feel that Dave is a good orator of simple concepts to the layman, for sure. But we'll see how he does if pressed for specificity and evidence for certain things.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. It'll be interesting if this goes as planned.
Professor Dave.
See him.
Moderator, what did you say was the moderator question?
Huh?
You say was moderating that?
Sean Atwood is going to be the host, I believe. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. Sean Atwood. He's a British guy.
Don't know him. Is he a Glober?
I think he's more in between, just watching being the host.
See the guy that works for David Icke.
I mean, he interviews. It's just not one topic. He's doing a lot of things. But he's hosting this, so I believe he's going to be the moderator. So. Anyway, I just found it out right now, this very moment, so we'll see in about 30 minutes. It could be interesting.
AI, I like that you brought up a phonograph and records, because I've started collecting a lot of vinyl, and I find that the depth within the music on many vinyl pressings is something that can't really be replicated in some of the digital processes that we currently use. A lot of those digital processes cut the waves off, flatten the waves to compress the data. and I enjoy listening to especially older, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s pressings prior to digitization. Most records nowadays, you can get a little bit more depth out of them, but they're still lacking from direct recordings that we had in the past, because it's kind of a like an interpretation of already compressed data that is then pressed into the vinyl. And when you get into vinyl, you'll hear a lot of talk about, which pressing is best, what pressing has different qualities, because many different pressings have varying depths to the music. Some may be better on the high notes, some may be better on the low notes, and some may just be better all around as far as the depth and the quality to the sound that's produced.
Yes, he must be busy, Napalm, but I'll back you up on vinyl sounding better, generally speaking.
Yeah, the best way I can explain it is the depth to the music. Just some of the punch that you kind of lose in digital recordings, like MP3s or even CDs.
I'm going to go ahead and make a quick prediction. Is my mic working?
Yep.
One of Professor Dave's, if he actually does the debate, one of the first things he'll bring up for globe evidence will be something in the sky. Anybody want to take bets?
Yeah, it's super interesting.
And he says Dave strawmanning him when Dave won't be strawmanning him. He'll misuse the term strawman 100 times.
As Bon Jovi would say, he gives Dave's a bad name. Bad name.
Already the trolls are showing up in the YouTube chat. People like Dearth and Mark Sargent know the Earth is a sphere, but have found a convenient avenue to scam money out of people under the disguise of truth-seeking. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it begins.
Yep, there's another example. We're all crazy, so they got to troll us like that. Whatever.
Wait, my tinfoil hat was over my ears for a second. What did you say?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I didn't find it.
No, for real, I wasn't paying attention. What were you saying, Flighty? I know I made a joke of it, but...
I think it was Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, Quetzalcoatl. Sorry. I obviously wasn't paying much attention. The talk about records got me inspired, so I threw on something real quick and was listening. An old Santana record. I'll tell you what. Original pressings of Santana, listen to that dude riff on a guitar. Whew. It's a thing of beauty.
Now, how do you tell the different light apart?
The different light?
Yeah, how do you tell it apart?
Well, we only see a small portion of light.
Well, that depends on how you define light.
Yeah, that's true. And this is a debate that could go on for hours and days to no avail, probably. I'm of the opinion that everything on the EM spectrum would be considered light, only variance between in wave and frequency, right? Or
Right. So if it's all on the same spectrum, does that mean it's all the same thing with just something different about it? Or is it completely unique?
Me personally, I would say it is all the same quote unquote thing. The differentiation is the frequency.
Is that akin to alchemy?
No, I don't. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, if you're going down that road, then you could say that the visible light being able to be split into the rainbow color spectrum that we see would be akin to alchemy, meaning that blue light, red light, green light is all different things.
Rather, can you convert visible light into infrared light? Can you convert visible light into radio waves?
It's a good question. I'm trying to think of a way or a process that you could do that. It would just be an increase or a decrease in the frequency. How you would do that, I'm not too sure.
What's the mechanism that creates X-rays?
That has to do with it's been a while, but there's some sort of specific material off-gassing that's used. Not off-gassing, but I can't remember the element that's used to produce the X-ray. It escapes me off the top of my head.
Well, is it being produced, created, or is it being released or emitted?
I would say induced through the process.
An X-ray generator gives power to the X-ray tube. It contains high voltage transformers, filament transformers, and rectifier circuits. There's a cathode involved. The cathode is the negative terminal of an X-ray tube. It is a tungsten filament, and when current flows through it, the filament is heated and it emits its surface electrons by a process called thermionic emission.
Tungsten, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There's an anode, the positive terminal of the tube. It is made out of tungsten disc in ordinary diagnostic X-ray tubes, and molybdenum in mammography X-ray tubes. Fast-moving electrons interact with the anode in the following ways. Interaction with K-shell electron causes the production of characteristic radiation. Interaction with the nucleus causes Bremsstrahlung radiation. And interaction with outer shell electrons causes line spectrum. So.
Yeah, so that would be, I guess, a case of transformation there, where you're taking energy and transforming it.
Yeah. So there are other components involved. Like it's not just a light bulb with tons of energy being blasted into a regular old light bulb. It requires special materials, such as tungsten, apparently.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked the question. To think that the spectrum that you can move through the spectrum from one to another is akin to alchemy to me, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's evidence for that. Just like, there's a periodic table of elements, and they act as though the only difference is an electron here and a proton here, and you just rearrange it, and you got a new element. In as much as that may be true, there doesn't appear to be any method to actually make one thing another thing. That's obviously what they've been trying to do for hundreds of years.
Right. I guess that's kind of the way the question is phrased, right? When we use the term thing, right? When we classify the elements, we're calling them elements. And when we classify EM, we could classify that as light, right? So when you're classifying the physical elements, they would still fall under that overarching elements. I would say that's very similar to the electromagnetic spectrum, at least in my opinion, all falling under a classification of light, if you wanted to call it that.
Yeah,
that's why it's kind of a semantical.
I'm suggesting that the word spectrum is a misnomer.
Meaning you don't think that frequency is what delineates.
No,
what?
I think it's. So, for instance, you can measure a 2x4, you can measure a concrete block, you can measure a piece of glass, you can measure a piece of grass. I know that glass and grass rhyme, but I'm just trying to think of things. You can measure things with the same scale. That doesn't make the things actually related.
Right, but under the umbrella of like objects, right? If we just blanket statement called them objects, right, then that would be something that we could measure its mass and magnitude or whatever by a ruler or something like that. So would these all be considered objects, what you're speaking of? Glass, brick, wood, grass?
Yep. So I posted this, which is not my own. This is taken from QE.
But it's not even necessarily a perfect equating them, right? Because just because we're measuring them, you can have a cube of wood that's 4 inches by 4 inches. You could have a biomass that's 4 inches by 4 inches. You could have glass that's 4 inches by 4 inches. And there's no real delineation in the measurement, right? It's the exact same measurement, but it's 3 different things. Whereas like electromagnetic radiation, like these things
don't measure the same. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
The same, at least in my opinion, the same thing or something very similar that's measuring differently, if that makes sense. It's not a good one-to-one comparison, but I think you
You're
get the
right.
concept.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, so what's the difference between blue and red?
Well, the best that we can say is the wavelength.
Does that wavelength take up distance in free space?
What do you mean take up distance in free space? Do you mean does it take up?
Well, let's say, for example, blue is 500 nanometers. So if you had a slit that was 400 nanometers, could blue get through?
I'm not sure.
This is an important question to ask because the Rayleigh criterion relies on the wavelength of light as part of the physical dimensions of the angle created.
Right. So I guess when you're doing demonstrations of like the Rayleigh criterion and how that's split, you can only see different colors. You know, you have like you have instances of visibility, right? So kind of peaks and valleys on what you can see. And those peaks can be split up by color variation, meaning you're going to see red, blue, green in differing, varying positions because of their wavelength. So I guess coming back to the question of physicality, is that kind of the question? Does it take up space? I'd have to ponder on this for a bit.
Well, according to QE, that's the list. Does it have chemical, formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, spin, or electron volts, calories, or joules? This is supposedly the criteria for what is physical.
Well, let's apply that to light. I mean, I would say that I don't know. I don't know if I could equate any of those instances necessarily to light. Because we wouldn't really say that light has a charge per se, right? Certainly no calories.
Yeah, what's unusual is the effective light can produce electron volts.
Right.
But you can't necessarily say that it itself has that, although I think some people do.
Yeah, and I feel like even when you think of something like sunlight, you don't necessarily see sunlight without something for it to interact with, right?
Well, here's the thing. You can put a any object inside of a vacuum container,
Mm-hmm.
activate the vacuum chamber, whatever, evacuate the chamber,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't disappear.
Yeah. I mean, light does not require a physical medium for propagation. Air is not a requirement.
Yeah, which is, to me, kind of peculiar, especially when you talk about waves. You know,
Waves of what, in what, and by what?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But
yeah, and this is when the E word or AE word comes into play, and people don't like to talk about that. I don't know why, but whatever.
So I think you're mentioning that, you know, the whole theory along the lines of light not actually traveling, but just happening from point A to point B and not necessarily going from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me a little bit of the Schrodinger stuff, a little bit of the mystery school religion stuff, a little bit of the
Not really. I mean, I can kind of understand how you might interpret that, but I know this wouldn't be sufficient for AI because he doesn't like the sound wave analogy or like water wave analogy. But if we're interpreting these things in frequency and vibration, obviously there's some sort of wave of something, by something, and in something, right? So it's I don't know. It's such a
I mean,
weird
as long as you
talk about.
As long as you don't deny the cause, not you personally, but in general, then I'm cool with that. But once you start to conflate cause and effect, that's where I start to have a little bit of a twitchy eye.
Yeah. And this isn't, I mean, to be honest with you, this is light itself and the nature of light, along with kind of like electricity and magnetism and how these things interact have really never fully been fleshed out or explained by really, to me, there's no good definitive, this is what it is kind of thing, if that makes sense. Like, we can work with electricity, we can work with energy, we see the effects, and we can work with these effects. But the nature of it, how it works, the understanding of it is still something that is debated up until this day. Same with light.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a real issue with people giving physical properties to things that may not have physicality. Enter the photon, right, as some sort of massless particle that, for maybe intents and purposes, can be looked at as a physicality, but really actually isn't. But if we're looking at it that way, we still need to make the distinction that it is not of a physical nature in the way that we would define it, at least in my opinion. And there's a lot of people who will grab on to that idea of a physical particle photon and claim it as factual, solid, or that would be their claim, is that it is a physical particle. I just can't jump on board with that. And I'm kind of not really explaining this all too clearly, but
I follow you though. You permit the opportunity for things to be not necessarily physical.
right. And see, this is kind of from a maybe philosophical standpoint, right? This is where I feel we have some hindrances or people have been intentionally indoctrinated into this atomistic viewpoint, right? That everything can be quantified and is, everything is of a physical nature that can be quantified and tested and bumped together, pushed together, all of this kind of stuff in a physical 3D sense of how we, understand reality.
Mm-hmm.
And any mention of the metaphysical, and I use that in the sense of non-physical, meaning more of an ethereal nature, is just completely dismissed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, at least in my opinion, also has the ability to completely dismiss the concept or the idea of something like a creator, right? It's very easy to dismiss that when everybody's brain has been pushed down this atomistic mindset. And I feel like there's some transition between the two. And I feel like light and energy is something that seems to be present within both aspects of the physical and metaphysical. And it's very hard to put your finger on the source and the nature of something that manifests into the physical but is of a metaphysical nature.
Have you seen the video I just posted?
Let me check the voice text. How old is it? I love Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. I've
older, 5 years. 5 years old.
Oh yeah, then I probably have, but I'd have to revisit it again.
Yeah. I've been binging his videos for the past month or two.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like halfway through a video and be like, oh yeah, I already watched this one.
I love his cadence, right? Like his demeanor. He seems like a very gentle soul, which I appreciate. Yeah.
I've been told that he can get pretty worked up about certain subjects off air, but kind of beside the point as far as the content that he has produced. The whole on camera, off camera people aren't always the same, but that doesn't dismiss. I mean, he's really done a lot of educating, and especially in regards to the occult origins of these things like atomism, quantum, all that stuff. I haven't found anybody else that's as to the point and demonstrative, providing direct evidences for those things. Like, yeah. Anyway, I've definitely appreciated his videos for that purpose.
Yeah. Yeah. Adam Unsalted. I don't necessarily disagree with that statement that you just put in text.
One of my favorite Bible verses I've shared with people before. It's not in the slightest a very controversial Bible verse, so I share it freely without reservation on a regular basis. I'll share it again. I shared it the other day. You probably heard me or saw it, but I'll just put it here again. And this is my stance on this and many other matters. It's it's a good reminder from the wisest man that ever lived. Allegedly, the Bible alleges this. But anyway.
Yeah, I like that. I alluded to something very similar last night when talking with Dave. You know, kind of coming to the realization of the creation, the creator, the nature of this world, right? Opens me back up to wonderment, right? Not knowing and being very comforting or comfortable in the understanding that I don't understand everything, and that some things we lack the ability to fully comprehend. I'm cool with that, because I feel like the opposite of that is we know everything, right? We figured it all out, which to me is a ludicrous statement, and that tends to come from the globe side, right?
Yep. So for anybody interested, apparently the interview is starting. Some people may be interested in such a thing.
You know, I not to kill the live stream, but I might jump off and watch that. So I'm less interactive with my voice and can focus on my work a little bit more and maybe just listen.
Yeah. It is a struggle talking and doing other tasks. Go ahead, Dave.
I'll be patient and catch the replay later so I can sit on the couch and laugh at Professor Dave.
Nice.
Crypto is here. Maybe he'll feel some dead air. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I don't know if you know. Hey guys. Don't know if you know that Professor Dave has formally admitted that he's not a real professor.
Yeah.
On an interview. Yeah. I'm not sure that he ever claimed to be a professor, but it is interesting that people would say Professor Dave is a professor when arguing his points, and now obviously they can't do that. So that's an interesting thing. There was another thing about Professor Dave that I was going to mention, but I completely slipped my mind.
He's a clown. Just trying to help.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. So this is all on Spake Faces channel, by the way, so you can check this out. But he admitted to dropping out of chemistry school twice.
Yep.
Because he didn't like it, which is another interesting thing. Because obviously a lot of people appeal to his kind of authority, but he isn't one. So that's an interesting thing. But it also explains his arrogance, because I think if he actually knew more, he would be less arrogant.
Yep. I agree with that. I may be alone in this, but I usually avoid watching stuff like that. It makes me sad. I have compassion for fools and willfully ignorant people, and it actually makes me sad, and I don't say that facetiously. Staunch, willfully ignorant people just make me sad in my heart. Hmm. Cat Stevens wannabe.
Ride on the peace train with Cat Stevens, right?
Yeah, I know a lot of his content was probably subversive in one way or another, but as far as the music itself, apart from that, I like Cat Stevens' music.
Yeah, he has some good times. Pazza has joined us. Maybe he has a demonstration of measurement of Earth curvature. Do you, Pazza?
Very unlikely.
Doesn't hurt to ask, though, right?
No?
No, guess not.
I was under the impression that Pazza was a step away from full realization that Earth is indeed not a ball, but
And assume that a lot of people are watching Professor Dave's feeble attempts to prove the globe. Just guessing, huh?
Yeah, I'm guessing they are too.
Let me guess. Earth is glob. Lots of people agree. You is dumb.
I just had a look in the YouTube chat, the tech live chat, and it's so many flat earthers in there. It's quite funny.
I predicted the first thing he would bring up would be something in the sky. We'll find out if I'm right or not.
I reckon you're right.
First thing or everything?
First thing he said.
No, I was joking. I heard him say.
Oh, sorry. Oh, everything. Oh, yes.
It always is everything because they never actually measure the Earth.
Mm.
And when they do measure the Earth, they measure it and then curve it mathematically. So it's like,
Yeah. I predict he'll say, "Stop strawmanning me," when Dave isn't strawmanning him. Professor Dave he doesn't know the meaning, does he?
they misuse logical fallacies all the time. All the time. But they don't really care. They actually don't care whether the logical fallacies are right or not. They just care to kind of interrupt you. Like, that's really what they're doing, is just interrupting you.
Yeah, they've been reduced to obfuscation, generally speaking. I agree. Just try to block the message instead of actually saying a message.
Yep. Well, because they already have the narrative with them. Like, the mainstream narrative is with them, so they don't actually have anything to gain. The best thing they can do is make sure our message doesn't get out to kind of compete with it.
Yeah, and they do their best to make sure the details of their model doesn't get. That's when people become flat earthers, when they start examining right? Emotions, and y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yields.
So when are you going to take off your Santa Claus hat, Crypto? In June, maybe?
So what were done?
Just wondering when you're going to take your Santa Claus hat off your icon. Sometime in June, maybe?
Sorry, festive crew for life. It'll be even funnier in summer, so I'm just going to keep it to summer probably.
Fair enough.
I get people calling me a troll now just because I've got a Christmas hat on my commissar. I mean, the avatar itself is a reaction to Phil calling me a commie. So, I don't know. I'm just embracing the troll at this point.
Reminded me of that 80s song, Der Kommissar. Remember that one?
The one?
Don't turn around. Uh-oh. Der Kommissar's in town. Uh-oh.
No, I don't know that one.
I'm probably showing my age again. I'll shut up. Sometime in the 80s.
Hmm.
Now we got our special correspondent, Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony in Iceland. Full report.
What?
That didn't work. Sorry.
We're cutting to you, Dre. What's the latest from Iceland?
Well, I mean, look out the window. It's very nice, clear weather. It's blue skies, but it's still cold as balls. So I just made a new song, but I don't have the video yet. So
I didn't know balls were cold.
Well, ice ones are.
yeah, when you sit in the snow, it gets pretty cold.
Snowballs.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
It's 5C here.
Thank you for using the proper temperature measurement.
You're welcome.
What's that, about 40F?
41. Yep.
I got 51 here. How's your Fahrenheit, Crypto?
51F is 8C, are you sure? Oh, 5.
Yeah.
No, dude. 51F is what Professor Dave got on his exam.
Well, that's an ironic thing because he does have a room temperature IQ. So, no, I thought it was 32 plus 5/9. I thought that was the conversion between the two. So if it's 5 degrees C, then that would make it 41. F.
Oh, I meant here now. I got 10 degrees C.
Oh, we're talking
in the
about
Wales.
how hot Wales is.
Hottest place in the UK right now. It's so hot. Might not be. London's normally the hottest, isn't it?
Well, that's because I'm gay, you know. No, I don't know. Is it? I suppose because cities are normally warmer than countryside anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's the city thing. It's such a big city as well. A lot of buildings keeping the heat in. Maybe I don't know.
A little pony has joined us in the VC. Noemi.
Noemi.
Miami. I wish I was in Miami.
You like tacos?
I can get used to them.
Well, that didn't last very long.
What's that?
The Noemi person that was here for a moment.
So they're 20 minutes late on their start time of that debate.
Dave is panically Googling 10 proofs that the Earth is a sphere. Arrogantly regurgitate. How much money do you want to bet that he says climb a tree at some point?
Dave's a busy man. They're they're blessed that he's gonna have their presence there, so they'll wait.
You know those graphics which are like flatearth.ws or something, and it's like debunking flat Earth misconception.
Uh-huh.
Right. that load of shite. I went through a bunch of them, and what I've realised, every single one of them is just a misunderstanding of the argument. So are literally having a misconception about the argument itself. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I was rather startled that they all had that problem.
Yep.
They all 15 times and still not get it, surely.
There's probably a better debate going on in the live chat on the YouTube.
Right.
No parallax proves flat Earth. No star parallax proves flat Earth.
I mean, it would prove a stationary Earth, really, wouldn't it? Not a flat Earth.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You're correct.
If there's a differential in the pattern of the sky, you would have to infer that it's a relationship between the physical location that you're observing from or the location of the point source of the light. So depending on which one you choose, you can make a lot of conclusions, but they'd be based on assumption.
Yeah, I told my mate today, I've been slowly working on my best mate for a while about flat Earth, and he started off thinking I was joking, and then he started realising that it was actually way more logical than globe Earth spinning in literal nothing. And I told him today that about 10 years ago, they decided to change the distance to Polaris by about 100 light years. And he just sent me a message back, just ha 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 ha. This is all a load of shit, isn't it? Question mark. So I think he's there finally. But I do find it interesting how 10 years ago, Globers would have known that Polaris was 430 odd light years away, and now they know that it's 323 light years away. All right? But their knowledge changes with whatever the priests tell them.
Trace is in the chat over there.
Huh?
Trace is in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Over on Sean out. Our level up's there too.
Nice.
If there's a lot of people there, somebody should drop our link in that chat if they can.
Is the debate not taking place?
So now it's late. I'm gonna drop a link in there then. Good idea.
Yeah, I see Drace and Level Up are in the YouTube chat.
You know, it's really funny is on this server, and I haven't done a count recently. I guess I could right now. It's not that hard. But basically, I think everybody on this server, silver and up, could adequately help somebody understand why the Earth is not a ball. Let's see how many, because I know that's a big number. Let's see. Nope, not that.
Assessment gospel. I think you're on track there.
Let's see, silver. Oh, it doesn't tell me the number. Gee. Hold on, maybe I can do it a different way.
Yeah. You got to do it a different way.
Apparently.
Otherwise, the privacy settings will screw you over.
Huh? What do you? I don't. I'm looking in the member, in the server settings, and then you under members at silver. Is that how you? No, that won't do it. I guess there's no way to do a quick count.
You have to manually do it. So I'm one. I'm a silver. So there's one.
Oh, thank you.
There's two.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Might take a while.
Yeah, I mean, I could click on the
Sound off. 1, 2, 3.
So how much is too much to put the link in the YouTube chat, do you think?
I wouldn't spam it.
I may have done about
just do it like 2 or 3.
Yeah, just every like 5 or 10 minutes or something. The chat is flying by. There's so many people commenting.
How many people are watching that right now, allegedly? 1,000? Somebody watching it?
It says 201 waiting. 201 waiting.
That's
only 200 and the chat's flying by. That's pretty wild.
You're just gonna have to bite the bullet and pay the $2 for a super chat.
Oh yeah. But super chat with the link to the Discord. Would that work? You'd have to read it out, would you? That Sean Atwood.
And Google gets 30% of your super chat too.
We have a vanity link.
Yeah. Discord.gg/Flat Earth. Or is it 20? What is it? 20? I don't know what it is. I thought it was just Flat Earth, right?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Thank you.
You got it. I will even happily throw a tenner in, but I don't have a Google account that can super chat, I don't think. But if someone else does it, then I'll give you the money back if you want. Just literally every 2 minutes, just $2 super chat, discord.gg/flat earth.
Especially once it begins.
Sorry, guys. What is it that you're watching?
Some people are watching a debate. Or
Yeah. I'm trying to find it. Is it on YouTube?
yeah, it was posted here. I'll repost the link.
Thanks a lot.
It should be this one here.
I just wanted to add, I found this server a couple of years ago through people spamming YouTube comments with the server, so it does work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if something's going on to where it's canceled or somebody backed out, because if you go to Sean Atwood's YouTube channel, you can't find an active live link. At least I'm unable to. I'm able to click on the link, but I'm unable to find the video showing that it's live and people are waiting on his actual YouTube account.
Wonder which Dave chickened out if one of them did.
I didn't realize this guy has a lot of subscribers, a decent number, 684,000 subscribers. Oh, made by Jim Bob is there. That's funny.
Yeah, I
If
was
you're
just
going to post super chats, you get 50 characters, so there's plenty to have a little sentence and then the link.
Yeah, this guy's got a really big audience in the UK. Sean Atwood. He's a former ecstasy kingpin that went to prison in America. He's got a whole backstory. But yeah, he's got a big following in the UK.
Nice. Yeah, I was just chatting with Jim Bob.
He just said, "Here we go."
Oh, okay. Maybe he's arrived. Yeah, I was chatting with Jim Bob to try to see if I was the only one having issues that the video wasn't coming through. I've developed a small relationship with him via Instagram.
Yeah.
He's hilarious, by the way.
All week. I've got my sci-fi music in
Oh,
the background.
here
Helix
it comes.
Nebula. And Andrew Gold is looking very...
So somebody said that link's already in the chat, so I can look at it. I can find it later.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I think he just suggested that it's going to be an hour before they even get into it.
Damn, they're milking it, ain't they?
Yeah, they're going to be having a different debate first.
Really? That's wild.
Yeah.
So is this about to be a debate now between Dave and Dave, or
And
are they
by
just
now,
like
do you
talking
mean an
about
hour from now?
when at all?
Yes, supposedly. Yes, that is supposedly what's going to be happening.
Hi. Yes, of course. You're welcome. Have a good day.
I thought he backed out first. The Dave guy. It's taking them a while.
Let's see how this goes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first this Andrew Gold guy is supposed to be debating
See,
with somebody on CRT and other annoying topics.
the reason I'm kind of like apprehensive is you know, Dave talking to a normie who's skeptical is no problem. You know, talking to who might potentially be an anti-flat earther is a whole nother story. I don't know if he can handle.
Why might?
Why might? Yeah, I guess you're right.
He seems pretty.
Well. The reason I say might be is because no one that I know of has actually spoken to him and said, "Listen, this is what we're actually saying. This is the point. What say you?" If he was to say, "Well, the horizon's not geometric," okay, you're in opposition to the paradigm. Then, therefore, you're an anti-flat earther to ends that won't help you. But I don't know that about him yet, and I don't know if well, we'll see. Good luck to Dave. Just don't want none of the running around to take place. You know what I mean?
Damn. Hey.
Is that debate on, is that debate on that Sean Atwood YouTube channel? So what's happening this evening?
Yes, Paza. You can enjoy watching it as well.
Are you trying to say that this is not a real YouTube channel that we're on?
I just asked, is that debate on that Sean
I'm
Atwood
just fucking
channel?
with you. It's okay.
No, you've got I've got your permission to watch too, have I? That's nice. Who's in the debate then? Quick summary.
I mean, I've never seen Dave debate. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, that's a lie. I've seen him go back and forth, but debate. But it's him and Professor Dave. So shout out to him for getting that to happen in the first place.
Is Professor Dave some sort of globie? Is he?
Yeah, pretty much.
He's a pseudo scientist. Entertainment. You're gonna have to be a flat earther though, Paz.
Well, this is exactly the kind of thing I was waiting for. Oh, card fight. Yeah, this is as nasty as I thought it was going to be. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's really oof. We have over 100 people on our server. I'm just gonna mute it. I was listening to it in the background too. There's over 100 people on this server that I know for a fact could do better. 25.
Yeah, I thought that when I yeah. Go on, sorry.
No, it's fine. 25% of the people in this VC right now could do better. At least 25. I'm not saying as much. I'm not saying no more than. I'm saying at least 25%. Let's see. I'll count. 1, 2. I haven't. 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know Effie Batman well enough to say. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, at least 9 or 10 of the people in this current VC, no less than 10 people in this VC.
So it's already started. What mistake did he make? So
Well, you were right. If anybody tried to bet against you, you would have won the money. The first subject was the moon or something in the sky.
I knew it.
And he is quoted, and they'll get so many excellent sound bites off of this video because he said the sun or the celestial objects are the best way to determine the shape of the earth. So that's his quote. Pretty awkward.
I mean, it's just circular logic, isn't it? Really simple circular logic. I know that the moon is there because I've decided that the moon is there because I know the moon is there. Cool.
Yeah. I wouldn't, in a debate, I would not allow, the conversation to go, well, the moon is a sphere, blah. I'd just be like, I wouldn't ask the question, this is what Dave was like, how do you know? And it's like, yeah, it's really besides the point. Just the whole, like, you don't know that the moon isn't flat. It's like, oh my gosh. This is not the way. I like what Adam said in their chat. He's like, why is moderation non-existent? Yeah, it's not a well-moderated debate. That's for show.
To keep it moderated.
Oh, well.
That's some pretty solid offspring posting there, Dave.
Thank you, sir. So the moderator's not even intervening at all, just kind of letting them go, or what's going on?
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't. I just stopped listening to it as well. Just
All right. I'll hear it later.
Man.
I was just hoping there'd be a semblance of structure to it and, some kind
Yeah.
of civil conversation, but it doesn't sound like that's what it is. Anyway.
No, it's what would be required against someone like that would be somebody that is headstrong, able to stick to the facts, and the logically, yeah, I hear you. Oh, he can't hear me though. Yeah, I noticed. This was a trap. Possibly. We have over 100 easily.
It's a bit of shit, isn't it?
You're disappointed in the lack of professionalism in the debate as well.
But it's all over the place.
Yeah, I
There's
agree.
no moderator. I think the moderator is either just not an experienced moderator, or just
Yeah.
it's not doing anybody any favors. Well, I mean, actually, don't tell a lie. I think the assertiveness of the professory guy, whatever his name is, will will resonate more than anything else. But bottom line is it's not really a debate. It's just not even a proper to and fro, really, is it?
You could call it an argument. Arguments aren't very coherent.
That guy, representing the flat Earth, or against the other guy. Is he on here, or is he regular on YouTube?
You're talking about Dave?
Is that his name? Is it the guy in the? Yeah. I assume
or David Weiss? Yeah, the guy on the left.
Okay.
Yeah, he does his own thing, and
I think a lot of people here would discuss those more robustly than he is.
What's that?
I think there are plenty of people on your Discord that would discuss things more robustly than he is doing.
That was my point. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, did you do it? Okay. I'm gonna go back and listen to it again. I don't think it's particularly purposeful one or the other.
So you guys were talking about David Weiss. Was he recently in a debate?
Oh, there's an active debate right now with Professor Dave.
Oh, you mean right here, right now?
No, not right here, right now. On what was this guy's name? Sean Atwood's channel. 600. Yeah. There's a bunch of people watching. 741 is what it shows for me right now. What? Yeah, they are having a field day. I can't.
Considering the amount of subscribers Dave has, is a very little viewing count, to be honest.
Well, the Sean Atwood has 684,000 subscribers. He must not live stream very much because 800 people showing up on a channel that has almost 1 million subscribers, or over 500,000 at least.
Yeah.
That's
Or maybe
kind of.
YouTube is not able to. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. We'll see.
Health actually means something on it. It's such a straw man. Such a straw man. Spongle. Spongle. Hello, Spongle.
Hi.
It's a unique screen name.
Thank you. Yeah, always working on like making it stand out a bit, I guess, without it being obnoxious.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No,
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. I'm if you want to say that, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on, I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. The obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, I've heard of this concept, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story.
Right.
But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton or the Higgs boson or antimatter or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay. Or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, and I don't mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the hole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance? Why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say, in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad and or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah. I mean, it's
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to
don't
cut
worry
you off.
about it.
I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question, are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa, I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
It's just a
straight up
yes or no
like that,
question.
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get
There's
what you're trying to
Go ahead.
say, but I mean there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
So hold on, Elijah. Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. Well, I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be, it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay. But don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it.
As a container.
Yeah, exactly. As a
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well. As they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably like Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on. But we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas liquid surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean that like having that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because, I mean, if it's...
Let me ask you this question. Have you ever, it's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%. Because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that. Is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that they, that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, I mean, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
Yep.
and, just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, "Oh, I believe in this and that." They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So, how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
No, it's
keeping
okay.
track
You
of
could
that.
just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was
I
looking
mean,
for.
like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's, I mean, kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen, and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. I mean, it's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. Is that fair? Kind of your position on it? It's like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, but like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not like trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter. A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call. He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. Oh, no, on a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what in your opinion is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't even
I mean,
know what
I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings.
I love
Then, then, then pizza balls for the globe, and then
What's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh,
And
Gospel, I
then
think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third
Yeah.
item.
yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, yeah, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, good. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese. But like bell peppers, tomato, onion, those are all good things. That
Okay.
omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under
You're just
who knows.
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time because I know you were
Because
thinking about it.
burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get eye in it. I mean,
So you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
On another note, back to the gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah. So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but I, just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball. is
you
what
think?
they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were like, they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So, on the concept of, taking into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day. And there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get
So,
what yeah.
so when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit. But against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man. Which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man. Is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or a pizza?
They're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really like achieve anything militarily like after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from like pizza toppings? Like how's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about like the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. Like the only thing I would that comes to mind when I think about like the rest of Europe is like cordon bleu, and that's like a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about like the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even like name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
Huh?
Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like you, yes,
that's all
it's a
come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's
What?
all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it?
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und davon fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und davon fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It
Yeah.
comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking
Swing.
with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what they say in Germany, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question:
Burger.
chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I
There are
think you
some,
have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't
there
know.
are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder, basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. Ah, God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Mm-hmm.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westfalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah. I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed. So it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah. God, now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person
He knew
conversing
it.
in tongues with puns.
He knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah. God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Yeah, Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah,
What
so I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah, when I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine, and yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Cochem. That I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of like areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect, in I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like an old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool. And it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shutdown factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, that I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's
But
kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like band pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Oh, I was just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in they were being smug, or the server was
Yes.
being smug to them? Ah, they were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Are you willing to snitch this person so for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
Ah, all right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less. Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni, and I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore, and I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
Algebra?
mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and
Okay.
stuff.
Why would you need to? I mean, why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I mean, I don't know, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1 but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that I
Real
won't
quick.
have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's,
Also, Whammer, I saw
or
what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
yeah,
It's like uni
I'm
or
curious
bust.
if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class.
Okay.
Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah, you can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know. And
Double check.
yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test out of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
No,
It's
I
worth it.
mean, the point, like the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the thing, and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could, and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like
You
get
got
them
to
to
appeal.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
because it's kind
Algebra's
of
not a big headache, bro.
yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal because I've already done it. It's
Yeah.
just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would
tedious.
describe, yeah, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah. I
Right.
got you.
And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with with you know, overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? It's just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on, but this time it's just it really is just I don't know, it just feels mean-spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God. Like
They don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that what I meant to say. It's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that that are more like pressing right now for me. They're more like immediately important for me, and
I
that's
can
why I
understand
care
that.
more about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you know, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, you know, topics or ideas. Yeah. So, you know, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that
Yeah, I mean,
conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that
yeah, yeah.
that you were
I
at
mean,
least interested in the topic.
yeah. I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, like, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well, right? I
Yes,
mean, you
there's
don't need to
there's
be,
level skips.
yeah,
Uh,
you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
you could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though.
Mm.
You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily. And everybody's level is subjective as well, as far as that thing goes. But anyway,
Right.
I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And you know, I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, um, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
For
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah. I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on?
Yeah.
Do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos and that they are complicated rocks and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition. They have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said and now?
Yeah.
Yeah. What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then in addition to just logic, you have our reality where you can look at the fact that things are level on average across the land. It's level. The sea under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level. And that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole? Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you?
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change, or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really. No.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say
created Earth.
creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
you basically.
Well,
how it
they
works-
taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm
like,
sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm
Oh,
talking about
we were just one sentence away.
cosmetically, because we're talking about we're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right.
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm not. I'm
you all know
I'm
the
just asking.
story.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion?
Last time.
What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusion, Spongle? Like when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs, or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. we talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I
Okay.
guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically, what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went. It didn't start at a young age. That aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
That's an
I
atypical experience for
I'm not.
Americans.
Okay, right. I'm not an atheist. If you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification, and
Right.
it's peculiar. Like that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's for Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. It seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
So wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe.
It
because
is.
again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but this is he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that
Yeah,
his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. I don't. What? Like there, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, "Don't put my name in your mouth."
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that we were